Okay. Okay, colonizers. Colonize the chat, please. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. What are we doing? I mean, I should tell you that. You know what I was doing today? I was at a house gig last night. Like a gig in a house. And I haven't seen one of those in like 10 years. It's been 10 years since I went to a house gig. It was really good. There's just one American singer, songwriter, playing her little tunes, and they were really cool. And then gnarly, it was tubular. Like wow, man. And then today, the same person in the same house, she was hosting a songwriter workshop the next day. So I went to that. So I went to this little songwriter workshop. We didn't actually write any songs. I guess it was like a more of a because a lot of people there weren't musicians. So we kind of changed it into she changed it into a fucking um she changed it into just a creative writing workshop, which was really fun. Just like writing bullshit and like learning how to just doing all these little word association techniques and stream of consciousness techniques and sharing what you've come up with and all that. Yeah, it was funny. Whoop. Write me a song, please. Read us what you wrote. No, never happened. Never. Thoughts on trigonometry and Douglas Murray? Seen any banger tweets lately? Have I? No. Is that in reference to something? I don't know what you're talking about. Just asking. Okay. No, the only tweeting, donate £100 and you'll share it. I don't even know. Well, I wrote it in someone else's notepad. So I don't have it. I wrote a Zionist masterpiece. Yeah, I just wrote the Israeli national anthem. That's what I did. Brilliant. Oh god. Um, no, I wrote some haikus. I don't know. Fuck. I don't remember them though. I don't remember them exactly because they have to be down to the fucking. It needs to be down to the syllable. No. I didn't look at Twitter that much today then because I was doing that thing. I did have a interesting conversation with Hassan on Twitter because he was talking about me last night, and his chat were just desperate to let him know that I was a Zionist who supported the Beirut massacre. And thankfully, he was like, "Bro, probably not." He didn't believe them. He was like, that would be really weird if that happened." But I fuck. Can you show us the clip of him talking about you? I don't remember. It's like deep in the Discord now. I can say that because the Discord's busy again. Whoop. I actually couldn't tell you where exactly in the Discord it is, but I just remember. Yeah, he was just saying like you can get it. Yes, you can DM it to me, Maritza, or put it in stream chat. But no, yeah, we just had a little talk for like a few minutes. Then he he asked me my position on the current situation, and I was just like, I just sent him a fucking essay without realizing I was doing it. So, I don't know. I think he's gonna be watching my video today. He said. So we'll see, because I know, oh god, I know that video pissed off some partisan fuckheads. Because I said I was trying to make like a neutral history video, because I know I've got like a lot of Israelis in and Jews in my audience as well now. So I was like, let's just make it fucking a bit more neutral, just use like kind of more like consensus language. And people were so mad. Oh god. People were saying I refused to name the Nakba. Like, you can't make me do it. You can't make me call it the Nakba, even though I have a million times. Oh, God. Oh, God. Hasbara agents, I know, right? Read us that essay. It's nothing you guys haven't heard before. He went off on Dylan Burns. Yeah, I thought that was a little bit excessive. It was a bit irrational, that response. Yeah, fuck. That was, I wasn't too keen on that response. Donovan update. Donovan's still there. He's there today as well. That guy. Oh, yeah. Part of this creative writing workshop was you had to write down, ask yourself any question and then answer it. Just a random question. Then it was say something you're happy about. Then it was say something you're sorry for. And then it was write down something you're angry about. And the only thing I could think of for what I was angry about, everyone else there was angry about something they did to someone else, or like a regret that they had, or like something like that. And like I was the only one in the room who said I was angry about something else, because I said I was angry about people being dumb fucks on the internet. That was what I was angry about. That's the only thing I could think of that was making me grumpy. And I had to explain to this room of like 30 people why I would say something like that. Oh, God, because most of them were like strangers. Yeah. Yeah, so there's this website called Twitter. So there are these Bin Laden figures. Oh no. If Hassan's watching my video, he's going to see the bit where I said, where I called Second Thought Bin Laden. Oh no. The Hassan Bridge is, it's on thin ice, you guys. It's coming down any minute. Okay. Ooh. Had a hilarious talk with a tanky yesterday. I saw a bit of it, yeah. I don't really know if I want to react to Destiny debates on my stream, though, so... Because Mishmaul Habibi... Yeah, well... well... But I need to do more reading. That's for sure. What is this? Ah! Oh, yeah, this is it.
Some Phoenician Christian and Lebanese people hate Palestinians with a passion. I mean, yes, but also he's defended the Phalangists in Lebanon. No shot. No. Okay, I think we're playing telephone.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yes.
I'm done listening to people in the chat, but that would be insane. I doubt it.
Hey, look at that. My fucking dude. Bad Empanada fans in his chat. Desperate. Oh my God. He's saying nice things about Loaderbox. Oh no. He telling Loaderbox the massacre.
Okay.
Like, yeah, fucking. He must know. Fuck off. Oh God. But nah, it didn't work. He didn't listen to you guys. Fuck it. Me and Hassan, we're like that, you know? Against the fucking false claims of the internet, against the telephone shitheads on the internet. I knew it would pay. You know what? Because didn't I always say, I always pushed back when people in my community would call Hassan like pro-Putin, right? Or a Russia stan and all that shit. Because that's not actually what he is. He's got bad takes on Ukraine. I'll say that till the end of the fucking world. But he's not like, he doesn't make those takes in support of Putin. Like, that's like and when people do that kind of pigeonholing or shoehorning, I always think it's like a really toxic approach to fucking discourse. But, you know, that's what I'm saying though. Me and Hassan, like that. All you non-Mediterranean, Middle Eastern cucks, you can bounce, okay? It's me and this guy up against clip chimps, fake tweets, and all such online disinformation. Okay.
I'm done. I'm done listening to people in the chat, but that would be insane. I doubt it.
There's no way.
Okay.
Be done with it.
I'll look it up for myself, which I say that, but I probably won't. I say I'll look it up, but I most likely will not be looking.
Don't even look it up.
Let's be real.
Yes. Let's be serious, guys. What a fucking G. Hassan said Destiny said that Dylan said that Lonerbox said Nakba was good, actually. You know what? There's a 50-50 chance. That could be true, or it could be false. Okay. Okay. Where do the white people go? I just said you can bounce. It's not my fucking problem. Giga Chat Hassan supporter always has been. Don't look at his videos on you. No, I mean I told him I was like quite mean to him in my videos. He was like, okay. Thing is, my personal, I don't know how everyone else see this. Maybe people have their different opinions. My personal ethic has been people can be as mean as they want. I don't give a fuck about people being mean. People can call me retarded or whatever the fuck they like. People they can say all sorts, right? They can use worse. People can call me the N word. I don't care. Call me a sand N word. You know, I'm used to it. Well, I grew up with it. That's fine. Just don't ascribe just don't do the shoehorning. That's what I don't like. I don't like the you're pro-genocide. I don't like the you're a fucking Zionist or you're a Russia supporter, if in the case of the like Ukraine stuff, or like yeah, call me a diasporoid. Yeah, do it. Yeah. But it's all this like, oh, you're pro-Israel, you're pro-genocide, you're pro-fucking like not. That's the stuff that I think is like you're a Nazi. That's the stuff that I think fucks like that ruins the discourse, you know? Because once you get shoehorned into one of those categories, you're just working back from it. Like because two things happen. One is you have to try and work your way out of it, which is like a really shit position to be in. And two, the people who have made up that mind and planted that seed they've started with the conclusion and then they're working back from it, which is why you can do things like if someone calls me a Zionist, right, or like a fucking anti-Palestinian, and I do a video that mentions the fucking Hebron massacre, they're like, oh, that's exactly what a pro-Zionist would say. Because usually when you hear about the Hebron massacre and those riots in 29, you usually hear it from pro-Zionist people because it supports their narrative. Even though that doesn't mean that pro-Palestinian people should never talk about it. But yeah, fuck, I don't know. That's... Or if you make one video where you call it the Israeli-Arab War instead of the Nakba, well, yeah, you call it the Israeli-Arab War because that's what it's called. That's the neutral term for it. It's not making a moral statement. Of course, I believe that the Nakba was an ethnic cleansing, and I've even made the arguments for it, and like in like every video I talk about it. But yeah, fuck. What's even wrong with the word Zionist? The problem is that people who use the word Zionist is the way I understand it is people. The way I understand people using the word Zionist is that they use it synonymously with you support the current Israeli government, where it doesn't mean that at all. Zionism broadly just means you think Israel has a right to exist, like not necessarily as a Jewish state, like a Jewish like supremacist or Jewish majority nation state law state, or that it means it has the right to exist indefinitely, unconditionally. Which isn't that controversial. You can be very hardcore anti-Israel and still be pro-two states. But apparently that would make Arafat a Zionist, right? Because he acknowledged Israel's right to exist. Like one of the most popular leaders in Palestinian history. It would have made Barghouti for the longest time a Zionist. Like, yeah, fuck. But the problem is that some people stretch it to mean that like anything that supports what they consider to be Israeli settler colonialism, and what constitutes Israeli settler colonialism could even be a one-state solution that is binational and has equal rights for both groups. There are people in society who will describe that as a Zionist position, because if you're against evicting all the Jewish people who are living on land that was taken in 48, or who arrived after 48, then you're necessarily a Zionist because you've just allowed for the Jewish settlement on stolen land. Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah. Like, I don't care about that stuff. Like, it's just such a really toxic way to approach the discourse. Like, you should just be able to address the arguments. Like, Zionist is a fun word to say. I think you got to be careful with use of Zionism, though, because if you read Theodor Herzl's writings, then Zionism is very colonialist in nature. I've heard people say that, right? I've heard people say it's colonialist in nature, and I can see the degree to which it is. But like the problem I don't have, and this is what I'll need to look into when I do the history from like pre-17, because I haven't done that much on that, is that people, every quote I see on that is like cherry picked, and also the word colonize, because I think I've seen the word colonize. The word colonize doesn't necessarily have to be, believe it or not, doesn't have to be like morally loaded. For example, when Elon Musk talks about colonizing the moon or colonizing Mars, that doesn't, or the way that the Falklands was colonized, it's not like, it doesn't necessarily mean ethnically cleansing an indigenous people. So I would need to know. I'll have to look into it, but I'd need to know if the original Zionists were really in the 1800s being like, we're going to go here and we're going to kick out all the people who live there. Yeah, because if the only thing is you found is that you find the word colonial somewhere, because colonial could just mean, again, it was that like the Jewish state versus a state of Jews, where there were some people who wanted to just go there and like immigrate there and live there amongst the people who already lived there. Like even the Chomsky Zionist movement, like Chomsky was part of a Zionist movement in the early 40s that wanted that. They were Zionists who wanted Jews and Arabs there to consolidate into a single state after the British Empire left and to have equal rights. Like which you could say they colonized because they worked very hard to get those people over there, but that wouldn't be the same colonialism as in like European fucking racial supremacy colonialism, which I guess you're saying. Because then I would wonder why Israel has like worked to give land back at certain points. Not all of the land, but they've like why did they come back out of the Sinai Peninsula? Why did they make peace with the Arab world by coming out of the Sinai and removing 5,000 settlers if they're not like inherently colonial or expansionist? But then also the counter to that would be is, well, why in the 6 Day War? Why right after the 6 Day War or during the 6 Day War they already held meetings about how they were going to annex East Jerusalem and how they were going to do it secretly in the build-up because they didn't want to get called out by the international community. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Or even to an extent, Gaza, I guess, because I don't think people can say that the disengagement from Gaza, people can say that it was because they actually disengaged from Gaza so that they could do more colonialism in the West Bank. People could say that, but like, I don't know if that's the main reason. I felt like the main reason was that they just didn't want to govern Gaza because, like, for one, it's not really the Talmud, like other texts, don't really consider it to be Jewish land anyway, at all, ever. So even by their weird perspective, it's not really. But well, fuck. I don't know. No, I think the demographic reason makes the most sense for why they pulled out of Gaza, which again is like kind of slightly counter to the settler colonial. Yeah. The Hassan Discord said your dad is a Lebanese fascist. What the hell? Yeah, because of a fake tweet. How do you research Israel? Do you rely on books or online sources?
Loaderbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I'm focusing much more now. I'm focusing much more now on
Loner box. You smarmy
academic
cuck
articles.
bastard.
That's what I'm focusing mostly on now. I'll still use the Wikipedia for like a skeleton, but yeah, fuck. I need to organize. I don't know. Like, I don't have a disciplined approach to this. Again, I'm just telling you because I just go where my special interest fucking beacon takes me. How tall are you? Stretch. What? How tall am I when I stretch? What? Fuck. I'm 6'2". Use Destiny's notes. I will not. In DGG chat, there's a few people who believe you're pro-terrorist because you're critical of some of Israelis' actions, and it's cringe. I was surprised by that. Yeah, it's fine. Israelis are crazy. They're fucking mental, you know. And I say that as someone who believes in empathizing and sympathizing with them. But yeah, fuck. I don't know. Scary Bird with the $4.99. Lornabox in his book, Altneuland, Herzl describes a vision where Arabs live with Jews peacefully and radical right-wing rabbis are defeated. Surprising. Very surprising. Most of DGG glazes you. Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I think the problem is that the inherently settler colonial from the 1800s onwards, like indistinguishable from a European settler colony with like white supremacy, that narrative, the only substantiation I see for it is like cherry picked quotes and like half sentences. I feel like there's a reason you're not really showing us that much. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Alec Zitzelberger. What a name. With a $4.99. What would you call being against the initial colonial project in Israel, but currently pro two-state? Probably a Zionist, a scumbag, a scallywag. They were building settlements in Sinai and Gaza too. Yeah, and they removed them. Hang on, they removed them though. Were the settlements in Sinai, were they government policy? Because the ones in West Bank in 1967 were not. When was the first government settlement in West Bank? Hey, Orthongs. Late 60s. Yeah, that's what I thought, because since 67, this is saying since 67. I thought it was in 67 people started going there independently. I thought oh, was it right away? Or was it that they didn't do it proper? Oh, wait. It was progressed, it was encouraged by Eshkol. Oh, so I got the wrong impression. Rabin. Southern West Bank. This is 67. This one, Kafar. It's yeah. 67, yeah. Because it was an old one that we used to be there in 48 and it was depopulated. Yeah, so they were. This was a land back project. This was a land back project. Oh no, an indigenous land back project. Fucking hell. That's a joke, by the way. Does well-planned ethnic cleansing and replacing it with Jewish settlers make it sound like... Yeah, it does, yeah. I've never disputed that Israel has like settler colonial tendency. Of course they do. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. I just don't like comparing it like one-to-one with your standard European settler colony. Like fucking like Rhodesia or something. I don't think that's a good comparison, okay? For many reasons. There are lots of differences there, like the fact that the settlers from who were in Rhodesia or Algeria or whatever else European colonies, they had somewhere to go. So resistance is justified, done. Sharagus, you're a fucking idiot. When did I ever say resistance was not justified? Now you're making me wonder what you mean by resistance. Your resistance is an incredibly fucking broad statement. Going on strike is resistance. Boycotting is resistance. Violence against infrastructure is resistance. Violence against soldiers is resistance. Slaughtering and mass raping fucking, murdering and raping civilians is technically resistance. But is it all good? No, it's different fucking variations. There's lots of variations going on there. Jesus. Don't be such a Martin Bailey cuck. Disliking this stream is resistance. Let's go! You seem to like comparing it to South Africa under apartheid. How would you differentiate South Africa from regular European colonialism? I only compare it to apartheid because I don't compare. I compare it whilst acknowledging the differences. South Africa was similar in the sense that the settlers had somewhere else to go if they had to leave. Well, I guess some of them did, like Netherlands and shit. But
you smarmy cuck bastard.
I only use South Africa to do an analogy for, I suppose, like apartheid with the crime, not necessarily the condition. The conditions were still very different. But it's more to refer to the acts of resistance. I think the anti-apartheid resistance was a very good model for resistance that could be applied to Palestine. Like the Mandela sabotage shit. Yeah. That's what I think. That's why I use the South Africa analogy, usually. It's for that variable. If Hamas was only targeting military targets, would you support it? Yep. And their goals changed to reconciliation as opposed to revenge. Yeah. And if they drop their charter, yeah. So, but that would completely change the nature of Hamas. You understand that, right? They would cease to, and if they stopped embedding all their military fucking installations in civilian buildings, yeah, they would stop being Hamas. Yeah. No talking trees. Yeah, if they drop the talking trees shit, which they never, I should have mentioned this in my fucking video. Oh God. The updated Hamas charter is not real, okay? It's real in the sense that it was a good PR statement. It never supplanted the original one. You understand that, right? Anyway. Okay, hang on. I forgot to do a thing. I forgot to do a very important thing. The Hill. Oh no, there's some news on The Hill. God, I haven't even started the stream yet. I've just, I mean, I have. I've spoken to you guys, but I haven't really, in earnest, started the stream. And I also haven't announced it in Discord. What's on the docket today? Oh, I want to read something about Camp David, because I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit caught off guard by Dustin coming in. I guess just after he'd been like note taking for 3 hours on it, decided to talk to me. But yeah, fuck. I love this thumbnail though. What were they smoking with this one? Where is it? And so I was a little bit. I forgot that there's so many things I forgot about as well, like on the spot. A bit embarrassing. What the fuck is going on here? It makes me look like a Hamas supporter. It's brilliant. I wonder if it was payback for I wonder if it was payback for this one. I think it might have been payback for this stop advocating for genocide. Laser eyes. Damn. We're gonna have to step it up for the next one, guys. Kusa Veer with a 10 Australian. Thank you very much. 2-state, move all Palestinians to the West Bank, give illegal settlements to Palestinian democracy, Israel plus world build housing and infrastructure as war reparations and new Palestinian state. Listen, I'll think about it, okay? I don't think Israel has a right to just put a complete iron wall on Palestinian refugees ever going back to Israel. I think they can leave that open to future negotiations and increments. I think that's probably fair. Blue. Thanks for the $4.99. Love your coverage. Can I send you a tweet to verify/debunk? I see a lot of people I respect are saying things that seem clearly wrong. Sure. You can put it in stream chat in the Discord. Oh, we have a panel today. I forgot. We have a panel. Wait, is the panel like very soon? Hang on. Oh, because the clock's changed. It might be. ET now. Fucking hell. Time zone. What is ET right now? What is Eastern time? 5:30. Okay. So an hour and a half. In an hour and a half, we have a panel. Okay. Let's watch one bit of news to get caught up today, and then I want to read about Camp David. Okay? Okay. I think our friend Beast Process might have had a shout out. I think he did. Did he get a shout out, or was that just because of the Palestine stuff? He got a little bump there. Double. I know Hassan commented on one of his videos. I don't know. Anyway. Destiny's thumbnails make no sense sometimes. It's encouraging that you don't really need the thumbnail to reflect what's in the video at all. Not worth it. All right, hang on. I have to do something. 1 second. Have you heard of Omar Dajini? He worked on the Camp David Accords. Would be good to have a call. Yeah, I might look for some conversations. I think there might be one actually. There might be one academic I'll be speaking to in time. Okay, I'm gonna publish a video on my live channel. See how that goes. I don't know if it's a good idea to publish while I'm streaming, but here we go. Do you think Destiny will be able to get Benny Morris for his podcast? I don't see why not. This thumbnail is funny. God, I look deranged. I didn't make this thumbnail. I had a couple of people trying to offer to do editing work for me, and I had two of them. There are actually two people offered at once, and they were both pretty good. So they both had like qualities that I liked in different places. So I just had to flip a coin to decide which one to use. Like, yeah, I need to figure out what I'm doing there. Your conversation with Destiny as of late was very disappointing. How you let him get away with biases. Well, that's why we're doing more reading, because I need to gather and have notes more at hand rather than just trying to remember shit that I read about 8 years ago. So fuck. Okay. We're gonna bounce back. We're gonna come back with a vengeance. The Second Intifada. Background and causes of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. What caused the outbreak of the Second Intifada? The conventional wisdom places blame on one of the two central figures, Ariel Sharon or Yasser Arafat. In one version, Sharon, then the leader of the Israeli opposition, started the Intifada by going on an intentionally provocative visit to the Temple Mount on 28th of September 2000. Alternatively, Arafat, president of the Palestinian Authority, decided that the new state of Palestine should be launched in blood and fire. He unleashed Palestinian militants rather than accept a negotiated resolution of the conflict. Okay. Both of these claims overplay the role of individual leaders and overlook a wider array of elite decisions and deeper political and social conditions. Decisions by Arafat and Sharon did matter, but not in the way that is conventionally portrayed. Instead, a chain of events starting in 1993 set the stage for renewed conflict. Yeah, I feel like there's a few things people have missed out. I know Goldstein had a lot to do with the uptick in violence because of that fucking mad terror attack that he did. Renewed conflict. Well done, chat. It's beautiful. Hang on, where's my fucking obsidian? Why did I remove this from the taskbar? Okay. We need a new thing. And let's name this tab. Oh wait, I've already got a Camp David one. Whoop. I just closed it. Fuck. Okay. So this is the Benny Morris claims. How do I... There's a way that you can collapse this into like a bullet point that you can open and close, isn't there? Does anyone know how to do that in Obsidian? Before I look it up. Bookmark this block? Like if I do this? What does that do? No, that there should be a button here. How do people do that? Add a dash. Like here. Like there. Is that what you mean? Use hashtags. Do I hashtag at the start and end or then what? What do I do with the hashtag? Space? Ooh! Why is it so fucking big? Why is the text so big? I don't want the text to be that big. Is there a font size? Anyway? Is it... Use more hashtags to make it small. Really? That just seems like such a... Oh, fuck. I hate selecting text from this fucking bit. All right. Oh! 6 hashtags? 7. Let's go! Okay. Let's get some alternative facts. Why? Okay. Why wouldn't it let me start a new... Okay. Okay. This article is Jeremy Pressman. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Okay, let me just put chat up somewhere so I can see it on the thing. All right. Yasser Arafat was a terrorist. Good news. Thanks for that. How long have you been sitting on that information? Okay. Fuck me. Chain of events. Okay. First. God, I'm so autistic. I can't get started. Okay, hang on. First, popular Palestinian discontent grew during the Oslo peace process because the reality on the ground did not match the expectations created by the peace agreements. I thought I heard about this because I remember reading from Khalidi's book, because wasn't one of the problems with Oslo that a lot of the divisions and fragmentations and checks on the West Bank were actually implemented during Oslo as part of the separation stuff. So wasn't it like I think East Jerusalem used to be very open uh, to go in and out of East Jerusalem, but then suddenly it became much harder, and that was why I think there were like some economic downfalls during that as well, or downturns. Maybe we'll have a look. First, popular Palestinian discontent grew during the Oslo peace process because the reality on the ground did not match the expectation. Okay. From 93 to 2000, many aspects of the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza deepened rather than abated. Oh. In what way? Palestinians expected their lives to improve in terms of freedom of movement and socioeconomic standing. When both worsened, significant resentment built up in Palestinian society. This discontent, further fed by the failure of the Camp David summit in July 2000, laid the groundwork for popular support for a more confrontational approach with Israel. Okay. So why did things get worse during the Oslo Accords? I guess we'll find out as he elaborates. Second, organizations on both the Israeli and Palestinian sides prepared for violence, in part because the other party was using or preparing for violence. On the Palestinian side, younger militants also believed that the ability to respond with force would improve any negotiated outcome by highlighting for the Israelis what would happen if they were not sufficiently forthcoming at the negotiation table. When the confrontation started, Israeli and Palestinian organizations followed their game plans, exacerbating and escalating the violence. Third, Sharon and Arafat helped shift the status quo from a tense situation to a violent one. Sharon's visit was the spark that set the Second Intifada into motion. It was a match in a dry forest and should be viewed historically among a long line of individual events that served as triggers for major confrontations. Arafat did not launch the Intifada, but he and some other Palestinian leaders decided not to try to rein in the violence once it started. I feel like this is the contentious point, isn't it? That whether or not Arafat launched the Intifada himself. Just because I see so many contradictory statements on it. Once the Intifada began, Arafat incorrectly assumed that he could use the violence to improve the Palestinian position. This multi-factor explanation for the outbreak of the Intifada sheds light on several theoretical debates. First, rather than assuming that the uprising resulted from the unmet expectations or political opportunities alone, this article highlights factors from both schools of thought. Second, both the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, and some Palestinian factions thought the threat of violence would deter the other side, but instead, strong positions fed spirals of insecurity and escalation. This escalatory impact of firm policies was exacerbated because Israel assumed that external motivations, rather than domestic ones, explained growing Palestinian militarization, and because Palestinian militants assumed that force or the threat of force could be used to advance diplomatic negotiations. Okay? In the first section of the article, I critique existing explanations for the Intifada that blame Arafat and Sharon for the violent outbreak. In section 2, I present an important element of a more compelling explanation by discussing the manner and impact of continued Israeli occupation. In section 3, I highlight Israeli and Palestinian military preparations that fed a conflict spiral. This is followed by a section on the failed summit at Camp David in July 2000. Section 5 details how Israeli and Palestinian responses during the early protests led to an escalation, not calm. Okay? I offer closing thoughts in section 6. Damn, that's a lot of sections, bro. We got like 45 minutes to do all this, or an hour and 15. No, we got an hour and 15. We got plenty of time. Okay. The conventional wisdom. Two of the most common explanations for the outbreak of the Second Intifada revolve around individuals, Arafat and Sharon. No section 4, yeah. Make it look like you got more sections, Sigma. But neither explanation fully captures the pathway to violence. Both ascribe too much intentionality to the actions of these two leaders and miss other important factors. Many Israelis, including former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, contend that Arafat and the Palestinians planned and executed a violent uprising because they wanted to destroy Israel and win a Palestinian state through violent means. Many Palestinians claim that Sharon went to the Temple Mount on the 28th of September with the intention of provoking Palestinians and ending political negotiations. Okay? Such actions are not a priori unthinkable. Just because a movement is at one point committed to a peace process does not mean that at a later point it might not see an advantage to turn into violence for a short or long period. Or, just because the leadership of a state is pursuing a diplomatic route does not mean that its domestic opponents or some other domestic actor might not seek to cause unrest and thereby undermine the political talks. The evidence in each case, however, does not support these deductive possibilities. Okay. Arafat. Okay, here he is. The little man. Oh, someone actually sent me a screenshot of how they did with Obsidian. Wow. Beautiful. Dylan's struggling with the clocks going back because he's not used to European culture. Brilliant. Damn, chat goes so quiet when I start reading. What the fuck? I wonder what it's like. You all just gathering around with your legs crossed, nodding along. Arafat and the Palestinian leadership wanted an outbreak of violence. The Palestinians did not get what they wanted at Camp David, and they believed violence would pressure Israel into further concessions. Another variant of this explanation is that being seen as the leader of a new intifada would rescue Arafat from being viewed as an obstacle to peace in the wake of the failed Camp David summit in July 2000. In any case, it would be better and more heroic if the Palestinian state were born through violence. This explanation for the Intifada is coupled with a second idea that the violent outbreak would serve as a platform for the unilateral declaration of Palestinian statehood. The Israeli government pushed the idea of a premeditated Palestinian violence in its public relations efforts. Okay. The view that Arafat and the PA orchestrated the outbreak of the Intifada was rejected by the Mitchell Committee, the investigative body set up by the United States and others in late 2000. Okay. 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 In an especially insightful analysis of Palestinian decision making, the academic Yazid Saig suggested Arafat's I probably pronounced that name so badly. Suggested Arafat's approach was the exact opposite. Contrary to the Israeli account, Arafat's behavior since the start of the Intifada has reflected not the existence of a prior strategy based on the use of force, but the absence of any strategy. Because I wonder, the quote from his wife is, "What, I'm going to start an Intifada." The thing with an Intifada, though, is there's not really like a sharp date when it starts, because all an Intifada really is it's an outbreak of violence in different areas, right? Like it strikes, sometimes it's even non-violence. Like it can be strikes, it can be boycotts, it can be protests, and then it can also be violent clashes, suicide bombings, targets against targeted attacks, fights with the military. Like, it can be all these kind of things. So going for when there's like a set date for when it begins is really subjective, right? And assuming so, it can be that violence started and then the PA got involved afterwards. I think we know that happened, right? Didn't because I think the suicide bombings in Israel, Hamas did like 3/4 of them, I think. But I think the rest of them were committed by smaller groups like PFLP, but also Feta as well. I'm pretty sure Feta were involved in suicide bombings as well at that time, weren't they? Which is Arafat's party. Hmm. Islamic Jihad as well. Yeah, it was Hamas and Islamic Jihad that did most of them, but yeah. He said it's Intifada time, and then he intifaded everywhere. True. Let's see. Yes, this is a good quote though. Oh, sorry, this is a quote start here. Whoops. Ah. I'd love to know when that quote from his wife came in, like the game changer. Ami Ayalon, former head of Israel's Shin Bet security service, was clear. Yasser Arafat neither prepared nor triggered the Intifada, okay? Former head. That's probably important, right? Whether is this based on an investigation or is the former thing is important? Is the quote real, first off? I mean, we'll maybe look at if you guys want to contest quotes, we can check later, okay? We can go through the footnotes. It'd be so funny, right? This one I can be more willing to doubt because like being the former head of Shin Bet might not mean anything if you're not actually got access to the intelligence and shit, right? Do you really have to check everything? Quotes that what I would read for to be sure. I know this because Destiny fucked up in his debate with Liger. Who is that guy? This quote, Raham Hassan Azam Abdul, sorry. This quote is very contested. The idea that the war of extermination and momentous massacres will be spoken of like the Mongolian massacres and the Crusades. I'm pretty sure historical context has remedied that quote because apparently it goes the other way. So here, I think he's saying. So one Israeli historian is saying that in 48, in May 21, so when the war is happening, he said he declared a desire for equal citizenship for Jews in Arab Palestine. But I think it was, where was what's the original context of the actual quote? I think it was here. Is it? I haven't read this one. Hang on. There's somewhere in the quote where he's saying that the extermination is like he's fearing the extermination of Arabs, not of Jews. I think this is a big because the thing is that Arab leaders of the time. I've read from I can't remember where I saw this, so maybe pinch of salt. I heard that the problem with these Arab leaders was that their rhetoric was just very different from their actual policy. What does this one say? I personally wish that the Jews do not drive us to this war, as this will be a war of extermination and momentous massacre, which will be spoken of like the Tatar massacre of the Tartar massacre of the Crusader Wars. I believe that the number of volunteers from outside Palestine will be larger than Palestine's Arab population, for I know that volunteers will be arriving to us from as far as India, Afghanistan, and China to win the honor of martyrdom for the sake of Palestine. You might be surprised to learn that hundreds of this is not that's different. That's not what I expected. The fuck? That was wrong. This poor guy. Shit. Held in high esteem by Ben Gurion. Where was the alternative quote that I saw, like the context? Yeah, personally, I hope the Jews do not force us into this war, but yeah. I don't know what this is. Why is this historian saying he used to talk a lot? I know Hitler said something similar, but where was the other part of this I read? Authenticity debate. Doubt over the provenance of the quotation was voiced by Joffe, Romaorski, whatever, and by Morris. Yeah, no, this quote is definitely this quote is not as set in stone as people think. The Hitler speech about the international Jewish plunging into a European war is very real. Like, that's not disputed. This one is, yeah. What's this one? An Egyptian writer maintains. He said that he feared if the Palestinian people were to be forcibly and against all right dispossessed, a tragedy comparable to the Mongol invasions and the Crusades might not be avoidable. The reference to the Crusaders and the Mongols aptly describes the view of the foreign Zionist invaders shared by most Arabs. Here's a difference, though. Again, the Jews never plunged Germany into a European war. The Zionists had already started. Massacres were already happening in historic Palestine before the Arab soldiers entered the area, before the foreign Arab soldiers entered. So this quote does deserve a bit more context than just like they were vowing to genocide the Jews, right? So yeah. Do you think it's more or less likely that he was talking about the Jews? Yeah, no, he was. Actually, but that's assuming that the quote is real, because again, there's like contention over it. Yeah. Like I wouldn't use the like I wouldn't pull out this quote myself. I would say that the rhetoric of the Arab nations was very fucking inflammatory. It was. It was very yikesy. Like it was like Nazi level yikesy. But this I just wouldn't use this quote. Anyway. Because again, he's making a threat based on something that happened, though. If we assume it's real, the Arab nations didn't declare war on Israel until after, like, again, like I think, what was it 750,000 people displaced in 1948? Almost a third of them were displaced before the war was declared, and there were already massacres. Like Deir Yassin happened before the war was declared. So yeah. What would you use instead if you had to make a similar argument? I'd have to dig through, honestly, because what I usually read, I think it was in, whose book was it? It might not have even been a book. I think it was actually from Morris. Arabs told many to leave their towns. No, they didn't. Arab leaders told only 6 villages were evacuated because of what Arab leaders said. That's not true. That's, yeah, that one is pretty well established. That's from Benny Morris, actually, the 6 villages thing. And I think maybe like at most a dozen more in the south were cleared when Egyptian militants, when the Egyptian forces arrived at them and they told them to go. But that accounts for like hundreds of villages. That accounts for like less than 20 in total. People fled out of fear. Yeah, and the fear thing, I count fleeing from fear as being displaced, because if you know that a massacre and a forced removal has happened in the village next to you, you flee, you've been forced out. Okay? Yeah, that's what I would consider that you've been forced out. 6 is not 0. Okay, Z. Out of how many villages? Do you even know? Like, why would you say that? Doesn't Benny Morris attribute it to evacuation panic? Yeah, he doesn't. So he doesn't call it an ethnic cleansing. He doesn't call it an ethnic cleansing because, but again, I'd need to show you there. There's an article somewhere. I need to go and find it again and hope I remember it properly. Wasn't there still fighting? Yeah, again, I don't know how many times I need to tell people. I know you've asked me this before personally, David. Just because there's fighting doesn't give you an excuse to commit war crimes, okay? Fuck. Anyway, 48's for another day. Why the fuck are we on it? God. Oh yeah, because I thought Destiny had maybe like used this quote a bit too rashly. Usually when you find a quote that is painting someone as comically evil, you want to double check it basically because okay. Hmm. Okay. Menachem Klein, an Israeli academic, agreed. There is no evidence whatsoever that there was any such pre planned decision by the Palestinian Authority. Okay, we got another one. Hmm. Whoops. Ugh. Um, Against. I'll maybe find a group of quotes for at another time. But I guess this guy's definitely convinced that he's against it. So much of the evidence often cited for a PA uprising was misconstrued, as I explain in discussing Palestinian and Israeli military preparations in section 3 below. The PA twice tried to avoid provocations in September 2000, something that is inconsistent with the search for a pretext for violence. Okay. First, it let pass the perfect opportunity for launching an intifada, the 13th September date when Palestinian leaders considered but decided against unilaterally declaring Palestinian statehood. Okay. Wait, hang on. When did the Camp David Accords end? Just so I've got context. No. Summit. It's the summit. 11th, 25th of July. Okay. Um, in September. 13th. Uh, despite repeatedly threatening to declare independence, the PA consistently backed off from such threats and let sacred dates slide. Why is 13th of September a sacred date? What happened on the 13th of September? Oh, signing of the first Oslo Accord. Is that really it? Or is it Black September? That's like a, I don't think that had a particular start date, did it? Okay, interesting. Despite repeatedly threatening, this also reflects a quiet year until the Intifada. In the first 9 months of 2000, one Israeli died from Palestinian terrorism. Okay. Okay. The PA's unwillingness to pursue a unilateral route to statehood suggests that it was aware that a unilateral declaration was more likely than not to backfire. It would have given Israel license to act unilaterally as well. Barak and Bibi before him had stated that he would annex certain coveted areas in response to a unilateral declaration of Palestinian independence. Given the imbalance of power between two sides, Israel would very likely emerge in a better position than the Palestinians in a battle of unilateral steps. In short, the pathway to Palestinian statehood associated with violence was unlikely to bring the Palestinians anything close to a state defined by the June 4th, 1967 lines. In the second instance, Palestinians repeatedly asked Israel and the United States to block Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount and Noble Sanctuary. Okay, here we have a contention. Because Benny Morris said that the Temple Mount visit was used as an excuse. So if they were asking Israel to block the visit, one of those has to be wrong, I would say. Wait, how come this thing fucking... Why can't I recollapse this? What the fuck? What? Why won't it recollapse, motherfucker? Oh no. What's wrong with it? Do I just have to add another one? Let's keep going. Bro, why? Why is it doing that? Why am I getting trolled by this fucking... Why? Is it because I added stuff? Is it because I need to add one here as well? I guess it needs to... I'm trying to collapse this section. Why won't it do it? Let me see what that DM said earlier. I'm going so slow. I'm so distracted. Fuck, I'm so sorry. Hang on. Fuck it, I'll go back to it. Space before the hashtag? Really? There's already a space. Because I have to do this again? There's no way. Benny Morris? I don't get it. Don't get it. They have to be an equal level heading. So I have to do the same number of hashtags for each one. 7? I thought I did that. But that's not collapsing it either. Who cares? It's fucking with me. I don't know what to say. I did the space. But I guess it's because it's not really considering all of these together. Do I have to do that? Is that why? There is a space after the hashtags. Look. I am reading chat. What are you talking about? Space after. Oh my god. It's so horrible. Okay, whatever. Maximum 6 hashtags, really? That didn't do anything. Let's just get rid of it and start again. Oh, I saw the thing. I saw it. Oh, there it is. Okay, and then I just make a new one here. Oh shit. Okay, got you. Got him. Beautiful. Okay. Why you sound so gay today? What are you talking about? What? Thanks for the $20, Jordan. Endure. I am enduring. Oh God. Is there a goal of today's research? I'm just gathering stuff as I go along. And I didn't really remember that much of my fucking Camp David talking. Like, I didn't remember that much about my Camp David when I was talking to Destiny in that last stream, so.
Loner box. You smarmy
Cuck
bastard.
bastard.
Endure.
Okay. Oh God, okay. So we have a contradiction. That's what I was, that's what I took this long to figure out, is that Barak is saying that the Temple Mount visit was their excuse to do the Intifada. And here, apparently, Palestinians actually asked Israel and the United States to block the visit. So, do you have a receding hairline? I'm like 32, so probably not. I have a fairly small forehead. Okay. Does one statement really contradict the other? If you're looking for an excuse to start an uprising and they're about to give you that excuse and you tell them not to do it, you try to get it stopped. Yeah, I feel like there's a contradiction there. Yeah, actually, I do. Someone's bullshitting, okay? Is it the Arabs or the Jews? Who's lying, chat? This again suggests they did not want a pretext for a violent outbreak. Both, yeah. Saeb Erekat, a Palestinian negotiator, said he warned Shlomo Ben Ami, then Israel's acting foreign minister, in the presence of Dennis Ross, the top US negotiator. Gets a lot of names. Unless Arafat and this guy didn't get along. Go look at the sources. I'll look at the sources. The first one's easy because it's just a Barack interview. It's just Barack talking to Benny Morris. Okay. Did you see the post about you in the DGG sub? Apparently someone's criticizing me in the subreddit. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I'll look at it. I don't need to look at every post critiquing me. I'll be here all fucking day. Hmm. Okay. Ross has since stated that Erekat told him of Sharon's impending visit, which led Ross to speak to Ben Ami. Ross says Ben Ami told him that Israeli law prevented the Israeli government from blocking Sharon's visit. Arafat said he warned Barak. Wait, this is just like word of mouth though. Arafat said he warned Barak that Sharon's impending visit might cause unrest, but Barak later denied that Arafat had ever warned him. According to Jesus Christ, man, who's lying? Okay, so these are two statements from Palestinians. So again, they could both be lying. Whoa. Warned Barak about the visit, but Barak denies this. According to the Mitchell report, Palestinian and US officials urged the then Prime Minister Ehud Barak to prohibit the visit, okay? So the Mitchell report's coming out strong again. This is a quote from it. PLC speaker Ahmed Query opposed the visit. The timing is not suitable. It will provoke problems. Let's just look at one of these. Number 15. This is from Jerusalem Post. Eek. The article is not there. Wonderful. Let me try another. Nope. I guess you can't go that far back on Jerusalem Post. Okay. We'll just say it's a quote that we have that we can't guarantee 100%. Okay. Faisal Husseini, the late Palestinian representative in East Jerusalem, phoned an Israeli negotiator, Yisrael Hassan, and warned against the visit, fearing it would ignite the territories. The warning was relayed to the most senior echelons. Wonder if this one has anything for us.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Thanks for the $4.99, Ninja Blade Drake. So, Lonerbox, I wanted to know if you'd be down for a convo about peace being achieved. What's the solution? And I do want your take on mine as well. Yeah, if you get in the Discord, you can sit in the waiting room and we can see what's what. This is from a book. Oh, Haaretz. Okay. Nope. How about the book? Is the book here? 286 to 287. That is not my language. Come on. Give me the page. It never gives you the page. One day, Google Books will have the page I'm looking for. It does not. Okay. Okay. Do you usually stream on Twitch? I feel like I haven't seen you on here before. I haven't been on Twitch for a long time. Might go back on it soon though. Okay. Leaders of the Islamic movement adamantly oppose the idea of Sharon visiting the holy site and have asked Barak to stop Sharon from carrying out his provocative plan. Ben Ami claimed Jibril Rajoub, a top Palestinian security official on the West Bank, approved the visit to the Temple Mount as long as Sharon did not enter the two mosques. Rajoub denied this version. Rajoub's position is backed up by comments he made to the Jerusalem Post on the eve of Sharon's visit. The visit is a provocation which will trigger bloodshed and confrontation. Sharon is putting oil on fire. He added, if Sharon tries to enter the Haram al-Sharif, the Muslims will stop him. Okay, there's this one. This one might be big. Bro, is that another Jerusalem Post article from fucking the year 2000? Oh, God. That's 18. Haaretz. So there's not even a Jerusalem Post article in this reference. We don't have Shattered Dreams. We can't do that one. Hmm. I don't know. Oh, doesn't look like it. Okay. Haaretz is paywalled. I don't have problems with that. Don't worry. Okay. Fuck. So I have a bunch of quotes here that might all be fake. Okay. Or they might just not tell us everything. Who knows? Just join the Discord. Happy to be there. Cool. All right. Who is this one though? Warned against the visit on the eve. Visit is a provocation which will trigger bloodshed and confrontation. Sharon is putting oil on fire. Okay. He added, if Sharon tries to enter Haram al-Sharif, the Muslims will stop him. Muslims with an O. Nice. Love those ones. Okay. In short, many among the Palestinian leadership sought the assistance of their Israeli counterparts to prevent Sharon's visit. They were turned down. Even after the violence broke out, Israel and PA continued to negotiate, suggesting that neither side had abandoned the diplomatic route. During December 2000 and January 2001, the two parties engaged in high-level comprehensive talks to try and resolve remaining differences. They dealt with substantive issues and considered further concessions. This cast doubt on the claim that the Palestinians had abandoned talks for a violent path. Sections 2 throughout 4 outline an alternative and more compelling explanation. Okay? I know about this because it was Taba, right? Yeah. The violence broke out. They dealt with the problem with the Taba Accords, the Taba Summit might be that Arafat, he took 18 months before he decided to accept them. But by then, Sharon had already been elected and it was over because he had no interest in it. I don't know. Okay, more compelling explanation. Let's go. Let's hear it. On September 28th, Ariel Sharon, along with over 1,000 Israeli police officers, entered the Temple Mount and Noble Sanctuary. Some have blamed Sharon for ensuing the violence. Sharon likely had two interrelated motives for visiting the Temple Mount. First, by demonstrating his commitment to Israeli access to the site, he may have sought to gain an edge in his internal political party battle with Netanyahu, the then recently redeemed former Israeli prime minister. Netanyahu was cleared in a political scandal on September 27th. Although Netanyahu had been soundly defeated by Barak in 1999, he had experienced an amazing revival in his public standing by the summer of 2000. Polls indicated he could now beat Barak in a new election for prime minister. However, Netanyahu would also have had to move Sharon aside to retake control of the Likud opposition. Sharon's visit then could have been an effort to block Netanyahu's political comeback. Okay, Sharon's visit. Potentially done in a bid to block comeback to Likud. That's one reason. Okay. Given the Israeli-Palestinian talks going on at the time and the imminence of high-level talks on the matter, Sharon also may have hoped to scuttle Barak's post-Camp David attempts to find a compromise on the future of Jerusalem. It's all potentialities here. Potentially an effort. David negotiations. Likud spokesman Ofer Akunis called Sharon's visit a political statement to show that under the Likud, the Temple Mount would remain under Israeli sovereignty. Oh, yeah. Well, he did say that. He said Jerusalem is ours and always will be, yeah. Sharon could either assert the right of Israelis to visit the Temple Mount or, if turned away, demonstrate that Barak had already effectively handed over the Temple Mount to the Palestinians. Either way, his image among right-wing Israelis would be strengthened. While critical of the visit, the Mitchell Committee rejected the idea that it alone caused the Intifada. The Sharon visit did not cause the Al-Aqsa Intifada, but it was poorly timed and the provocative effect should have been foreseen. Indeed, it was foreseen by those who urged that the visit be prohibited. Okay? Need to read the entire Mitchell Committee off stream. That's what I'll do. What was someone saying there? How did you choose this aggregated timeline? It seems that the sources it references are not found. Aren't you too far removed from the ground truth? Not with this, because it's an academic paper. It's from an academic journal. If I was going from a book, yeah, I'd be a bit more careful. And if it was from a Wikipedia, I'd be more careful. But this seems to be like it's... So I'll look for at least one, just to be sure, but... Occupation. Okay. The continuing Israeli occupation, even after the Oslo agreements, was the underlying cause of the Second Intifada. Palestinians had thought that the Oslo agreement would lead to better lives, greater freedoms, the end of Israeli control at the end of 5 years, 1998. So, the ground news here. Palestinian statehood. Oslo was thought to mean the end of Israeli occupation and the start of Palestinian self-determination. When such changes failed to materialize and in many ways the situation on the ground worsened in the mid and late 90s, many Palestinians started to believe that the diplomatic process was a dead end and renewed confrontation was the only alternative. This dynamic explains much of the popular support for the Second Intifada. Let me have a look at this. Israel pull out of Lebanon, South Lebanon. What was the date for this again? I think it was near the summer and, yeah, May. So, right before Camp David. It's not good going into Camp David, just seeing how the violence of Hezbollah had pushed out an Israeli occupation. That's not good. Anyway. The importance of the Israeli occupation in understanding the outbreak of the Second Intifada plays into a larger debate about the causes of revolts or uprisings. Ted Gurr noticed that civil strife is often the result of a gap between what individuals believe they are entitled to and what they actually get. This relative deprivation leads to a discontent and anger, and that anger is a motivating state for which aggression is an inherently satisfying response. Thus, the deepening of the Israeli occupation during the Oslo years had a volatile impact given the rising Palestinian expectations. Other scholars, in contrast, have downplayed Gurr-like grievances and suggest that the key factors that explain civil strife are those that affect the opportunity to rise up. James Fearon and David Layton explain Our finding provides strong support for the big message that comes through in our country/year analysis, namely that the conditions allowing for successful insurgency is a better guide to its occurrence than are the social, economic, political, and cultural conditions that might motivate a group to organize a rebellion. Conditions allowing for successful insurgency might include geographic factors or the residential concentration of particular groups. The next three sections of this article draw from both theoretical camps. While the emphasis in this section on occupation highlights Palestinian grievances and dashed expectations, the following sections on military preparations and the failure of the Camp David summit are more directed at the resources, organizational capabilities, and policy opportunities for both parties. This case study for the Second Intifada then argues for a synthetic approach in which multiple factors are needed to explain the outburst of violence. Sumit Ganguly's analysis of the Kashmir insurgency offered a related understanding of uprisings. Ganguly, drawing on Samuel Huntington's Political Order in Changing Societies, noted the central relationship between a political system's ability to allow for the expression of political demands and the outbreak of violence. The failure of governments to accommodate rising political demands within an institutional context can culminate in political violence. Whatever the source of heightened political awareness that leads to greater political demands, people will turn to violence if they lack avenues through which to channel those demands. In the rest of this section, I demonstrate how the occupation worsened during the Oslo years and what this meant to Palestinians. As originally conceived in the 1993 Declaration of Principles, or Oslo I, the Oslo process included an interim phase of up to 5 years. By the end of the third year, Israeli and Palestinian negotiators were supposed to begin permanent or final status talks on what were expected to be the most difficult issues: Jerusalem, refugees, settlements, security arrangements, borders, relations and cooperation with other neighbors, and other issues of common interest. Although it was not mentioned explicitly at this time, this is the point at which Palestinians expected statehood. Okay, end of the third year. Okay. Initial Palestinians' expectations were high, as is reflected in Arafat's lofty rhetoric at the start of the process. At the signing ceremony of the Oslo I on the White House lawn on September 13, 1993, Arafat expressed Palestinian hopes. "My people are hoping that this agreement, which we are signing today, marks the beginning of the end of a chapter of pain and suffering which has lasted throughout this century, and that it will usher in an age of peace, coexistence, and equal rights." 2 years later, at the signing of the Oslo II agreement, Arafat continued this message. A significant portion of Palestinian national rights reverts today to the Palestinian people through their control of the cities, villages, and deep and populated areas. He added, "We urge you all to recognize the importance of this historic interim step that demonstrates that Israeli and Palestinian peoples would coexist on the basis of mutual recognition of the rights while enjoying equality of self-determination without occupation or repeated wars and without terrorism." What did the Oslo process change? First, it ended the day-to-day policing of most Palestinians by Israeli soldiers. Second, it gave okay, so this is good things about Oslo. Watch the front line on it. Fuck off. This is not boring. This is banging. This is bouncing. All right. Soldiers, second, gave the PA control over cities, but we'll do that later, okay? Third, the land into areas A, B, and C. So A was full Palestinian administration for civilian security. B was shared with Israeli security and Palestinian civil responsibility, and C was full Israeli control. Okay. By mid-2000, the West Bank was divided into A, 17%, B, 24%, and C, 59%. The land under Palestinian control A and B was often not contiguous, and a map of the West Bank looked more like a Rorschach test. True. A and B not contiguous. Despite these changes, Israel's power over Palestinian life remained dominant. Israeli settlement building, okay. Negatives. Israeli settlement building was not forbidden, and the construction of new settlements plus expansion of old continued. Yep, that's a big problem. From 93 to 2000, the number of Israeli settlers increased by 117% in Gaza and at least 46% in the West Bank, not including East Jerusalem. Damn. 93 to 2000, that's a big jump. I mean, this means Gaza, it means the percentage would have gone up from what, like 4,000 settlers to over 8,000. That's like a small number at least, but not for West Bank though. Settlers in West Bank and 117% in Gaza. Okay. In 2000, 7 years after Oslo I, Israel still fully controlled East Jerusalem, 20% of Gaza land, and about 59% of West Bank land, Area C. In another 24% of the West Bank, Israel still retained security control. Much taxation and revenue still went through Israeli coffers, and Israel decided when to hand over such money to the Palestinian Authority. A customs union meant that Palestinians had to pay Israeli prices for major consumer items and other goods. As more Israelis moved to Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza, Israel also implemented a policy of revoking permission to live in Jerusalem from Palestinians who could not prove the center of their life was in Jerusalem. Wow. What would the justification be for settlements in Gaza? They want the fucking land, bro. I don't know. That? Wait. Life. This is such a weird policy. Never heard of this one. Let's see if the source checks out. 39. What policy are we talking about here, bub? Human Rights Watch. Okay. Oh, BBC News. $19.99. Oh my god. Oh my god. What was that date? September 15th. Israel. I don't even. Fuck. Okay, let's go for the Human Rights Watch link. Might be easier. World Report. No! Fuck this, man. This is so bad. Why? Why won't... Oh, here's a book that references it. Uh-oh. What is that policy, though? Is there a name of the policy? Israel policy. Remove Palestinians East Jerusalem 90s. Link rot, I know. Palestinian displacement. What does the wiki say about it in the 90s? Background. Timeline. I don't... This is all, oh wait. 48, 70s. International. This doesn't even mention it at all. The fuck? Oh well. We're just gonna hope this article is accurate as fuck, guys. We're just gonna have to hope. Where did I put it? Oh, yeah. Here. Okay. Fuck. Israeli land expropriation of Arab land and Israeli demolition of Palestinian houses, aspects of the Israeli occupation since 1967, continued under Oslo. Approximately 670 Palestinian homes in the West Bank, including Jerusalem, were destroyed from September 93 to 98. Okay? Why don't you use Wayback Machine? I maybe do it like post hoc. Homes in West Bank and in the first 2 years after the signing of the Declaration of Principles, Israel confiscated 41,000 acres of West Bank land. In 1999, Israel took another 10,000 acres of land in the West Bank. Okay? First 2 years, 10. 1999 alone. Let's see if that checks out. I'd kill me. Oh god, there's so much here. No, it's not this one. Law Society. Let's go. 403. Law Society. 403. Page 68 to 81. Bro, this is disgusting. Ooh! Oh my god, it's real. Purchase. I don't have my VPN on. Go stream chat. There's a reference to the quiet deportation policy. Oh my god. But sell him. Oh. Presumption that they're immigrants. They need to have permanent residency, otherwise they can't. Okay. Okay. Thousands, hundreds of thousands to lose their rights. Okay. There's a PDF with more details in the site. Oh, and this one. Full report. Okay. Well, I can hotlink it and then look at it afterwards. There's this policy here. Okay. Cool. The loss of land decreased the contiguity of Palestinian towns and villages, inhibited natural Palestinian growth patterns, and undermined Palestinian agricultural efforts in some areas. Oh yeah. Hurt Palestinian agricultural efforts. One of Israel's most powerful tools was full control of borders, including international borders with Jordan and Egypt, borders with Israel itself, including occupied East Jerusalem, linkage between Gaza and the West Bank, and internal borders between Palestinian cities and towns. Israel frequently closed any and all of these borders, thereby disrupting travel, trade, taxation, postal services, banking, medical, and educational activities. A safe passage route was supposed to be agreed upon to allow easy Palestinian travel and movements of goods between Gaza and the West Bank, but the talks dragged on for years. A southern Gaza to West Bank route opened in late 1999. Hmm. Suits often close. For close to a decade, Palestinians have needed to secure travel permits, for instance, to travel from Gaza to the West Bank or to enter East Jerusalem, particularly as Israel continued turning over control of villages and cities, but often not the land connecting them to other Palestinian locales. To the PA, Israel could cut off individual villages and cities. The Palestinian economy and nascent efforts to develop trade and foreign investment were particularly vulnerable to the multi level Israeli border control. Okay. Settlement building and land transfers to the PA also led to the proliferation of bypass roads in the West Bank. Bypass roads were built for Israeli drivers who were often heading to and from Israeli settlements and skirted Palestinian cities and villages. While designed to reduce contact between Israelis and Palestinians and thereby prevent attacks against Israeli cars, the roads also further cut the West Bank into pieces. This further limited the possibility of finding a political resolution in which the Palestinians ended up with a state composed of contiguous territory. In some places, Israel destroyed Palestinian buildings or orchards to clear a wide swath of land for a bypass road and a security strip alongside the road. What was happening pre Oslo then for travel in the West Bank? Um, it says. Well, because I guess they didn't have to do it before because there was Israeli security everywhere, right? If there's Israeli security all over areas A, B, and C, you can just drive wherever, can't you? But if you split it into A, B, and C, then you have to segregate. Hmm. Israel justified most measures on security grounds and lamented the hostile rhetoric of the PA and its leaders. Israeli leaders decried the militant opposition to the Oslo process, complained of faulty implementation on the part of the PA, and regularly called for more arrests and more general effort on the part of the Palestinian security forces to rein in Palestinian terrorists. Israel's position, however, also became a self fulfilling prophecy. The psychological impact of prolonged repression and subjugation, as well as the denial of political rights and nonviolent means of political action, set the stage for more violence. Stringent security measures, frequent closures that brought daily life to a standstill, expropriation of land, and other anti democratic tendencies created and strengthened deep seated animosity towards Israel and Israelis that then, in part, fueled militant movements and skepticism of the diplomatic route. Furthermore, some measures went beyond security and lasted longer than Israel's security needs required. This suggests other factors that influenced Israeli decision making, such as a belief in the efficacy of collective punishment and the desire to gain irrevocable control of key areas of land and settlement. I wonder why it was so hard. I really can't get my head around why, if you have the Oslo Accords and as a path forwards to peace and coexistence, it's so strange to me that you would keep expanding settlements, that you wouldn't try to stop it. It's really odd. Hmm. Continued Israeli control of Palestinian life led to resentment that boiled just below the surface for years. Palestinians saw the peace process as a failure, a sham. Critics of the Oslo process regularly pointed to this repression and discontent as proof that the Palestinians were being shortchanged by the Oslo process. Even after the Israeli redeployments from 94 onward, Israeli forces were just over the horizon and operated behind the scenes. Okay? Palestinian bureaucrats often did little more than convey paperwork and requests from Palestinians to Israeli authorities. The Israelis would make the decisions. Okay? This perception that the peace process had not met Palestinian expectations set the stage for the Second Intifada. According to Mohammed Dahlan, a leading Palestinian security official, the Intifada did not occur because of planning or ill intentions, but due to Palestinian desperation after 7 years without arriving at a final agreement. The Intifada happened because of loss of hope in the peace process. Robert Fisk, a British journalist who has long covered the region, argued that sheer despair at the perceived injustice of the Oslo Agreement simply overwhelmed the cliches about the peace process and the need to put Oslo back on track. Amira Haas, an Israeli journalist, claimed that the Intifada broke out because the Palestinian public was tired of this situation of occupation that adopts other names. In short, the ground was fertile for a renewed clash. Palestinians still felt the heavy hand of Israel in the suppression of Palestinian national rights. Some Israeli officials were aware that the situation was explosive. Major General Yaakov, or coordinator of Israeli government activities in the territories, warned Barak several times that without real progress in the talks with the Palestinians, an explosion in the territories could be expected. On 26th of September, 2 days before Sharon's visit, a senior military intelligence and assessment officers attached to all of Israel's various security agencies arrived at the conclusion that the head of the Palestinian Preventative Security Agency, Jibril Rajoub, was not issuing empty threats. The officers concluded that Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount would ignite the flames of violence, and Arafat would then exploit the opportunity. Okay. Are we gonna get? There's no way. We're not gonna get it. I'm not even gonna try. Fuck it. Perhaps the most important but least understood part of the story of the outbreak of the Intifada is the way in which military preparations starting in the 90s fueled the drive towards violence. The Israeli Palestinian interactions created a classic spiral of insecurity in which both sides saw the other as aggressive and themselves and their own moves as only reactive. Furthermore, each side assumed that its adversary was motivated by external factors when domestic ones often played as important a role. Wait, I've got this debate in like 5 minutes. Oh no. Okay. We'll go to military preparations next. Uh, all right. How many narratives are here? 4. What do you mean? I don't know. We really did hold on to 800 plus viewers in that whole thing. You guys are cool. Well done, guys. Well done, chat. Okay, I go bathroom and then we start. Then we fight. We fight. Okay. Stay safe, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Hey guys. I'm
Are extremely
Thanks.
loud though.
You might,
Twist.
yeah, Twisted, you might be a little bit loud, yeah.
You're very loud.
All right.
Extremely loud.
Let me. Any better?
Speak a little more.
Is this any better? Hello, hello.
Still too loud.
I hear you fine, honestly.
It is a bit loud, but we can always like right click and pull people down, I guess, in volume.
How about that?
Speak a little more. I'm sorry.
I'm speaking a
talking.
little bit more. Blah blah blah.
I think-
Hello, hello.
I think that's
Okay.
better.
That's good.
I think it's
Good,
better.
good
for
deal.
sure. Yeah. Hi, Loner.
Hey.
Hey,
So Dylan should be here shortly. He just said he'll be 3 minutes. So
Okay.
typical.
mm,
Previous panel runner being late for a panel. You know?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Unbelievable. You know, it's a level of disrespect that I deal with on a daily basis.
It's because you're a woman, right?
Yes, it's clearly because I'm a woman. Yeah. I don't know if it's because
Yeah.
I'm a woman. I think it's just. I think he's just like. I think that's all it is.
Dylan just like straight up disrespecting you for the gender points.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I should claim it though. I should claim that it's because I'm a woman.
I think we can start the Dylan hates women arc.
Yeah. How could he?
I think we can put those wheels in place, those wheels in motion.
Well, I mean, he already has
Mm.
what's it called? The movers and shakers, right? You guys
Mhm.
remember that? The movers and shakers. So maybe it's like
Marksman, thanks for the
maybe
tier 1
like
sub.
the
Really appreciate
movers and
that.
shakers are like controlling him, you know, and that's why he's late. So
What's movers and shakers?
Well, they were
What's that
DDoSing him at
about?
one point. You know, the movers and shakers.
movers and shakers is basically this. There's this panelist who used to come on to Dylan's shows, and he had this like conspiracy that Dylan and some others were like movers and shakers of like Twitch politics, and that they were like determining behind the scenes what's happening and what's going on, and yeah, what the biggest drama is. So
Are
yeah,
we live?
we are live on my end,
Yeah.
but you,
Oh.
but you, yeah, no, it's okay. Feel free
I
to
just I just woke up, just you know. I just don't know.
appreciate you coming.
Mm.
That's a dope ass shirt, by the way, Crowd. Very
Yeah.
afro.
For some reason, I can't
Yeah,
turn my
yeah.
camera on, so I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it might be because you have the camera on in OBS?
No, I specifically turned that on.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Actually,
Oh
it's
shit. Okay.
it's not viewing, but it's still activated. Just a
Yeah, you
second.
got to deactivate it. Yeah.
Oh.
You can't
Hmm.
just turn the eyeball off.
Still fighting my GoPro.
Well,
I think it might be my HDMI capture card, not my GoPro itself.
Stardust, you're not live on YouTube. How are you typing in my YouTube chat if I'm not live on YouTube? What is going on?
It says
because-
waiting for
the
Stardust.
chat is active even if you're not streaming. Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
Okay, this is strange. All right, let's see. Scheduled but not live. All right, let me turn. I hope this doesn't mess it up. Let's do this.
One more time. Ah, there I am. That's cool.
Hey. I haven't seen you since 2016. How are you doing?
Who? Me?
Mm-hmm.
Pratt
Good,
says
yeah.
he knows you from 2016.
From 2016.
Oh.
Why? How do you know me from 2016?
We talked back in 2016. We were on a live stream back then.
Really? I
You
don't
probably
remember.
don't remember, but that's fine.
Okay. Well,
Okay, yeah.
I'm
Du
doing
sprichst ja
okay.
Deutsch, oder?
Ja, ich spreche Deutsch.
Genau, ja. Wir waren da gemeinsam auf dem Livestream mal.
Oh, okay. Davon weiß ich gar nichts.
Hello, Dylan. I see you're very suited up for the occasion.
Hello. Yeah, very, very suited up. Very suited up. I
Yeah.
woke up like an hour ago.
Hmm. I see. All right. So for some reason, my YouTube is not going live. Just
You can go on YouTube, go live inside YouTube, and then check
Oh,
there in the
do you
panel.
have like the stream key?
Yeah, it
Have you
should be
inserted the stream
connected.
key into?
Yeah. This is the first time this is ever happening. So, you said I should be
Okay.
able to go live through YouTube.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where's Eris?
She's not here
She
yet, I think.
Yeah, she's basically gave me a maybe, and I wasn't sure if she was gonna come, but yeah, and I guess she did. I thought she might because she retweeted me this morning, but then I don't know. So,
Where are the rest of you? I don't know. I don't know Twisted Aviator and Donor Books.
Hi.
not sure
Hello.
how to turn this on, how to turn the stream on from YouTube.
You have to go into the. Where are you? What are you looking at?
I'm in like the live studio, I guess.
Oh, you've streamed from YouTube before, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, yeah. But
What
for
is
some
that at?
reason it's like not.
If you go on Go Live up there,
Yeah,
and
the
then
red
you
button,
you
surely.
choose Manage on the side and go to the stream that you scheduled,
Uh-huh.
and
Oh,
then
let
you
me
should
see.
be able to say to broadcast or something.
All right, give me 1 second here. I'm so sorry for the delay.
Shame on you.
Sure, don't worry.
Yeah. Boo, boo,
Boo!
boo. You're a shitty streamer. Boo.
I know.
Dylan, I think your microphone's off, by the way.
Who's
Like, is he? Oh, no.
Dylan? No, he's deliberately
Oh,
so he
yeah,
can
yeah,
introduce himself to
he's...
his invisible
Okay.
friends.
Okay. That's smart, actually. I've never thought of muting myself when I'm talking to my chat. I think I'm gonna start doing that from now on.
Why is he holding his mic though? Isn't that
Oh,
a bit too
depending on how
effortful?
delicate. Yeah, I mean,
He
depending on
thinks he's
how
Elvis.
sensitive your microphone is, it's better to hold it like closer to your mouth. Like, let me show you.
Wait, is this
Like
what
mine,
Discord
if
does?
I
Why
held
am
it this close, it would sound like that.
Use my good quality
Okay,
mic
now.
as well if you want Stardust.
Sure. I mean, you sound good right now, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I
I
just-
like my headset. It means I can walk around and do things while talking.
Yeah.
I think it might be Restream that's not working, so I'll just stream exclusively to YouTube, I guess.
This is riveting, chat. Look at us go.
Does Discord always mirror your?
You know
your
what I don't
camera?
understand? I don't understand the
change that
100
somehow?
people who leave when I go to the
You
bathroom and then
can
just come
change
right
that in
back
the
when I'm
settings,
back.
yeah.
It's so weird.
Hey, Dylan.
Hello. How you doing, Kraut?
Hey, Dylan.
I'm good. I just woke up.
Okay, so we're on the same boat.
Mm-hmm. I see you also having coffee.
Why are you guys just waking up at fucking midnight?
Oh no, this is a compot. This
They're
is
in
Ukrainian
Europe.
drink. That's true. My sleep schedule's
What's like the
busted because
best
I stream during the nighttime over here because I stream for an American audience even though I'm in Ukraine. Because Americans are the ones who primarily watch my streams, so I've destroyed my sleep schedule permanently.
Wild.
You know, I figured it out, guys. I didn't press the go live button, so you know that would do
Oh,
it.
I see.
Oh,
You know
wow.
that will do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professional
I thought
streamer.
I thought
That
I
makes
did,
sense.
but you know, yeah. So anyways, welcome to Supernova. No relation to somebody asked me this on Twitter, so I have to clarify. This is the name Supernova is not related to the Nova Music Festival whatsoever. Okay. It just the name of the panel was called Supernova before that. So it's not related. So please don't make me change my name. So,
Okay.
welcome to Supernova. This week's topic, we are going to be talking about both the Israel-Palestine conflict as well as the Ukraine-Russia conflict, and kind of like going through it and seeing similarities, seeing how these two things relate, etc. We'll start it off with our first opening question, and I guess before we get into it, just if everybody wants to give a quick intro for who they are, we'll start from top left with Ridvan. So,
I'm top left.
for me, you are. Yeah, sorry.
Authoritarian left. I think you're right.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So I'm Ridvan. I'm a YouTuber, apostate prophet. I do mostly stuff on Islam and being an ex-Muslim, and that's it.
Okay, Dylan.
Hi, my name's Dylan Burns. I'm a professional war tourist. That'll be it.
Awesome. Proud.
Hey, I'm Kraut. I'm a cat. Meow meow. Yeah. I just woke up.
Wow.
I'm very confused.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Loner Box.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I'm a jihadi Zionist, according to my critics.
Okay.
I knew.
Rav.
Hi, I'm Ravignon. I made a documentary series on Quebec. That's like my signature thing. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then last but not least, Twisted Aviator.
He's taking a
Twisted,
shit.
you're muted.
Yeah, his mic's off.
Okay.
Twisted
Oh.
Aviator. I'm a retired Marine Harrier driver and a bit of a student of geopolitics. So this is kind of my thing that I really get into.
All right, awesome. Thank you all for joining us. Eris kind of gave me a maybe, so but I don't think she's able to show up. So, but let's get into the first topic. So, first question: recent events regarding Israel-Palestine and regarding the response to the October 7th massacre have brought the immigration debate back up into public attention in Europe. Even left-leaning politicians are now openly talking about mass deportations and deporting non-citizens who express anti-Semitic views. French politicians are even considering laws that revoke the citizenship of second-generation migrants who support Hamas. Is this okay, or is this a dangerous overreaction? We'll, I guess, just do opening statements. Rav, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay. I guess that to the extent that we can discuss, the fact that anti-Semitism has been displayed, I would say, if you've ever been in a situation where you have to organize a protest, for example, if you've ever been a marshal or someone who is in the position where you're directing a protest, you'll know that controlling the general display of what people say and what people do is something that is incredibly difficult. And, in all protests, there have been like particularly vulgar expressions of what people do and what people say. I remember, for example, when Obama was president, we saw, very racist displays against Black people whenever he won. When Bernie Sanders won the Iowa caucus, there were also very blatant displays of anti-Semitism from among Americans who weren't necessarily, in favor of him winning that kind of thing. Whenever I see, the worst displays of anti-Semitism that I've seen in Europe, for example, in France, I tend to look at it in that kind of regard, as particularly vulgar expressions of people who are doing things to upset Jews in like the worst way possible, in order to get under their skin as much as they can. And yeah, I mean, it's terrible, it's offensive. I think that in Europe we have a historic responsibility of not letting this kind of thing happen, because we already let it get very bad once. But deportation is a little extreme, and it's something that I wouldn't levy against, our own citizens in Europe, right? Like, I wouldn't support deporting supporters of Hamas who were citizens. Removing citizenship is a bit extreme in whatever circumstance you want to argue for it. It's typically something I would not like to see. But I understand that, Hamas is still a terrorist organization. They're a security risk for, the physical safety of a lot of people. So in that sense, I'm not really sure what kind of measure would be appropriate. But I think deportation is a bit extreme. What I would like to see is something that, respects the human rights of the people involved. At the same time that, we countermeasure Hamas effectively and we render them unable to do the kind of atrocities that they have perpetrated in the last 3 weeks
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
A quick comment. Your mic is crackling a little bit, so you might want to like maybe adjust something there.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this better?
We'll have to see, I guess. Next up, let's go to Twisted Aviator. Twisted, you're muted. 1 second.
All right. Problem is with the deportation thing. Do I think that the people who support Hamas should be extremely heavily vetted? Absolutely. Should second generation people be deported just because they have connections? Absolutely not. It does become important in these situations to vet everybody properly and make sure that they are not actively providing support to a terrorist organization. Which, in my opinion, Hamas is a terrorist organization, independent of the Palestine people. But I'm not in favor of deportations. That goes a bit extreme. Blocking fresh immigrants that support Hamas during this time of conflict, I could probably get behind that. But not deporting those that are already in the country legally and citizens. So, yeah.
Okay. Next up, Lunarbox.
I think there are a lot of people who deserve to lose their YouTube channels based on their behavior for the last month. Citizenship, no, I'm a bit more free speech than that. I think when I think of paradox of tolerance, I tend to think it should apply more to actions rather than speech. I think if people are running around drawing stars of David on Jewish houses or like Molotov cocktailing people's doors and shit like that, then you can probably consider quite extreme repercussions. Not just for vocal support, no.
Okay, Kraut.
Might be going on a bit longer here. So Lonabox mentioned the drawing stars of David on people's homes. We don't know yet who did it in Berlin. There's a massive police investigation going on. The people who did that are being hunted down. One thing I think I should inform people of that I think a lot of people don't know yet is the people who did it in France, in Paris, who went from house to house in Jewish communities and marked the homes of Jewish people with stars of David, were actually caught and arrested. And they were not Muslim immigrants. And this gets really fascinating. They were Russian operatives who actually confessed and showed that they had orders from Russian intelligence officers to do that. So probably incited to, given orders basically from Russia to try to incite social instability in Paris. I think that is worth pointing out. So it also points out to, sorry, I'm waking up still, how important it is to carefully investigate everything that is going on. I think that is very necessary. So, deporting someone, revoking someone's citizenship even, these are very extreme methods. I don't think you can revoke the citizenship of someone who doesn't have any other citizenship. I think you can only revoke citizenship of someone, or should only be able to revoke citizenship of a person if they have double citizenship. And if you are going to take an extreme measure as that in a European state, you usually should have really good evidence based to justify such a decision. In other countries, it's different. Switzerland has a very unique immigration system, for example. In Switzerland, they don't have a federal immigration system because it's a confederacy where the states have more powers than the federal government. And what the immigration system, how it works there is basically your neighbors get to decide if you can stay. If you move to a community as a foreigner in Switzerland, you apply for Swiss citizenship, you go for an 8-year period where you have to prove to your neighbors that you're worthy of being Swiss, and your neighbors, your community, can literally call a referendum on if you can stay. There was a famous, funny incident a few years ago where a French actress millionaire moved to a small town outside of Geneva. She's also a vegan, and she annoyed her neighbors so much with her vegan activism that they called a referendum and they voted to have her deported back to France. So, different system in Switzerland. If you behave in a stupid way in Switzerland and your neighbors decide you're no longer worthy of being Switzerland, that's on you. Your neighbors can vote to kick you out, basically. But when it comes to this, there's something that happened yesterday that really radicalized me on this position, which is there was a march. I want to reiterate, not everyone who waves a Palestine flag is a foreigner. Not everyone who waves a Palestine flag is a migrant. Not everyone who waves a Hamas flag is probably a foreigner or a migrant. Most of them are probably, especially a lot of these people are probably rather stupid if you wave a Hamas flag and not just foreign, right? It's more of an indicator that you're stupid than foreign. But something that happened yesterday in the German city of Essen was there was a march of 3,000 people waving Taliban flags organized by an organization called Hizb ut-Tahrir. This is an organization that is illegal in Germany because it is an organization that has raised funds and given funds and supported organizations like the fucking Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS. I mean, if you have I think that if you do something like that, and this is an organization illegal in Germany, banned by the law, and I seriously believe that everyone who attended that rally in particular, it should be questioned if they should be in this country. I have to be very frank about that. Because they were screaming, kill all Jews. They declared a caliphate and proclaimed how they would behead everyone who's gay once they're in power. I've read report that they assaulted women who were not veiled on their march. So people like that, I don't think they should be here. I really don't think that they should be here. But it's a very specific type of person who I think deserves to be deported. And it's really just the open jihadi sympathizer or someone who breaks the hate speech laws of the country, someone who denies the Holocaust, someone who does shit like that. I think and it has to be proven that they do shit like that. And if you can prove that they do shit like that, yes, they should be open for deportation from European countries.
Okay. By the way, Kraut, do you mind dropping the link for the Russian operants you said that were responsible for? Okay. Dylan.
So I'm just going to back up Crowd a little bit on the Russian operative story. There was a separate story being reported in Moldova about a separate incident where Stars of Davids were being painted on homes. And then when the couple was caught, they said that they were paid by somebody in Russia. They were paid by Russian operatives. Now, they could just be saying that to get out of it, as in just like, actually, Putin made me anti-Semitic. It wasn't me. Like, we don't know until there's a full investigation. But it wouldn't be that far out of Russia's like intelligence preview to try to cause discontent within Western societies through any means possible to try to break apart support for the war. We know that the Russians want to do this, but we just don't know. We just don't have all the evidence about these cases yet until an investigation is completed.
If I can into that for Dylan, they did this before. We know, for example, that at least 2 or 3 anti-Zelensky protests in Europe were actually organized by Russian agents. So
they used to do it with Black Lives Matter and anti-Black Lives Matter protests as well. They would organize both sides of a protest just to cause ruckus. It's very strange. But putting all that aside, my first concern when we start talking about, especially talking about deporting second generation immigrants, is creating stateless people. where we deport somebody who has no familiarity with their home, has no idea like where what it's like in Bangladesh or what it's like in Myanmar or wherever they could be from. We end up sending them back there. Their government might not want them, especially if they're a sympathizer with terrorist organizations. And then we've created a stateless person. And that's something that would be a concern to me. But if somebody is doing like what Kraut described, fundraising for terrorist organizations, assaulting women for not being veiled, or involved in any type of activity for that, if not deportation, they should come with prison sentences and punitive punishment in society to discourage that behavior and stop that behavior at the root. I also believe that any type of organization that's fundraising for terror groups, I hope they do some Fed activities. I hope they infiltrate these organizations. I hope they have eyes in these organizations. And I hope some of the second generation immigrants that make our societies much better help us infiltrate these organizations, because I assume somebody from Bangladesh is going to be much better at infiltrating a organization based in Bangladesh or from Bangladesh than if I was to go in there and say, Salam alaikum, my name's Dylan, I want to join terrorism. That's not going to work well. Point is, though, I'm concerned about creating stateless people, and I'm an American, and I know this is full of a lot more Europeans in here, but as an American, and it's different standards for Europe, because America, I think, is known for its ability to assimilate people. I feel very bad about the idea of giving up on that assimilation process, which I've seen a lot of people start to do online, saying you cannot assimilate people from these countries. It's impossible. You can't do it. This is all going to destroy our societies, yada, yada, yada. I don't believe that. Now, I'm an American, so I can say from our frame of reference that we have been able to have a group of Muslims in the United States on average that are more progressive than some of our more Christian denominations, like the evangelicals, who have been here in large part longer than Muslim Americans who have immigrated mostly more recently. So it's not like it's impossible. If somebody tells me it's impossible, I don't think it's impossible, but there still could be a difference between American and European culture that could make it more difficult to go through the assimilation process. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Last but not least, Ridvan.
Well, I think it depends very much
Or
on,
do you
on
prefer
what.
me to call you AP or
Yeah,
sorry?
just say AP. That's easier.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
Depends on what we're talking about, what country we're talking about. I mean, there is one thing to consider, which is that Hamas is recognized as a terrorist organization throughout the Western world, right? Throughout most of the Western world, Hamas is considered a terrorist organization. The same goes for many of these other organizations, which people often, come out in support for with their flags and all of that. For many of these protests that we experienced, we have seen. Just a second. This is interesting. No, I just noticed that there's no audio on my own stream. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, with many of these protests, we have seen that that people go with flags of Hamas, that people go with flags of ISIS, of the Taliban, with black flags that have the Shahada on them, which are like which are representative of certain jihadist organizations or of jihad altogether. Like for example, the black flag with the Shahada on it is known as the jihadist flag, and its implications are usually that that there should be a global caliphate established, that people should be fighting for this caliphate, that people should be pledging allegiance to this caliphate. I think given the situation, given the fact that Hamas is recognized as a terrorist organization, given the fact that many of these organizations that these flags and these slogans are associated with are considered terrorist organizations, or the very countries that these people live in are in one way or another at conflict with those groups, I would say it's not entirely unreasonable to take further steps in order to deport some of them, or if it's possible, I guess, or to have otherwise different repercussions against them. I will leave it at that right now. I'm completely confused because on the one hand I'm trying to figure out my technical issue here, on the other hand I'm trying to think this through.
Yeah. No,
But
no
how
problem.
about I leave it at that and I'll get right back to
Yeah.
you.
You might have to add like audio sources and OBS.
Yeah.
So we'll open up the panel then, I
Black
guess,
men on
to
these
whatever you
videos.
guys want to discuss regarding this
Well,
topic.
one
Sure,
thing I
there's-
want to say, I don't know. I'm not overly familiar with European laws. When I say no deportations, I'm taking that from an American standpoint of you're already a citizen, you don't get deported, right? If you're a citizen. Now, if you're breaking the laws of your host country that you're now a citizen of, whether that's in Europe, the hate speech laws, whatnot, we don't have that here. Then you should do prison time or jail time based on those laws that you're broken. But second generation deportations, no, absolutely not. It's just that
I
goes a
live.
little bit extreme. Now, you definitely want to vet all these people, like I said.
I live in.
Can I
I
just-
live in. If I could
Go.
just give an update on like the hate speech thing, I live in one of the European countries now with one of the strictest hate speech laws. I live in Austria. To give you an idea of how strict they are here, like spreading Nazi propaganda is a 17-year prison sentence. 17 years.
Whoa.
Denying the Holocaust is a 12-year prison sentence here. It's really
Mandatory?
strict. Yes, 12 years if you deny the Holocaust. That's the prison sentence here. So I made a video series when I moved here debunking Holocaust deniers, and I was actually called by an Austrian lawyer who told me you should not do that because even just playing the clips of someone denying the Holocaust and just sort of debunking them might make you legally liable. So it's a really strict thing in some countries. In Germany, I think the prison terms is 6 years for denying the Holocaust. In Poland, in Czechia, it's not only a crime to deny the Holocaust, it's also a crime to deny the Holodomor or the Soviet gulags. In France, it's also a crime to deny the Armenian genocide. So most countries in Europe have these laws. But there is this funny thing which has happened over the last few years, which is
Lonerbox. You
like
smarmy
just theoretically
fuck
speaking,
bastard.
if you go to a protest rally in Germany and you scream
Thanks for the 6.99, Dark
gas the
Canuck.
Jews, death to the Jews, or if you go on social media and you live in Germany and you post Holocaust denial, usually you get arrested. That's just the police will investigate you. If someone reports you, you will get arrested. You will get prosecuted. And there was a funny thing that happened in particular in Germany throughout the last 10 years, 20 years actually, which is if you happen to be a Muslim and you did these things, you were somehow exempt from the laws. There is video footage of Islamist rallies taking place in 2012, in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, where they scream these things and the police just stands by and does nothing. And that annoyed me. Like, I have to be honest with you, I don't like hate speech laws. I don't think we should have them. I disagree with these strict laws that we have. But if you're going to have a law, you should enforce it on everyone, independent of who they are. It doesn't matter what their background is, it doesn't matter how old they are, what ethnicity they are, what beliefs they have, if they have an immigration background or not. The law should be enforced on everyone. And what happened in Europe, what I think a lot of people don't realize, and what is a real big shock to the system, is that this invisible barrier that prevented Islamists from being arrested fell. It's gone. When people organized these rallies 3-4 weeks ago, where they screamed these things that are illegal, they suddenly were arrested. Something broke 3-4 weeks ago where that barrier went gone. And that's the reason why they whine and cry so much on social media about it, because they lost this privilege of being exempt from the law. And that's really, I think it is important to point that out.
Dylan, go ahead. What you were trying to get in as well? Sorry.
Yeah, but I think it's completely past my mind now.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, come
Okay.
back to me.
Okay, all right. Who else wants to weigh in on this?
I think.
Oh wait, I brought it back.
Okay, go ahead.
I got it back before I lose it. I have a fear. When talking about deporting second generation immigrants, I have a fear that a lot of these pieces of legislation, which are meant in order to combat extremism, could end up just reinforcing extremism. One of the worst and this is an issue in the United States as well, even though I think generally we're pretty good on average when it comes to the issue of assimilating immigrants. In the United States, there is an issue, and just like there is in many places, where communities get very isolated, where immigrants tend to settle where other immigrants of a similar culture are. They get very insular, and when they become insular, that being so insular makes big divides with the rest of the community, the rest of the state, the rest of the county, etc. And I have a fear that if we start saying, you know what, if a second generation immigrant says, you know, glory to Hamas, or says some terrible thing like that, they could get deported. While if some person whose family immigrated here in 1772 came out and said Hail Hitler, well, no, he's still an American citizen. He still has all the same rights as every other American citizen. He can still be here, and that's covered by the First Amendment. But it's very different when it comes to this person because their family is from another country. If we're going to be applying the standard to second generation immigrants, then we'd also have to apply it to our domestically bred neo-Nazi problem as well. We'd have to apply it to the other types of extremism as well. And then we're just creating a bunch of stateless extremists, which I don't know if that's the best solution to the problem.
Yeah, I agree with Dylan. There's something that, you could argue that in the case of many European countries, we have this thing where, we have this historic responsibility towards anti-Semitism and a lot of things. We could discuss.
Could you raise your voice a bit? It's kind of hard to hear you.
You're very quiet.
Yeah, you've gotten a little bit quiet. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, in the case of Europe, right, we can discuss that we have a lot of historic responsibilities towards anti-Semitism and, that prejudice in particular. But if we are going to take, acting against any sort of like illiberal sentiment seriously, we would have to go against, neo-Nazis in our own societies and anti-feminists in our own societies. And, the banning of books would include the banning of like Bronze Age mindset. There's like this Anprim thing where people are saying, let's destroy society altogether. They will have to go as well. So, we'd need to draw a line somewhere where we discuss, just how much are we going to allow advocacy of
There are people. There are people
against a liberal
currently.
society.
There are people currently serving long prison terms in both Germany and in Austria for doing neo-Nazi stuff.
Yeah, I also want to point out that I think it's not the same thing. I would say it's not necessarily the same thing. I mean, in the West, it's very much the whole neo-Nazi issue. I would say is largely under control, and it's a very fringe idea, a very fringe movement. Very small groups of people, very small numbers of people tend to become neo-Nazis and hold these very extreme positions. Comparatively, when it comes to those demographics from which people who support Hamas, for example, emerge, or people who say gas to Jews and Allahu Akbar and this and that, and who chant all of these Islamic slogans, this is not just a minority in those demographics. I mean, to be specific, let's be just very honest about it. Among Muslims, this is not a very small number. It's actually a very high number, and you could say that that it's probably a majority that believes in really abhorrent things. And if they choose to be outspoken about them, and if they choose to hold extreme positions and advocate for the removal and the destruction and the mistreatment of Jews, for example, in the name of the religion, that should be taken seriously. And I think it shouldn't be approached the same way we approach Nazis.
I disagree with you. I don't think that it's a majority of people in the Muslim community who believe these things. I think it is a minority in them as well. I don't think that every Moroccan, Tunisian, Algerian, or whatever who comes here to hold hateful views. I think, especially the Syrians who fled the gas bombs of Assad, I don't think that you will find these views represented in a large part of the Syrian community, to be honest. But
I would say we have very good evidence to say that. So this is first off an Islamic belief that is very common and that is also believed in by the majority of Muslims, by the majority of Sunni Muslims. And Sunni Muslims make up around 85 to 90% of the Muslim population. They believe that they will, in the future, before the hour comes, fight and kill all the Jews. It sounds horrible. It sounds really bad, but this is a fact. This is Sunni Islam. It is a report, a prophecy by Muhammad, and they are supposed to believe that this will definitely happen, which is also why you can find that prophecy, for example, in the Hamas charter originally, and even the Palestinian Authority, which is supposed to be the reasonable, the peaceful side. Just a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, they instructed the religious affairs ministry instructed mosques to tell people that the hour will come when they will finally go out and kill the Jews. I know this might sound very surprising, but this actually just happened just a few weeks ago in the Palestinian territories.
Well, we are also talking about immigrants in Europe who left Muslim majority countries to live in liberal democracies. So I don't really know if they're going to carry like every crazy thing of their faith with them. As for the free speech thing, I mean, I don't know about the German enforcement of their laws, but I do know that with these Palestinian protests, like things have gotten really, really extreme in the clampdown. I think the conservative Home Secretary was telling police officers that even waving a Palestinian flag might be a criminal offense. I know that there's been in Berlin, I think the educational authorities were considering a ban on anyone wearing the keffiyeh, even though that doesn't necessarily mean like pro-violence, or the like even just like Palestine stickers. So
yeah, that was done, by the way, because they deliberately went to the Jewish schools in Berlin to wave Palestinian flags in front of them and to harass Jewish students.
I understand
So
that the harassment
the city
is
decided
one thing, is
ban
that,
all the flags.
Do you
Might be
think
an
that's-
overreaction,
yeah,
but
yeah.
that's why they did it.
I would say that's
no.
an
I'm just
overreaction,
telling you,
yeah.
don't leave that context out. Don't leave that context out. That's an important context, especially in relation to Germany and its Jews.
Yeah, I also want to say, Lonerbox, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I actually lived as a second generation immigrant in Germany from a Turkish background, and so I experienced the Turkish community, the Turkish Muslim community, and also other Muslim communities in Germany. And of course, this is completely anecdotal. I cannot give you research on this, but I can say for a fact that when 9/11, for example, happened, all the people that I knew, they either celebrated it or justified it or something else. And most of the people that I knew had extremely severely anti-Semitic views. And we learned that the future will come and this thing will happen. Jews are very much disliked across the Muslim world, especially in the Middle East. And even people who go to Europe, who are very different from immigrants who come to America, these thoughts, that way of thinking is very much preserved, and I think it should not be underestimated. That's the mistake that has been done over decades.
I wanted to point out to you.
I would agree with that, because in my opinion, a lot of the immigrants that are coming into Europe are just those people who have the means to immigrate. So it's not that they want to, quote unquote, live in a liberal democracy, so they're fleeing to do so. They have the money to go. It's not a fact of, oh, I don't believe in all this stuff, so I'm going to go to a democracy. No, I have the money. I'm going to go somewhere else. It's a better life.
Maybe there's polling that goes against this, but I would just imagine that if you were a Muslim who is willing to live in the UK, where you're going to see people who are drunk, where you're going to be around a lot of like sex before marriage and all that shit, I'm imagining then that the financial reasons to move are probably more important to you than living around a place where your values are enforced.
The difference is they want to impose their beliefs on the country that they're immigrating to.
So
It's not a
Muslims who
matter of
immigrate from the Middle
accepting.
East to Europe are coming to change to convert or to like change the fucking ideological landscape of Europe
to an extent.
I would say
strictly, but
okay.
I would say
I don't know
there
if
is
I
some
agree
nuance
with
to it, but I would say that they are not necessarily coming just to do that. Many of them are coming because life is just better in the West, and they hold on to their values and hold on to rooting for their home countries and the values that they have over there, while coming to the West, living a better life, but still. And even you could even say to certain degrees, to an even more extreme way, waving the flag of being a Muslim and of having Islamic values because of some added nostalgia or whatever it is, which they then have after they come to Europe and live in this in this infidel land, I would say. So
There's 2 points I wanted to
definitely-
make. There's 2 points I wanted to make.
Okay,
Rebecca.
I'll let you.
So AP. You lived here for a while. Saran Atis. Have you heard of Saran Atis? She's that woman imam, the pro LGBT one.
Oh yeah, the one who created that mosque, right?
Yeah. The
Yes,
one of the
yes.
few imams who does LGBT weddings. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's under police protection. She's under protective custody right now.
I heard.
Because when the attacks happened, she condemned anti-Semitism, and that's something that has been very underreported, which kind of annoys me, because I think it is an important factor to keep in mind here. Those in the Muslim community who, in the last 4 weeks, especially those in Germany at least, who came forward to condemn anti-Semitism, who say it's not okay to rape, murder, and kill kids, who, all these things, they're all under protective custody right now. They're all under police community protection. And I think it's important to point this out because it shows how a small, extreme minority, a group of people who are willing to go to the extreme of threatening violence, can completely change the narrative, can completely dominate the conversation, can completely change the arc of a conversation. Extremists just happen to have the ability to completely change the narrative. And we have to acknowledge that whenever we discuss anything that involves any extremist, that we have to also acknowledge that there are people who are not extremists, and that the extremists go after those who are not extremists. So otherwise, we allow the extremists to shape the conversation that we have. And that's really important in situations like these. Another thing that I wanted to point out is we are currently in Europe going through a huge immigration wave. People, whenever I bring up that we should probably deport people who support the Taliban, people always go like, oh, you're anti-Muslim migration, you are anti-immigration. I'm not anti-immigration. Like, I really like, for example, a proposal by the Portuguese government that we should have an open borders policy with much of South America, with Brazil, Argentina, Chile. I believe we should have open borders with Mexico because you Americans seem to not appreciate Mexicans that much, and I think we should take advantage of that and get those Mexicans who want to immigrate for work to us. And another thing, which is kind of funny, is we're currently going through a huge immigration wave in Europe right now, throughout the last 10 years. Can you guess from where? From the Philippines. In the last 5-10 years, 10 million Filipinos have emigrated to Europe. Europe is actually becoming, if you look at immigration numbers, a lot more Asian. There's a lot more people from Asian countries who are coming here, Vietnamese, Malaysians, Indonesians, but in particular, a lot of Filipinos. A lot of Filipinos are coming to Europe, and we're going to have a lot of Filipino communities here. And you're also, if you live in a city, you're starting to see it already. And there's something funny that I need to point out here, and I think it points to something, right? You don't see it. I mean that in the sense of you don't see it in the news. You don't see it in the immigration debates. Like, I think most people watching this, to them, or even to you, this is a surprise that we're having a big Filipino immigration wave right now, that 10 million Filipinos emigrated to Europe in the last few years. They're not in the headlines. So what is this? Why are we not hearing this? Is it because Filipinos are better into integrating society and just don't cause issues that are newsworthy? Or is it because the media and those who run the media are just not interested into finding potential issues? Like, there are more things open to discussion here.
I have somewhat of an answer. I also looked into this a while ago, quite a while ago, when I was comparing the reactions to Turkish immigrants to Germany. When I was comparing that to immigrants from Spain and from Italy and other places, for example. You might know from the recent history during the whole guest worker process which Germany had. Germany accepted workers as visitors. Many of them later just became residents from several countries, from Italy, from some Balkan countries, from Turkey and others. And statistics showed that Morocco, I believe, was one of the sources, and many of them also went to the Netherlands, for example. But they compare the statistics, and they find that those who are from these different countries, aside from Turkey and Morocco, are significantly higher in terms of work efficiency, in terms of their accomplishments, in terms of abstaining from crime and this and that, whereas the Turkish immigrants or the others from other Muslim countries tend to be much more involved in criminal activities, much more. They tend to much more create certain communities where they then isolate themselves and treat the local Germans as basically enemies and things like that. And then there is also the example of, I don't know, you have Hindus, you have Indian immigrants everywhere. You never you see that they are often considered very, very big. They achieve great accomplishments. They have the highest education levels across Western countries when they travel there. Whereas Pakistan, which is a neighboring country, tends to score extremely low in comparison and much higher in terms of crimes committed, much lower in terms of integration. There is a big problem that's just people need to
I actually want the
overtalk it.
opposite from what you
I
read.
think,
Sorry. You,
yeah,
please.
sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Ralph. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something important I want to add. I think that Dylan does point to something important when he says that in Europe we don't necessarily have had the best history at integrating immigrants. I can speak mainly about the Algerian community in France, for example. The Algerian community, a lot of the people who have escaped towards France were people who left after the Algerian Revolution. The Algerian Revolution was like tightly identified with Islam. It was very anti-secular. It resisted a lot of the things that French state building was about. A lot of that was or interpretations of secularization or very strong ideas towards civic law and civic society. And that first generation of immigrants who the French despectively called the Pieds Noirs, they were very secular. They were the people who resented the Islamic Revolution, and they went to France and to join the society that they were used to and they favored. A lot of them were Algerians. Not all of them were like the white French who settled Algeria. You had a decent portion of Arabs who went to the north after Algerian independence. And you do see that some of their children have, resisted the secularism of their parents to become, sometimes Islamists, and that's like something interesting. Uh, a lot of the things we convene as for why that happens is that France has not been great at assimilating most of the Algerians. There is stigma against Algerians, there is mistreatment against Algerians, and sometimes Islamism gives a voice, gives a sort of identity to group around to a lot of these people where they can otherwise not voice their oppression in a productive way. Islamism, in a way, has maybe not a great, but a political theory that allows a lot of these people to explain, their oppression in terms that may make sense in the absence of integration. So, I mentioned this in terms of Islam, but I've also seen it in the, I have a friend who is from the Albanian community of southern London, right? And he can describe in very similar terms that the Albanian mafia exists in London precisely because it has created, the London, these kinds of ethnic ghettos, as Ab mentioned. It's, in order to minimize the effect of these radicalizing groups, it would be very important that European societies were able to integrate immigrants in such a way that their own terms were considered. And we have done this with European minorities in the past. I have, for example, with the Basques. The Basques at some point had a very violent resistant movement, but the Spanish were very adept at integrating the Basques. And the moment that they did that, the ETAs, the terrorist organization that was very similar to the IRA, and the IRA itself, for example, slowly faded away as, the societies from which they emerged lost their sympathy for those groups as they became better integrated. So, we can discuss the fact that there are problems in these communities, there are problems in Muslim communities in Europe, and I think that's perfectly valid. But if we are going to address them, probably the best thing we have to do is to discuss what can we offer You know, what can we offer as an alternative to these first, second, third generation immigrants that might not feel at home, you know, in the countries that we've created?
Just to back you up, like there's a book that I read a while ago that was about the way that quite a large amount of European Muslim terrorists are exactly that. They're second generation rather than first. And one of the reasons that second generation Muslims in Europe get radicalized is very much in the same way and through the same processes that white terrorists do as well, because it's not that they identify all that much with the conservative Islam of their parents. Like they don't really identify with the culture of the old country that their parents brought with them. But they also don't identify with the Western society that they're brought up in, you probably because of like bullying and other kind of shit. And then that's why they get turned on to this kind of third way, which is actually like a very modernist, like radical Islam, where people will like go and join ISIS because they'll get radicalized by jihadi rap videos and stuff like that. And then they'll go and join like an ISIS group in the Middle East, and they'll turn up there and they'll be surprised to find out that half the people there don't even know how to pray properly. And like these people don't really give a fuck about Islam, particularly in the traditional sense. And I think that maybe shows you why when you look at what happens in America, where there are quite a lot of Muslims, they don't seem to have the same problem at the same widespread rate that you have it in Europe, which suggests that there's more than just like the faith that their parents bring with them. It's more to do with the way that integration fails in Europe compared to how it does in America. But I'd also be interested to see like data for that, because I remember seeing a survey from the UK that found that like something like 40% of British Muslims hold at least like some level of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Like they'll either think that Jews have too much power in the media or politics, or they'll say that Jews are more likely to use the Holocaust to further their political goals. But I found that that same number, 40-50%, was about the same for the general public as well in the UK. So I wouldn't be surprised to learn that European Muslims have like more anti-Semitic views in general, but I'm very skeptical as to how big
I can
that difference
recommend you a
is.
book if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just
Might not read it, but I'll give it a go. Right?
I just want to quickly say about education and crime levels on Muslims that move to Europe or move to the United States. I really don't like the painting of like crime levels or education levels with a broad brush across the Muslim world. If you look at the Iranian diaspora, for example, people who left after the Iranian Revolution, they a lot of times have a much higher education level. If you look at people, it depends on which Muslim country, what was the conditions of the Muslim country when these waves of immigration happened. For example, in Libya and Syria, the education level of much of the diaspora leaving from the civil war are not going to be the same as the Iranian diaspora due to a whole bunch of different geopolitical, socioeconomic reasons. So I wanted to just put that out there because an immigrant fleeing with a doctorate who's scared because he's part of the intellectual class is very different than somebody with no education level and who's never been to higher education fleeing because the Civil War just happened. He doesn't really feel like he has many other options, right? I feel that there's a big gap between these two things. So I just wanted to put that out there. As for when we're talking about bringing in migrants who have different social values than the rest of us, and then in the second and third generation migrants feeling isolated, I feel like the deportation option is kind of I feel like it's a cop out. It's hard for people to deal with the fact that these groups of people feel socially isolated in society, and deporting them is the simple answer, even though it's the answer that I don't even think Europe might necessarily even have on the table. European societies demographically are aging quite rapidly. They're going to have a high level of older gentlemen and gentlewomen who are going to need to be funded by a working class of people who pay into their social programs. And currently, not enough people in Europe are being born to be able to pay for those social programs. So I don't understand if people see that clear economic outlook, while the first option for some people would just be deport them, instead of how can we make it so third and second generation immigrants feel more at home, feel more welcome in the communities, feel more integrated, and we can combat radicalism at its source. How do we combat radicalism at its source? I feel like the deport option is not only economically disastrous, but I feel it's a cop out.
But,
Yeah, and I think also
don't you think-
Loaner
Yeah.
European
Yeah, I saw
Muslim
it. I've already
anti-Semitism.
bookmarked it.
Why young? Okay, Günther Yekeli is the book.
But don't
Is
you
his
think?
microphone better, by the way?
I want to
Um,
point out one thing, Dylan. Persians or Iranians who came to Europe or who traveled westward after the revolution are very often people who specifically didn't want
for
to
the
live
5
in
Canadian
an
Jones
Islamic country. Didn't want to live in under the Islamic Revolution. Lots of them are atheists, secularists, and so on. There are lots of families, known ones and unknown ones. I've heard of and encountered different ones. Many of them are not even Muslim or are just Muslim by name, or converted to different religions after they arrived. So and there is a very big difference between the Iranian community and the rest of the Muslim world, even in terms of their current religious adherence, for example, where they are vastly Shia Muslims, if they are Muslims, as opposed to the Sunni majority. But the one thing is, so if you think that that deporting is not a good option because it's not economically a good idea or financially a good idea, or that they should, because of their youth, kind of serve as a working population. That sounds a little bit like it has some strangely, ironically, I don't know, a discriminatory undertones.
Well, I'm a racist.
and the bad thing is also de-radicalizing and integrating people sounds very, very nice, but what are you going to do? Are you going to hug them and tell them that their views are wrong? There was a speech that Angela Merkel gave several years ago where she basically said, we had this whole idea of creating a multicultural society and integrate people, and we worked on it, but it is a failed project. It is a complete failure, she said. And she was asking how to fix the situation. So I feel like it's not very pragmatic to rule out these options.
So I would first say,
I wanted to point something out to Dylan. Like, you're right about this. We need Germany needs 40,000 people every year, new people, either born or immigrated, to keep its social services running. That's true. That is absolutely correct. So here's the thing: people are noticing that the option to deport Muslim immigrants is being more openly discussed than ever before, and even left-leaning politicians are not talking about it, especially in terms of those who refuse to integrate or are badly integrated or commit anti-Semitic hate crimes, etc. The reason why this is now being more openly discussed is because of Asian immigration. Because Asian immigration is going up massively. We're getting more and more people, as mentioned before, from the Philippines, from India, from Vietnam. And I guess what is happening in political circles is that people see Vietnamese, Filipino immigrants as a sort of an alternative. Another thing that I wanted to point out, because I think it's really important, I agree with you on one thing here. No way in hell should a European state ever create stateless people. No way in hell should you revoke citizenship of someone who doesn't have another citizenship. I think just on a legal principle, you should only revoke the citizenship of someone who already has another citizenship. Statelessness is one of the most horrific things you can do to a person. And I'd add to that you should also not deport people to places that you can't deport them to. Like, say, for example, a Syrian screams gas juice or something, or denies the Holocaust on Facebook and gets arrested. Okay, he should serve the prison terms, but no way in hell should this person be deported back to Assad, Syria. No way in hell should that person be deported to a country where he's likely to get tortured or gassed or anything like that. That's just not an option. I don't think you can
facilities.
Yeah. I don't know what you do, but you can't deport someone to a place like Syria or Afghanistan. That's just
Yes, I can.
yeah.
I want to give Dylan the last word on this. Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
going to give Dylan
I
the
just
last
want to
word.
answer being
Yeah.
Hitler quick, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It has For me, it's just a bureaucracy thing. You need working class people in order to fund the social services of older people. It's the endless cycle of modern European and like social like service. It's how it works. You have to have people who fund the social programs. You can't just have the elderly people constantly paying into it because they're the ones taking out of it. And whatever migrants come to Europe or come to a state that has to have that societal responsibility fulfilled are going to need migrants if they're not able to upkeep their own population through native birth rates. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're brown or Muslim or anything, and I want the Muslims working in the coal mine for the 90-year-old Nazis on social programs. I don't want that. That's not what I'm asking for, okay? It's just a problem of any nation state with social services that they're going to have working class people paying into it. As for the comment about the Iranians, I would say that also shows that people can be Muslim and they can be secular. That is 100% possible. And I just was, because we were talking a lot in broad terms, and I don't like broad terms because I see the broad terms on Fox News, I see the broad terms on TV when we're talking about migrant groups, like Palestinians are anti-Semitic. This group is this group is that. And then I'm imagining like the psychopath sitting at their home, twitching, being like, oh, so the Palestinians, I know a Palestinian down the street. I bet they're anti-Semitic. I bet they're this. And I just generally want to make sure that people know that we're not trying to paint with a broad brush here. We're saying that certain countries have more of a religious extremism problem than other countries, and there are certain Muslims that have a more problem with extremism than other Muslims, as is also problems with other religions, even though, of course, Islamic extremism is different than the type of extremism you see in Christian communities. I wanted to make sure we weren't painting with that broad brush.
Hold on, I think that's kind of I can't just deny the truth just because there is a possibility of somebody taking it out of context and then doing something dangerous with it. I know for a fact from the research, from the statistics, that the majority of Muslims around the world say that Sharia, Islamic law, should rule society, and the majority of those believe in executing adulterers, banning homosexuality. Half of them believe in killing those who leave Islam, punishing blasphemy, and all of that. And these are facts. You can't just hide that or deny it or not talk about it because there is a danger of somebody doing something.
I didn't say don't talk about statistics. I said don't say all Muslims hate the Jews. Don't say all Muslims do this. We can't say Muslim immigrants believe this, Muslim immigrants believe that, because if that's true, then that would be true of all Muslim immigrants. We can say this immigrant community has higher rates of this, or this immigrant community has higher rates of this. Let's examine the social economic conditions that created that. Let's examine the ideological conditions that created that. But I don't want to paint with that broad brush, because I do feel like that is what leads to that like McDonald's Palestinian boy stabbing that happened between that landlord who did that horrific hate crime, is when you get the image in your head that this whole group is guilty. They're all guilty of the crime of anti-Semitism. They're all guilty of the crime of this. Then all that's going to do is end up isolating these communities more and pushing those communities through isolation to be more vulnerable to be recruited by the religious extremists that we're supposedly fighting against.
Yeah, so I want to move
I
on
also
to the next.
I do also just want to say that when we talk about Sharia law, interpretations of Sharia law, when people answer that question, is still a big question mark when we talk about that polling data. And we're talking about groups of people that go to Europe, not all Muslims everywhere, because somebody who has the conditions that make them either go to Europe or makes the decision to go to Europe is going to be different than somebody who decides to live and die in Indonesia their whole life.
I'm also pretty sure. I'm also pretty sure that
so
stat.
I do.
Okay, Stardust said she wanted to like continue
I
to
do
continue questions.
I do want to move on to the next topic. I'll let Lonerbox get in a quick word, and then we'll move to the next topic. Okay.
It's also just acknowledging that regionally these are going to be huge differences. So if you look at like the people who believe that you should kill apostates, right? That number I think is pretty high in like Egypt, Jordan, Afghanistan, Pakistan. It's probably quite high in the Palestinian territories as well. It's quite low in other like high like Muslim majority countries like Albania, Kosovo, Kazakhstan. So yeah, there's a bit more to it than just like when you say the Muslim world, you're talking about specific areas,
Yeah. If I can. Okay, so we have a super chat from Short Fat Otaku, Dev. He wants to say, great panels recently started. I watch almost everybody here, and you guys are great. Question, why does Kraut have cat ears? Would you like to answer that question, Kraut?
I've had a gift by someone.
Okay.
Who's probably watching.
Yes. All right. Next topic. What do anti-Semitic outbursts on social media say about the state of discourse on social media, and how does one deal with it? What are possible solutions? I think us going through opening statements might take too long, but if we keep it to 30 seconds each, then I think we can do it. So can you guys do 30 seconds each for your
Yeah.
opening statement?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I
Great.
can.
Okay. All right. Let's start with Ravignon again.
I would say that social media often has the most unaccountable people when it comes to expressing opinions. So, oftentimes the things that we see are the worst examples of things that would be said. It is very concerning that people express those kinds of beliefs, but I am pretty sure that most of the people who do would not say the same in public or wouldn't act on most of the things that they say.
Okay. Next up is Twisted Aviator. You're
Social
muted.
media is it's the meme land, right? Everybody takes the most extreme stance they can. That pretty much is, not everybody, but you see the most extreme stances on social media because people don't have accountability online, generally speaking.
Okay. Next, Lonerbox.
I think leftists get so stuck into the oppressor oppressed lens of analysis that they just replace their eyeballs with that lens of analysis, and then they can't call out bigotry from marginalized communities ever, and it's really embarrassing.
Okay. Kraut.
I think this is something that was like simmering beneath the surface for like ages. Well, not really simmering beneath the surface. There are many people who have, especially academics, who have for years now warned that there's a rise in anti-Semitism, not just on the left, but also on the right. We also saw that many neo-Nazis, like cockroaches, came out from beneath the rocks during recent weeks. It's just there. There was a refusal to acknowledge it and to confront it. I think a lot of people deliberately looked away. I remember during the previous British election, Corbyn endorsed and praised a book called Imperialism by Robson. I don't know if you read the book. One of its core theses is that the First World War was caused by a Jewish conspiracy and that Jews live off murdering goyim, getting non-Jews to kill each other. It's pretty gross shit. I also have to add that I believe that authoritarian movements are inherently self-destructive. In terms of those at least who have extremist positions, that they drive each other. They have a tendency to amplify the extremes and that everyone tries to be more extreme than the other. And that is a very self-destructive process. And what we're seeing right now, especially on college campuses, is actually that self-destruction. These people will be unemployable for the rest of their lives. People will remember what they did. We're just watching them self-destruct right now, I think.
Dylan.
I think a lot of it is that this was simmering under the surface, but nobody was willing to go to like the local pub and just start spamming random like anti-Semitic slogans. But they are perfectly willing to do it when there's not anyone looking at them and there's a screen that they can use to, separate themselves from directly saying this to other people. I also think that social media just generally has a massive problem with promoting and rewarding the most hateful and incendiary rhetoric possible. It's the same reason why we're all seeing in our For You pages on Twitter, like people saying, World War III, World War III, World War III is around the corner. The whole world's going to blow up. We're all going to die. You know who controls the world? BlackRock. BlackRock and Zelensky, the Jew, controls everything. It's because that type of rhetoric is going to catch people's attention. When people are mad, they're more likely to comment, which then boosts it in the algorithm. This isn't just a Twitter problem. This is a Facebook problem. This is an Instagram problem. This is a social media problem, and it's a human problem. The reason why social media works so well is because it seeps into the worst cracks of your mind. It takes advantage of the worst attributes of human behavior.
Okay, last but not least, AP.
Yeah, I also have to say that that it's I don't think that there is a sudden rise in anti-Semitism. It's just all the anti-Semitism that was always there is coming to the surface, and people from all circles, from all sides, are currently encouraging each other to simply openly say all the terrible things all the terrible positions that they held before. And unfortunately, it's also not people anonymously saying something that they wouldn't say outside. Lots of people publicly, with their actual names, go and encourage each other to say some really horrible shit at the moment. And it's just a reality that shouldn't have been ignored for such a long time.
Can I just
Okay.
add? Can I just add? I think it is fair to say, and I think all of us can agree on this. I think that a few months from now, a lot of people will regret a lot what they posted.
Probably.
Yeah, for sure.
I would like to
I'm
believe
pretty
that,
sure.
but I also don't know if I even honestly believe that a lot of people are going to be punished by it. It seems like such a widespread issue, the anti-Semitism, that I think that it's people are just going to like fade into the sea of it, you know?
Oh no
Like some people might.
no
but-
no! I know a federal German police officer who told me already that people, like he told me that especially immigrants who've posted TikToks celebrating this stuff,
Mhm.
having their identities already checked and being reported internally to immigration services already.
Nice.
Is that
it's
in the
not.
US or in
It's in Germany.
Europe?
In Europe,
In
yeah.
Germany. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not. A lot of people are going to. It's not just people who are going to get cancelled. Where it's like you tweeted this celebrating rape and murder on the 7th. People will probably actually get deported over this.
There was a recent tweet, and I shared that several times on my own Twitter now. Of some Muslim apologist, for example, he posted about that one woman, Shani Luke. She was brutally abducted and brutally killed, and her legs were broken and whatever it is, and she was paraded while the regular population beat her and spit on her dead body and stuff like that. It's just very messed up. And one commentator on Twitter said something like that people are just paying attention to this rave prostitute because
Yeah, that's an
Female
Australian
Hikaru.
Syrian. Yeah,
because they're trying to appeal to something. No, I'm talking about Daniel Kikichu, who is
Daniel,
actually
yeah.
a Muslim, a Muslim American Muslim apologist. And that tweet, you would say, "Wow, that's horrible. Who would agree with that?" And you actually go on it, and by now I think it has like 4,000 likes and barely any objections. And this is a very widely these opinions are very widely held, and people won't just
Keep in
let
mind
go
that
of
Twitter
it.
is only like 1% of the American population. I don't think that there's a lot.
This is
Yeah.
the thing that gets me is because I spend a lot of time online, much more probably than the average person. I think probably everybody in this room has a similar experience to that. And I am constantly trying to go out into the real world and talk to people about these issues, even annoy them to some extent, because I'm terrified that my online presence is giving me a bad view of what people in the real world off the internet, the people who aren't scared to call a DoorDash driver and say their delivery was late or something like that, people without that, like who are actually willing to talk to other people. And I just am very fearful of saying this got 20,000 likes on Twitter. Therefore, this is what everybody agrees with. If that's the case, then Americans are going to all vote for Jackson Hinkle next election, right? Because he's out of nowhere. He's blown up on Twitter. But if you took his beliefs and you sat down Americans or most people and said, do you believe that MAGA communism will dominate the world? They're going to say, no, that's fucking stupid. So there is a disconnect between social media and the real world, and we need to acknowledge that. That's not to say the social media doesn't impact the real world. It does. You could see that violence in Ethiopia, for example. You can see the violence in Myanmar, for example, and how social media led to real lynchings, real genocidal behavior. So it's not something to be ignored, but also we shouldn't pretend that social media is the whole world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say in the case of
Something
Jackson
like-
Hinkle, most of his followers are probably not American, so it's probably not going to impact
Yeah.
him anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, something I am, perhaps in the spirit of social media, I'm very concerned about is that a lot of the recent stripes of anti-Semitism that I've seen that really concern me are individual kind of items where we see that Jewish people, whether they're like, Israelis or not, whether they support Israel or not, are being treated as these assets that people know that they can attack in order to upset the state of Israel. That's like a very particular and very special type of dehumanization that I'm very concerned about. I'm sure, Aries, who could not attend, was very concerned about when she saw it in Canada. That, Jews, whether they have a connection with Israel or not, whether they have political sympathies with Israel or not, are being treated as these sort of items that people can attack in order to get a rise out of Israelis. And there's like a very special type of dehumanization where, human beings, regardless of the content of their character, become these sort of symbols that can be attacked in order to, make a broader political point. I think social media can facilitate that kind of thing happening, but it's also true of Arabs, right? Arabs are also the target of particular types of dehumanization. There have been struggles in particular areas of the internet right wing that have always kind of sided with these sort of anti-immigration, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim kind of stripe of, domestic politics, I want to say. And they're not fans of Jewish people, but all of a sudden they support Israel. There's this sort of strange kind of dehumanization going on. And I think that's probably the worst thing that social media facilitates, the fact that it allows people to create this distance between the human beings that they're interacting with, and the actual opinions and things that they want to purport. So yeah.
There was that. I mean, you kind of undersold it with your 4K tweets thing, Apostate. There was that guy today who did the whole like, "Do you condemn Hamas?" No, I actually think they should do more. Kind of, and it got like 65,000 likes. So for the online space, I think it
Like
does
70K
matter. And
now.
if you go to Twitter and you just type in "Do you condemn Hamas?" dash, like, there's just loads of people like repeating that whole "No, I don't." So like, and then posting pictures of like Hamas militants and celebrating it. So I think for the online space, it does. I guess that's where we are. It's worth focusing on, because the problem is that people who have that attitude have gotten away with that behavior for years, like left-wing YouTubers and Twitter users and all that, who have behaved in that way and openly supported Hamas or Hezbollah or anything like that just for the longest time, and they'll do lots of bannable shit, but because it's progressive, it's like the TOS just
I'm
doesn't
also
really
worried about
care for
something
it.
else.
Yeah.
I'm also worried about something else. I used to be an anti-SJW YouTuber many years ago, and one thing I noticed is that in the last 4 weeks, a lot of these people sort of like cockroaches came out of the corners and sort of, "Hey, do you want to join us again? Come back to us," and stuff like that. I think that what happened in these last 4 weeks is, at least in terms of social media, the biggest gift to the online far right that the left has ever given them. It's gonna be, they're so going to profit out of this. They're going to slaughter this out to the rest. One of the most disgusting things I've seen over the last 4 weeks, really reprehensible. Like, you may talk about people who praise Hamas all you want, the far left extremist ones, etc. Do that, fine. But one of the most reprehensible and vile things I saw was that Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, used footage from the massacres in his political adverts before the massacres were even over. Like, clipped them out while they were being streamed, put them in an advert of his, and played that shit. To say, "Oh, it's so great that we built the border wall to keep all the Albanians out," as if Albanians are Hamas or something. It's so, in terms of how social media is going to change, I think there's going to be a very big right-wing resurgence coming out of this.
Yeah, you know what? The bad thing is also.
But what I've got
Yeah,
a bit
yeah, I want to
confused
believe
about
that's-
is, I don't know how.
Okay, okay.
It'll be really quick. I don't know how much of
Okay.
a just like a again like online thing this is, but even the right wing, I've noticed there's like a bit of a split. Like Candace Owens has come out as like
Yes.
pro-Palestine and saying that Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza right now. Because I guess with your right wing, you've got this problem where you don't actually know if your audience is more Islamophobic or more anti-Semitic. So you're stuck.
She's also an
Yeah.
Andrew Tate fan, so that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But there is a section of people who are kind of on the right wing, who are these supposedly traditionalist people, and especially big Russia fans, and who like to go with conspiracy theories. Many of them started speaking for for Hamas and blasting Israel. Probably also because it turned out to be very profitable. I mean, we just mentioned Jackson Hinkle, for example. That guy, he was insignificant very much before October 7th. On October 7th, he started speaking about Palestine, Israel for the first time, and then he didn't stop anymore because he started getting engagement in wild ways. I think he got like 1 million new followers over the last few weeks. after he started speaking on this. It turns out it gets a lot of engagement, a lot of profits for him. So that's what he's doing now. And then the neo-Nazis are jumping into it now. The neo-Nazis are suddenly being retweeted by Islamic scholars that I was looking at for quite a while. What the hell is happening? It's just
so I'm actually working on a video on this, but essentially I've seen a lot of like the rhetoric that has been used by the far left who are supporting kind of Hamas's actions has been the same rhetoric I've seen on the side of the far right. So, for example, everybody tweets out that picture of Palestine and things changing over the years, the territories changing over the years. I kid you not, the NJP, which is like the Nazi Party of the United States, that on Telegram, they tweeted out that map and then they tweeted out a picture of the United States and said, "How would you feel if your country changed like this?" And then they started showing like a changing map of the United States. So it is a little bit concerning that I see a lot of like far left people who don't recognize the holes that they're kind of falling into with their language. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to weigh in. I know I'm like a moderator, but yeah.
Those people clearly don't care about the Palestinians, right? They don't give a shit about the Palestinian lives. They are just trying to make use of the situation right now to go after the Jews and to basically be like, you see how the Jews are controlling everything. They can do whatever they want. And people are actually buying this. I mean, Ryan Dawson, one of these conspiracy theorist nut job scumbags. I'm seeing him everywhere right now. I had to mute him so I don't see his tweets anymore because he's being retweeted by people who would otherwise never follow him or never share anything from him, even leftists. I don't know.
Wait, leftists retweet Ryan Dawson?
Yes. I saw leftists retweet him, and that was one of those points where I thought, "What the fuck is happening? I have to take a break from."
One thing that I'm optimistic about, though. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm just putting this in there. I'm going to have to make a video in the near future why I hate Modi and Hindu nationalists because I just want to warn everyone, don't think that Hindu nationalists are your friends in anything here. No matter what your position, like no way in hell. These people are no better than Hamas in many regards. If you look at the pogroms these people did in Mumbai and in other cities where they dragged Muslim families out of their homes, doused them in gasoline and burned them alive, these people are monsters. Do not for a second believe that these people are your friends.
Yeah.
There's still Muslims in India who are like being lynched for the suspicion of having eaten beef by Hindu nationalists. Yeah, so it's pretty rough.
And I think that's something very important to underline by the end of the day. I don't really believe there will be any sort of like meaningful far right shift because the communities that are mainly being affected by these circumstances, you know, whether it's the Arab population, the Muslim population, I'm thinking of the Jewish population. And, you know, we haven't talked too much about Ukraine, but the Ukrainians as well. All of these people have been victims of Nazism. All of these people have been victims of things that we could consider flavors of far right. And, you know, I think opinion in these communities is very complex. They're obviously not going to side with the nationalists all of a sudden, you know, just because, you know, Jackson Hinkle or whoever are suddenly talking about these, you know, new MAGA kind of alignments in a way that tries to pander to these communities. The possibility of a shift towards them from these like larger spaces is very unlikely because I think they know that the moment that they stop being useful to them, they're going to cut that support. To the degree that, for example, you know, the Republican Party seeks alliances in conservative Mexican communities, let's say, you know, the Mexicans kind of know that they're going to be next in some regard. So in that sense, I'm not very concerned about the far right shift. I think this pandering is just, you know, something that they're trying to do for engagement. But in a large political sense, I believe it's going to be very ineffective. I hope to be right, at least.
So I wanted to mention two things. Now, this is a simple one, but I need to play the hippie and say this. In the same way that violence begets violence, a hateful rhetoric will beget hateful rhetoric. If you're somebody online, let's say you're part of the Palestinian diaspora in Sweden or somewhere, and like you may have never even had an anti-Semitic thought in your life for whatever reason, like maybe your parents didn't believe that, so they passed, you never did, and then you start seeing messages online like, oh, these Palestinian terrorists, man, they all are in open sewage and this and that, and you know they're all Hamas and terror. You see that type of rhetoric, a lot of people's natural reaction will be, well, fuck you. And then they'll start reaching for responses they could have. And that's where a lot of bigotry does genuinely start. In the same way that violence begets violence, racism and bigotry begets racism and bigotry. I also wanted to bring up, and I know that the topic is anti-Semitism, but I'd feel really bad if I didn't bring it up at some point. In American politics, anti-Semitism is obviously a massive issue. But in elected American politics, for those who are in elected office, the type of rhetoric I'm seeing, the type of extremist rhetoric I'm seeing from those in positions of powers who go on C-SPAN and talk about their policies, it's a lot of just unbelievably hateful, like bloodthirsty rhetoric being directed toward the Palestinian community. I don't know if people saw what Mitch McConnell said about flatten Gaza. Tom Cotton fucking bounced the rubble. Seeing Jesse Waters on Fox News during one of their primetime hours, basically saying, what is the difference between Hamas and Palestinians? All Palestinians are anti-Semites. I know all of them are. All of them support what Hamas did, and they're all one big group, even though Hamas hasn't had an election since 2006. Even though when Hamas did have that election, a lot of people voted against Hamas. Even though more than 50% of the Palestinian population are under the age of 18. Actually, I think it's 48% under the age of 14. But that type of rhetoric is having basically no repercussions in traditional American politics, and that type of language begets more language like that in response. Violence begets violence.
Not to take away from your point, but I have to point out one thing, which is, yes, Hamas might not be supported by all of Palestinians, but the most popular party that people would probably go for, according to Washington Institute and even a Palestinian research organization based in Ramallah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad would get like over, I think, 70% of their support, which is they're currently working together with Hamas and in these operations, and you could say that they're even more extreme than Hamas in certain ways, or not in others. And 65% say we should not stop until we have until all of historic Palestine belongs to us. So I get your point, and yes, I do believe it is completely wrong to say all Palestinians are terrorists, all Palestinians are this and that. By the way, 99%, according to the last research, dislike Jews. But that said, while it is wrong to say that this is true for all of them, it is a huge problem among Palestinians, and it needs to be addressed.
I do believe anti-Semitism should be addressed amongst the Palestinian community, but anti-Semitism is not a justification either to keep a population stateless or to barbarically bomb them, as Jesse Waters and other American politicians with real American political power, who are the people voting on sending weapons to Israel. This is not the type of rhetoric we should be seeing from these politicians. As for the beliefs of the Palestinian population, I believe in that same study you referenced, 65% of the Palestinians did not want to break the ceasefire with Israel. And I do think that is something to be noted, that 65% of them wouldn't have supported starting this war. They might not like Israel. There's a lot of, obviously, bad blood between the Israelis and the Palestinians when it comes to mass displacement, the poisoning of wells, killings and terror attacks. It's one thing to hate your neighbor. It's another thing to go kill them. And 65% of Palestinians did not want to break the ceasefire.
But I don't like this entire conversation. I don't like the entire premise of this conversation in the sense of that I don't know why we in the West have this obsession with creating, with like talking about Palestinian votes or elections. It's not our job to nation build in Palestine. It's not our job to create a Palestinian democracy. I think the emphasis, like I believe in the two-state solution. I believe the Palestinians should be given their state, and they get to decide. They should have their own political struggles over how they govern themselves. If that ends up being a dictatorship or whatever, so be it. It should be their problem. I don't
But
think we
that's a
should.
problem. That's a problem. I think in the West we actually it's actually important to discuss what how Palestinians think, what they want, and
I'm
what a
I'm
state
getting at
should look
this.
like.
Maybe I
Because
expressed myself badly. I believe that nation building projects are very complex, difficult, incredibly expensive. I'm currently reading a book about why the nation building process in Bosnia failed so catastrophically. And I'm interested in this because I'm comparing it to sort of Ukraine and why democratization in Ukraine worked. And what I can say about Ukraine, why it worked there, is because the Ukrainians wanted democracy. They wanted less corruption. They wanted a freer country. And if you're going to talk about nation building in Palestine for the Palestinians, you better be ready to bring up the resources for it. You better be ready to bring up the billions that are needed to build infrastructure, to invest in education systems, etc., etc. You can't just point your fingers at the Palestinians and say, why are you so bad people, when you don't put anything into or invest anything into or put any effort into improving the sort of conditions that created these attitudes in the first place.
I
That's
will
just what I'm
also
thinking.
And they
add,
do.
like,
They do. I have to underline. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I went first last time. You go first.
Okay.
Brad,
Yeah,
and then
and
Letterboxd. Yeah.
you know, one of my videos that I've made discusses precisely, neoliberal attempts to create a sort of effective capitalism in Palestine. There have been many attempts to, create that sort of infrastructure, those sort of resources. But in the end, the question in Palestine that really needs to be resolved is a political question, and development needs to happen as an asset to a political resolution. The big problem that Palestine has right now, as Dylan correctly pointed out, is that there is no specific leadership to point to. Mahmoud Abbas, he doesn't have a lot of power. In Gaza, most Palestinians consider Fatah like a corrupt party. Hamas is like an organization that is not going to get any sort of international recognition before the 7th of October. After the 7th of October, probably less so. So Palestinian leadership needs to emerge, and it's probably better if it does so in the terms of the Palestinians. But an important thing to also observe is that Israel has been instrumental in decapitating that Palestinian leadership. Israel probably has one of the most sophisticated assassination kind of structures and ops that exist in the world. And they've weaponized that against the Palestinian Liberation Organization, against Palestinian movements in general. And in order for there to be a Palestinian authority which someone can negotiate, that authority would need to emerge, consolidate, and centralize. And I'm not sure if Israel, at least under its current government, will allow for that thing to happen. So, I think one thing we should not lose in terms of perspective is that in the current situation, Israel has most of the cards. They need to be the ones to show a willingness for a leadership to emerge and for negotiations to happen. In that sense, whether we have a one-state solution, a two-state solution, or any solution, for there to be a Palestinian negotiating party that can agree to peace, that can agree to, let's say, truth and reconciliation, it's going to be very important that a leadership and a movement and something can emerge. Because if left to just regular, capital forces, it's going to be very difficult. It's just going to be the Israeli state dictating the terms of whatever ends up happening. And there will be no Palestinian input. So in that case, in that sense, it's very important that the Palestinians get, leadership authority and just a project they want to pursue.
I think that's
And the
why.
Israelis need to let that happen. Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, first of all, I guess if Palestinians get a state, they're not getting a military. That's probably very unlikely for at least the first little while. But when it comes to, I read a lot of Palestinian polls, like, very frequently, because they come out quite often. I don't think you'll ever see a population where their opinions fluctuate so much depending on what's happening. When you go from Oslo in like 93 and how like between 80 and 90% of people supported Arafat at a time when his public stance was condemn terrorism, renounce terrorism, and recognize Israel, because they believed that Oslo would lead them to a state. They didn't give a fuck about Hamas at that time. I think like 10% of them, maybe. If you looked at it even just earlier this year, the most popular leader in Palestine was Barghouti. It wasn't Hania or Abbas. And Marwan is he's a secularist. He's not non-violent, but he's a secularist. So I think that does matter. And I think obviously right now, I think if you polled them, they'd probably all be supporting Hamas, or probably in quite large numbers, because all the protests have suggested that. But yeah, it just depends on whether or not they can be shown that negotiation and secularism will achieve something for them, because right now they have no reason to believe that.
I believe their beliefs, their opinions. I don't trust opinion polls anymore since the Trump election. That is sort of a thing that I have. It's just a quirk of mine. Sorry.
I mean,
I think it also doesn't matter. I honestly think it doesn't matter what Palestinian you all might really roughly disagree with this. I think that we should offer Israel NATO membership in exchange for pulling out of the West Bank and just leaving the Palestinians to have a state. Because I think the threat, like what happens then, is the Palestinians get the opportunity to build their own state on the West Bank, and if they even think about doing anything to Israel, the threat of a war with all of NATO and not just with Israel looms over them then.
But here's the problem. So Israel disengaged from Gaza, and I know that there's a lot of disagreement on whether that was done correctly and whether a proper disengagement was done. But they disengaged from Gaza in 2005, and the whole idea was there to allow them self-governance, and even the settlements were removed, and that was actually very unpopular on the Israeli right. But the idea was, under the recommendations of the Middle East Quartet, Gaza should have the chance to self-govern and to look toward an independent future and, toward recognition and all of that. But it didn't take very long, because just a year later, it was like Hamas take over, and the self-governing project turns into a complete disaster, and terrorism like never seen before suddenly emerges. And now you have the Islamists, the ISIS of Gaza, fighting Israel.
Since you're bringing up the West Bank settlers, so for the last 2 years, I spent a lot of time, following news on Ukraine, military aid to Ukraine, donate a lot of money to Ukrainian causes, to the Ukrainian armed forces. I'm in tax trouble right now because I donated so much money to the Ukrainian armed forces. And I remember for the last 2 years how aggravating it was to get Western countries to support Ukraine, to send money and military aid to Ukraine. And and the one argument always made was, they're going to make the money disappear to build mansions, those corrupt Ukrainians, and they're just going to party, apparently, while they're being bombed by the Russians. And it's okay that Israel is now getting military aid from America, at least from my perspective. Some here might disagree with me on this, okay. But I know that a majority of the viewers here are probably American. And I'd like to emphasize to all of you that you should watch very carefully and make sure that not one single fucking cent of any aid that you're sending to Israel right now gets into even just a single fucking settlement on the West Bank. Because this is something that Netanyahu has done for years now. He takes military aid that's supposed to go into the defense industry, and he pumps it into these fucking nut jobs and nutcases, these idiots who really are the ones who destroyed the peace process, who are sort of the gravediggers of Oslo. Not one single fucking cent should go to any of these people. And that is your responsibility if you're Americans, that you watch very carefully for that. And that if that happens, that you make it very clear to your representatives that not one further cent should go to Netanyahu, or that your government tells that cunt that he finally needs to fucking resign.
Not only did they do that, but also after the Gaza disengagement, in the same year as the disengagement, they took 8,000 settlers out of Gaza more than 10,000 went into the West Bank the same year. It's no wonder that Palestinians never saw this as a sincere effort for peace. The right wing knew that pulling out of Gaza would land a victory to Hamas because it was done unilaterally. It wasn't the product of a negotiation, which was perfect for Hamas because they could just say, yeah, that happened because we were violent. That happened because they were fleeing our terror. And then they go to the polls next year and they fucking steamroll. But
I just saw someone in the chat say that that I'm sort of taking a bit personal. Do not forget in this conversation how much Netanyahu contributed to destroying the peace process. Yesterday was the anniversary of the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. Don't forget that it was Netanyahu who's basically his murderer, because Netanyahu is the one who riled up the crowds, who incited the extremists.
Yes.
Do not forget that. Don't forget what Netanyahu is, what his responsibility is, and that he has to fucking go.
There's also the thing with Hamas. Some people misunderstand and think that that Netanyahu, that there's proof that Netanyahu funded Hamas or something like that. But what actually happened, and was what the whole controversy was about, is that despite opinions in his own party, despite objections in his own party and across the board, Netanyahu thought, apparently, that is the surface of it, that is the official story, he thought it would be a fantastic idea to allow funds from Qatar and other sources to directly go and flow into Gaza, into the hands of Hamas, who would then, make use of it however they want, and that would somehow that would reduce the chances of them acting violently. That would somehow that would somehow it would be an implied deal. Like if he lets the funds freely flow into Gaza, into the hands of Hamas, they would commit fewer terrorist attacks. At least that's what the story is officially. I don't know. Maybe there's something really sinister behind this.
No, just to back up what you're saying, it was total ineptitude, because what was happening not long before the October 7th was that there were border protests at the Gaza wall that Hamas called off when in exchange for those funding from Qatar. So before October 7th, I guarantee you, Netanyahu was sitting there thinking he had bought quiet from Hamas with that funding by allowing it to go through.
How stupid. I don't even understand. I mean, I don't get it. I'm not a politician. I'm not a head of state.
I can tell you where I come from. In the 1980s, a lot of Cold War tacticians in the West believed that empowering Islamist organizations throughout the Middle East was a great way of undermining support for the Soviet Union. That's where this originally started.
What it just looks like is that Netanyahu was just trying to get through his own terms.
It's not just Netanyahu. Ariel Sharon empowered Hezbollah. Hezbollah is his fucking creation. It's also modern Islamism is a beast of the 20th century and basically came to be starting in the 1950s as a counter reaction to the successes of Arab socialism, basically.
Yeah,
it's people who were petty.
Something we need to consider about the domestic politics of Israel as well, which is something we need to consider about the domestic politics of Israel as well, is that Likud and all of the terrorist movements that are kind of their enemies in a way need each other electorally, because Likud can waive the threat of Hezbollah, of Hamas to the very far right Israelis and keep them galvanized, and these movements can do the same with the Israeli government, right? As long as the Israeli government is hostile, the Hamas and Hezbollah can continue to argue that their presence is necessary, that their activism is as well. And as long as these movements can do the same, then Likud can argue that they're the only ones that can protect Israelis. And in that sense, there is a sort of, dynamic that is codependent between them. One reason we could argue why things have not come to a final, clash of conflict can be because there are very concrete power dynamics between them where they guarantee each other's position in power, each other's continued necessity in existence. And that's something that is often forgotten about, is that there are very non-ideological practical concerns about who keeps power in the region.
Okay. So Dylan, and then I want to move on to the next topic. I don't know how much more time people here have either. So Dylan, why don't you go ahead? Go.
Sure. I mean, I feel this kind of transitions into the next topic.
Yeah.
So I think this will help.
Yeah.
I feel very uncomfortable giving American weapons to Israel. And it's for a few reasons. Number one, if the Israeli people, which all polling data suggests, I know not everybody in here respects the polling data, but all polling data suggests and all public perceptions suggest that the Israeli public does not trust Netanyahu, that he built up the security apparatus in Israel over 12 years, where when you talk about Bush and 9/11, people try to make the comparison. There's one area where the comparison just doesn't work. And that is when it comes to how long Netanyahu was in power when October 7th happened compared to Bush. Bush was in power for 1 year. He didn't have the time to create the entire security apparatus, which failed on 9/11. The security apparatus which failed in Israel was Netanyahu's security apparatus. It was his government that he chose, managed by his ministers, many of which delusional far-right maniacs, which led to the failings that we saw that day. We still don't know all of the reasons why it failed, but we know that the government ignored warning signs and had troops deployed not near the Gaza border, but in the West Bank when they could have responded more quickly to save lives. So I feel uncomfortable giving weapons to a government which has already showed itself to be incompetent in managing a security situation. But I also feel uncomfortable giving weapons to a government which feels very unwilling to concede anything and has yet to really clearly outline what their plan is going into the Gaza Strip outside of eradicate Hamas. Now, I was very young when we invaded Afghanistan. When the towers came crashing down, I was not in New York. I was in like a baby carriage. I was like 4 or 5 months old, right? But it sounds very similar to the attack we were about to do on Afghanistan to unlodge the Taliban and fight Al-Qaeda, where our plan was go in there, fuck them up, and there was only one congressperson pushing against it. It was Barbara Lee saying, "But what's the plan? What's the follow-up?" And we have yet to hear that from Netanyahu's government. And
We
lastly,
actually have it. We have it. We actually have
so
a.
when did that come out? What was the follow-up?
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, but this was like 2 weeks ago or so. But the plan was to rearrange the border and to make it significantly wider, including underground, to establish a demilitarized zone that is significantly larger with complete control, and to take control of Gaza, eliminate all Hamas elements, and install a controlled government or something along those lines. I know
Install a controlled government.
Install a replacement government. I know it sounds like this is going to last a long time and it's going to be painful, but that's I think what they announced. Somebody correct me
I
if
think they
I'm
should
wrong.
get out. Like, I'm not gonna call for a ceasefire until all the hostages are released. That's just my position here.
I guess so. For me, I have yet to see a well thought out plan that looks like it could be successful for managing the occupation afterwards, or how that occupation exactly would go. Maybe I missed that. You could send me the resources on that. I'd appreciate to see it, but I've yet to see all of the details. But lastly, I very much believe that one of the things that could end up being being the end of America's influence on the global stage, or something that could undermine America's influence on the world stage and bring about the kind of, wet dream of the multipolar crowd, is continued hypocrisy when it comes to international law and when it comes to the international rule-based order, which we're supposedly defending in Ukraine. When the Russians invaded Ukraine, I heard and I agreed with the idea that they were violating international law. They were violating an agreement they agreed upon in 1994, that they would respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, and that it was completely legal and right for us to support them. It was our weapon shipments were legal, completely inbound with the international norms that have been set after the end of World War II and after the end of the Cold War. But I am getting a vibe from people who were maybe, on the fence about supporting Ukraine, but didn't know, where they feel that this instance of us coming out and sending weapons over to Israel, even though Israel is still in continuation in violation of international law through its occupation of the West Bank, that are standards for making sure that people have a country, that they can run themselves, that people are not created stateless or displaced en masse, and they're able to rule themselves within the bounds of international law, that we're being hypocritical on it. And that one of the main critiques of the American-led system is the hypocrisy of the American-led system. We want to hold Vladimir Putin to the rules of the International Criminal Court for kidnapping 19.5 thousand Ukrainian children. It's a horrific crime, while we won't hold our own soldiers to the standards of the International Criminal Court for crimes that they could have committed in Afghanistan. And so I don't want to compromise on the standards of international law when it comes to supporting Israel. And if Israel wants American weapons, that they should come within the bounds of international law and agree that we will not continue the cycle of violence. I hear from all the times, everyone, that the war in Ukraine is an endless war after 2 years. We've been sending weapons to Israel for a very long time. The conflict between Israel and Hamas, or the PLO, or Fatah, or the Fedayeen have been going on much longer than the recent wave of violence between between Russia and Ukraine. Yet that is the war that's called endless. And so if we're going to start devoting more weapons into a war and conflict that's been going on much longer than the one in Ukraine, we need to see some real commitments to ending that cycle of violence before I'm going to contribute more resources into it, like whatsoever.
I want to just put in a little fact checker thing on you before continuing. The United States is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court.
Exactly. That's my critique of it. And that's why I think it's hypocritical
There's
that
also a good
we're
reason
asking the
why.
Russians to be held to that.
There's also a good reason why. I was a bit older, somewhat older than you. I'm a boomer when the Iraq War happened. Belgium was one of the big countries that opposed the Iraq War. A lot of people forget them for some reason. The Prime Minister at the time, Guy van Hofstadt, actually tried to sue the Bush administration, George Bush, Dick Cheney in particular, on the International Criminal Court, and built the criminal case against him for creating a war, for doing a war of aggression, an unjustifiable war of aggression. And I think people in Belgium, within the Belgian Social Democratic Party, are still collecting evidence regarding the criminality of the Iraq War. If the United States actually ever signed up to the International Criminal Court, the Belgian government, the Belgian prosecutors, who would probably still go through with this, and you'd actually see Bush in The Hague, which I don't think is very convenient for you right now. It would be funny. It would be great, in my opinion. It would be justified, but that is actually something what would happen. I think that's the reason why any conversation about joining that court system is.
I mean, he did design the Hague Invasion Act, which is a law that the Bush administration passed, which is still on the books, that states if an American soldier is captured by the International Criminal Court and put on trial, that we can deploy resources and go, like military resources, and get them out of there. Just straight up invade the Hague, get our guy, and just skedaddle with special forces.
Wow. So that being said, we have reached a natural shifting point in the conversation. The next topic is related to this. Essentially, I'm just going to read out the next thing, even though we're kind of already there. Zelensky recently called for solidarity with Israel. Is it hypocritical for Ukraine to call for international aid as the country being invaded while supporting the invasion of Gaza by Israel? And let me just read a couple of super chats here. Mrs. Apostate, thank you, says great panel, Stardust. Nico says, Stardust, I'm listening to this while making love. Dude, why would you tell me that? Why? Okay, so I don't know. Somebody replied to my tweet about this and said, "Oh, do you think this will be good to jerk off to or whatever?" I'm like, what are you talking about? What is wrong with people? Anyways, let's start with let's start with Twisted, I guess. So yeah.
All right. On this one, is it hypocritical? No, it's not. And the reason it is not is while I support Palestine getting their own country and everything, Hamas did attack Israel first. What the IDF is doing with this massive aerial bombardment campaign is completely abhorrent. However, the military operations against Gaza are completely justified by that attack. The bombing and everything is not justified, of course, but military operations are. So no, there is no hypocrisy there. any more than it would be hypocritical for Zelensky to go into, if the Ukrainians were able to go into a border town in Russia to hit supplies for against the Russians. So no, there's no hypocrisy there whatsoever.
Okay, Rav, you want to go ahead, and then Lonerbox.
Yeah, like the way I see it, Ukraine had very clear reasons not to like stand completely aligned with the Palestinians. I think there are very clear parallels you could make between the Palestinian experience and the Ukrainian experience, as far as having this big state kind of looming over you with its politics all the time. It can go. There's also a lot of things that I would expect Ukrainians, and at the civilian level I have seen it, but at the government level I would have liked to see, if not a condemnation, at least a level of solidarity with the Palestinian experience. I did not see that, but I also understand why it didn't happen. Ukraine, much like Russia, is one of the countries that has one of the biggest Jewish populations in Europe. I would expect a lot of people there to have sympathies with Israel, relatives in Israel. Zelensky himself is, among those people. Then we are also seeing that Ukraine is trying to align itself with the European Union, and it is likely going to, take stances that are parallel to the European Union in a lot of senses. I think, at the level of the civilian population, there certainly is a level of solidarity between the Palestinians and the Ukrainians, as far as the experience of having the state looming over you goes. At the level of the government, not so much, but I think by the end of the day people understand that people in both societies want to live in a level of security and peace that is not being allowed because of geopolitical interests of someone else and their concerns and their impositions. And in that sense, I know that, even if a lot of these sentiments are not vocal, they exist. And, that's something that comforts me.
Okay, yeah, Lonerbox.
I think as a politician who's getting invaded, Zelensky's going to have to support the country that's helping him, and Palestinians can't really help him. On a personal level, yeah, you would expect there to be a bit more empathy with especially as a country that watched parts of their own country get annexed because the imperial power had gone in and put a bunch of their goons in there a long time ago with Crimea, which is kind of what like Israel wants to do with parts of the West Bank. They want to annex parts of the West Bank and have done for quite a few years now. So yeah, you'd expect a bit more, but he's a politician who's in the middle of a war. I don't really expect him to act outside of those parameters. So yeah.
Hey, Kraut.
Netanyahu hates Zelensky. That's something that is pretty well known, I think. A lot of
Oh,
people know
really?
that. Yes, Netanyahu hates Zelensky, and I think Zelensky is doing his best to scratch that itch, and I hope he keeps scratching it, because I hate Netanyahu. I really hate Netanyahu, and in one point, Lonerbox is correct. He has to go to the side that gives him support. It also has to be said that let's not forget that Hamas celebrated and supported the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's not forget that, please. And let's also not forget that Hamas already sent a delegation to Russia. It's one of the first things they did. We actually might be entering. We might actually be entering a new Cold War. Where there's like an alignment now happening. Twisted wanted to disagree with me and correct me on something. So
no, I didn't want to disagree with you. I wanted to bring up a kind of a theory that I had shortly after
Do you mind
7th.
if you? Oh, sorry. Do you mind if we bring it up after we finish?
No. I'm interested in hearing, and then I can continue.
Okay, all right, fine. All right,
I interrupt
fine.
people all the time like an asshole.
Hamas, the attack on October 7th was a very well coordinated, very well planned attack. We've seen recent information come out about Wagner supporting Hezbollah and supporting Hamas. I am of the opinion that Wagner in Africa provided some training to the Hamas terrorists that conducted the attack. Yeah, it seems chintzy and all that with their paragliders and everything, but that still takes training. And there's nowhere in Gaza that you're going to do paraglider training without it being seen by the Israelis. It's not going to happen. So that had to have been done elsewhere. And with Wagner being relatively close in Africa, it would not surprise me if some of those fighters, at least maybe not the individual fighters, but a cadre got trained in Africa and then trained more within the Hamas organization. So I think there's a direct tie because Putin, this is a boon for Putin. It's a distraction from the Ukraine war, right? People are paying attention. Putin wants this. He likes this. This is good for Adolf Putin, right?
It's funny since you bring it up because Putin was a KGB agent in Dresden, in the Dresden base in East Germany. Do you guys know what the KGB did in Dresden? What the job of the KGB station in Dresden was in East Germany?
Can we finish the opening statements and then you guys can discuss this because I'm just going to go off that one.
I'll just put this in. The KGB in Dresden, in the Dresden operation base of the KGB, trained German terrorists, to the Red Brigade, to commit attacks in West Germany. So it would be in the playbook of the Russian state to do shit like this. That's true, but it needs evidence. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, Dylan, give your opening statement, and then we'll go to AP.
So Ukraine has historically, according to the Israeli government, actually been too favorable towards the Palestinians since it's declared independence. Israel's ambassador at one point said that Ukraine backs 90% of UN's anti-Israel votes. In 1999, Yasser Arafat came to Kiev and met with Kuchman. There was a number of UN resolutions that they voted in favor of, condemning the Israeli occupation of the West Bank, with its most recent vote being in November of 2022, so after the Russian invasion, where they voted in favor of a UN resolution asking the International Court of Justice to investigate the prolonged occupation of Palestinian territory. So generally speaking, if you look at the width of Ukraine's modern record on the issue of Palestine, it has been in favor of ending the occupation, been in favor of good relationship with the Palestinians. I mean, if Arafat is meeting with Kiev's president, that means that at least in some level that they're at least vibing, right? But this recent wave of violence between Russia and Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is different than what happened in 2014. In 2014, the Palestinian ambassador came out and said that they recognize the Donbass, they recognize the territorial integrity of Ukraine, whereas in 2022, the Palestinian ambassador didn't say anything and instead said, we're going to be neutral this time. And that was a transformation on the Palestinian front that might have had an impact on the Ukrainians. Another transformation is how much the Iranians are now helping the Russians in invading Ukraine. Shahed drones is something that the Iranians have helped the Russians in manufacturing and giving them contracts for, that they have used to then terrorize Ukrainian civilians. I had one of those drones blow up, I think, 50 feet from where I'm sitting right now, that shook the entire house on stream. Obviously, that's not going to make me have the most favorable opinion of Iran, and that's not going to help, and that's not going to make most Ukrainians, those in the government or those civilians, have a very favorable opinion of Iran or anybody that Iran arms. And so seeing that conflict between Iran and Ukraine wanted to capitalize on that and see if they could get some support from Israel. But the problem is Israel has basically done nothing, very little. There's been we'll give you some advice on air defense, or we'll give you a little bit of training, but there's not been a lot of military support from Israel for Ukraine. Which some Israelis have been very critical of Netanyahu's government for that, especially as Iran has gotten more and more and more and more involved in helping the Russians invade Ukraine. And now that we're seeing Hamas officials in Moscow, we're seeing Hamas officials giving interviews saying, yeah, we have contracts with the Russian government to make Kalashnikovs. I don't believe that, but they are saying that on Russian state TV. Now that we're seeing more cooperation between the Russians, Hamas, and Iran, the Israeli public opinion is turning more and more and more against Netanyahu's stance, which has been basically snubbing Zelensky. And Zelensky, according to a report yesterday that was leaked, that really pissed off Zelensky that it was leaked, he's going to be visiting Israel in the next week, where before at the start of the war, they stubbed him. They said, we don't want your support. But then after Netanyahu's popularity tanked and Biden's speech actually was received pretty well by Israelis, I think he might have changed his tone a little bit. I just wanted to give some general context to the situation because I feel like people don't have a lot of context. So I think Ukraine's position on Palestine has not been as clearly documented as in comparison to what recently happened. And I don't want to take up too much time. I have more things to say, but I just wanted to give that context.
Thank you.
Okay, AP.
I'm just going to give my brief opinion on this, and then I'm actually going to go and I'll let you guys discuss this part.
Thanks
but,
for joining, by the way. So, yeah.
Thank you for inviting. I'll be happy to be here every single day. So one issue is the whole political aspect, right? The political aspect is that there is this what is now called the axis of resistance, which is the Iranian proxies in the Middle East, Syria. They are allies with Iran, with Russia, and all of that. From a whole political standpoint, Zelensky would be on the opposing side of that whole group, of that whole party. The very people who it seems are orchestrating the Hamas attack on Israel behind the scenes are also in charge of attacking and bombing, as many of you have pointed out, Ukraine. So therefore, it's completely politically expected, I would say, of Zelensky to support Israel. Then there are other issues, such as that Ukrainians generally view Israel favorably. There was a poll at the beginning of this year, actually, long before any of this started, according to which the majority of Ukrainians consider Israel a friendly country. And in comparison, for example, nobody considers Iran a friendly country. There's like 1% or so say Iran is a friendly country. So there's a big contrast. And going with what your culture in general says, where your culture stands, is probably an expected outcome of the situation. And the other issue is it hypocrisy? I don't believe it's hypocrisy at all. Ukraine was invaded, Ukraine was attacked, Israel was also attacked and responded. And when it comes to the whole territorial issue and being against the big guy who breathes down your neck or who threatens you all the time, I think Israel fighting with these separatist terrorist groups can be more compared to Ukraine fighting with Russian separatist groups backed by Russia inside Ukrainian territory. So I think Zelensky could much more relate to Israel in this situation than to the Palestinian side. So I don't think that there's any hypocrisy at play here. But feel free, everybody, to discuss. And I'll just
I hate to jump straight
I don't
back.
think that analogy made any sense, but sorry.
Let's all say
I just want to
goodbye.
say, yeah,
Yeah.
before
I jumped in.
anything,
Thank you for coming. Yeah,
Thank
you
you
can.
for
you
coming,
can all
AP,
blast
really
me. You can
appreciate it.
blast me after I'm gone. I'm leaving.
No,
okay?
we appreciate
Fuck that guy.
you. Thank you so much.
Just kidding.
Everybody go check out AP's channel. I'll link it in the YouTube and in the Twitch. Okay,
Yeah,
so thank
thanks.
you so much.
See ya.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, take care.
I want to reiterate what he said slightly, and then I want to disagree with what he said. So the one thing I want to reiterate is that the conditions that created what's happening right now in Ukraine, the conditions what created what happened right now in Gaza Strip is very different. There was no big terror attack where Ukrainians flew over the border and started randomly mowing down Russian civilians, as much as the Russian government wished something like that would happen so they would have an excuse. That's why they were making up shit about weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons that were going to target the DNA of Russian-speaking peoples. It's because they didn't have a casus belli, so they had to create one. Whereas the casus belli to invade Gaza is very clear. It was the terror attack that happened. I also think that there's a difference between Ukraine is an internationally recognized state that currently exists and has defined borders, whereas while there is agreements about what the state of Palestine should look like, they do not have a self-governing united country. And so there's like different conditions that I'd say make it separate, make it very separate. But I would say that the main difference between what he just said with the fighting the Russian rebels is that the vast majority of UN member states recognize Palestine, recognize that there should be a Palestinian state, that the Palestinian people should not be endlessly stateless. If the people of eastern Ukraine wanted it to be part of a Russian state, they could go to one. They could go to an internationally defined Russian state. They could live there. They could go there, speak Russian, go eat as much Russian food as they wanted. Whereas with Palestine, that same condition does not exist. So there's a difference there when it comes to ongoing occupation. There is no ongoing occupation of the Russian people.
I wanted to point out something, add a bit more context in here, which I think it's often forgotten because people ignore Eastern European politics a lot, unfortunately. It's something that I complain a lot about in my videos. So I just a little context in here for all of you. When communism came to an end in Eastern Europe and the Soviet bloc collapsed, right, there was a lot of aggressive movements, in particular, for example, like the Polish government in exile, that demanded that once communism ends, Poland should have territorial claims over Belarus and Lithuania, right? There were like territorial squabbles from before the Second World War that there were movements that were trying to dig them up. But there were also others who thankfully became more prominent in the political discourse, like the Polish political scientist Jerzy Giedroyc or the Ukrainian political leader Ivan Drak, who argued a position which is basically summarized: the state is more important than the nation, that the creation of a state for our people is more important than unifying a nation, unifying a people or a historical claim or ethnicity under a nation, right? Creating states is more important, and therefore we should rescind all historical claims to territory, and we should accept our new borders and demand the creation of a state. And also very important, this is something that Jerzy Giedroyc underlined a lot, which is the purpose of politics in the present should be the future. We do politics now because we want to build a future. The purpose of politics should not be the past. We should not do politics for the purpose of digging up and creating some sort of idealized version of the past, right? And because of this attitude that was very present and predominant in the state building projects in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, later Czechia and Slovakia, Ukraine, Lithuania and co, when communism died, that state building process, that idea of the importance of having a state over having a nation, is why all the post-Soviet states immediately recognized Palestinian statehood. That was a guiding principle of Eastern European foreign policy, and to a degree still is to this day, which is reject any and all statelessness. No people should become stateless. We must reject statelessness, and on that principle alone, we have to recognize both the Israeli state and the Palestinian state. That was a foreign policy. And the context I want to provide is that principle of foreign policy in Eastern Europe is starting to erode. And I'm kind of sad about this. We see, for example, in Polish politics, we have a new right that emphasizes the importance of Polish nationhood over just there being just a Polish state, right? We are seeing the consensus of opposition to statelessness, or that the state should be the priority over the nation erode. And that is what you're kind of seeing there. You're seeing Eastern Europe, which for a very long time had a very principled stance for the last 30 years of being there should be a Palestinian and Israeli state, erode and become more sympathetic to Israel. And that's the context I wanted to provide. You can think about that what you want. I think yeah, I believe in the two-state solution. I believe there is a lot of hypocrisy how we in the West act towards this. I think, for example, every country that doesn't recognize Palestine should provide citizenship to Palestinians on principle. If you don't recognize a Palestinian state, what are you going to do with the, how many million are there? 6 million stateless people. You can't, I'm just generally opposed to any and all statelessness. You should provide them citizenship. There should be more principled stances. And I have to say also about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I have raged about Netanyahu here for a while. I'm generally more pro-Israel, but I am capable of recognizing when both sides of a conflict are bad. And in this case, I really have to reiterate that neither the Israelis nor the Palestinians have in recent decades shown any kind of willingness to advance any sort of peaceful resolution of this conflict. Nobody here has the moral high ground. That's, yeah. Go ahead. Did I stump you? Nothing to add.
I wanted to add something that has nothing to do with what you
I
said.
think-
Shit,
I do want to say
there's something.
it has been like 2 hours. I usually try to let everybody. If you guys need to go somewhere, feel free to go. If
I
you want to
just
stay,
woke
feel
up.
free to stay. Okay,
I
I'm
could
just
be here for
saying, I'm just
hours.
letting people know. I don't want people to feel like they're obligated to be
I'm
here
here
if
at
they
your
don't want to be
leisure.
here. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I can be here for a bit more. Yeah.
Okay. Also, chat if you would like to call in. Please join the lobby in the Discord. So that's it. Sorry. Okay.
I will say that, like, seeing people in Ukraine get so opinionated so quickly on the war between Israel and Hamas is very strange, because I'm seeing people who never had an opinion before on this. Like a month ago, they couldn't even point it out on a map, or all of a sudden, like, we need to raise Gaza to the ground. It's like, what the fuck? What happened to you? Like, you just found out, and now you have the most, like, bloodthirsty opinion ever. And that's not true amongst all Ukrainians. There are pro-Palestinian Ukrainians, but it really does feel like, at least in this country specifically, the most hypocrisy I'm finding about this war is on an interpersonal level. With Ukrainians who for whatever reason are unable to connect their own experience with occupation or their own experience with forced displacement to what's happening in Ukraine and Israel, either due to not Ukraine, Israel, with Palestine and Israel, either due to personal it's just not clicking, or the media they consume, or for whatever reason.
How much
But this
of that
isn't
do
just a
you
Ukraine
think
issue.
is-
That's an issue everywhere.
Dylan, how much of that do you think is due to the ties that have come out between Hamas and Russia? That
That's a
Ukrainians maybe-
significant contributor. It's the same thing what
Yeah.
happened with Armenia and Azerbaijan, where
Right.
a lot of people I met here kind of just by default supported Azerbaijan because the Armenians were in a Russian military alliance that didn't really mean anything at the end of the day. It looked like the Russians didn't do shit, but they were supposedly within a Russian military alliance, and the Ukrainians looked at it kind of like, well, you trusted the Russians. What did you expect? Also, that is internationally defined as Azerbaijani territory, just like the Donbass is internationally defined as Ukrainian territory. And that's where the analysis stops and ends. Now, I'm not saying that there's no justification at all to their opinions. I'm just saying that a lot of times people will, through the prism of opposing Russia, kind of put other concerns to the side.
I just wanted to interject something because someone in the chat while I was talking was like, oh, the Palestinians can just go to Egypt. Oh, the Palestinians can just go to Jordan. I see this thrown around so much that I want to sort of get to this. I don't know how many of you read like a lot of geopolitics authors, but I can tell you something that there is a lot of worry right now about Egypt. And the reason why there's a lot of worry about Egypt is Egypt 10 years ago outpaced its ability to feed its own population. Its population is so huge, it can't feed it anymore. It can't sustain it by its own means anymore. Egypt is entirely dependent on food imports to avoid a famine, and Egypt is on the verge of fucking food instability. There's a lot of worry among a lot of geopolitical analysts that if the population of Egypt increases by, I don't know, 1 million or 2 million, that you're going to have an Egyptian famine. And that if the food trade networks around the world, if food exports and imports collapse, there will be an Egyptian famine. I guarantee you, if you shove 2 million Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt, you will have that famine. You will have that famine. And that's not something that I think you should be advocating. The other thing that is often forgotten in this debate is when Palestinians go to Arab countries, they're treated like shit. They're literally treated like shit. All the Arab countries like to go like how
Aren't
much
they-
solidarity they have with Palestinians, etc. Look at how the Jordanians treated the Palestinians.
Yes.
Look
Aren't
at how
they
the
I would like-
Lebanese
against
treated it.
the
Look at how the
Lebanon, yeah.
Kuwaitis.
Still, yeah.
Yeah.
I would
They
like
treat them
to
like
add
shit.
something. I would like to add something important to that. Palestinians are some of the most educated people in the Middle East. They're some of the most educated people in the world. There is a very big Palestinian IT sector, and Palestinians generally are, very competent when it comes to things that have to do with computers. In recent years, and this is something that I omitted of my video in Israel and Palestine, but it was part of the research. We've seen Jordanians, Palestinians living in Jordan, that have emigrated from Jordan to the West Bank because job opportunities are better and because they prefer the treatment they would get there than the deal that they get in Jordan. So, it does get to this point where even some Palestinians, would prefer the treatment given to them by the Israelis, the kind of oppression of the West Bank, than to continue to live in Jordan. And, that's very concerning. It does not speak well of, this like pan-Arab solidarity that we like to imagine that exists sometimes. And, to Dylan, there's something I would like to point out in as far as, the kind of support that I guess Palestine could be receiving from Ukraine. We recently saw that the Irish government took a very strong position, in regards to Palestine. Well, what I would like to kind of indicate there is that, even though Ukraine is a state, it could be responding to very strategic concerns as far as, responding to the attack on another state goes, and then, that being a safe call to make. We've seen internationally recognized governments of that same sort, for example, the Irish government, take a very pro-Palestine stance. The Irish decided to say that, we are going to be making the case that the Palestinians are, the transgressed party in this situation and such and such. And I think they did that in the grounds of their own kind of, experience with oppression from a foreign power that I imagine the Ukrainian government could also have, kind of resonated with. But again, I say this kind of underlying that I understand why the Ukrainians prefer to side with Israel in these circumstances. So
Maybe if Russia collapses, we can give the Palestinians Kaliningrad. That would be like a funny
Sure.
reversal of things.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Create an
Palestinian
drag
Arab
in.
state in
Zionism.
Europe.
Oh yeah,
I'm
it'll be
gonna-
like Palestinian Zionism.
Yeah.
So I'm going to drag in a couple of people, but before I drag them in, I'll throw the fourth one in here because I thought it was interesting. U.S. officials stated that intelligence indicates that Wagner plans to give Iranian-backed Lebanese Hezbollah Russian Pantsir S-1 air defense missile systems. Russia and Iran have recently increased their military technical ties. Iran has provided Russia with Shahed 136, 131 drones and domestic Shahed production capabilities. And Russia reportedly provided Iran with advanced surveillance software and cyber weapons and promised Iran Su-35 aircraft. I hope I'm saying these right. Do you anticipate Wagner getting further involved in the Israel-Hamas war? How do you think that this will affect the war in Ukraine as well as Israel? I'll just leave that open to anybody. And
I think in the build up
I want
to
to kind of go back to what I said about Wagner initially. I'm not saying that there was necessarily a direct tie there, but I think some, at least funding, some level of training and support came from Russia through Wagner to Hamas. This is nothing but positive for Russia. This is a play. This is a play right out of the book for Putin to do this, to distract, to pull eyes away from what's going on in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I don't think they need to be that coordinated. It's like I know that not long before
this was a coordinated attack. This was from a military tactical standpoint. This was a very coordinated attack. This was not a fly by night bunch of ragtag people that decided we're going to go across the border and do terrorism.
I
Right?
think without going into the conjecture, because we don't know who else was involved in it yet, but we do know that not long before October 7th, like, there was like $100 million cash transfer that went to Islamic Jihad that came from a Moscow-based crypto exchange. So I don't feel like they need to plan an attack altogether. Like, I think the financial exchanges just seem to be enough. There's plenty of reasons that Hamas exceeded expectations on the battlefield, that don't have much, they don't necessarily have to do with other countries planning it with
Well,
them.
sure. There you go. Again, $100 million from Moscow. Again, Russian tie.
I think Russia now has a interest in further destabilizing the world, and in particular the Western
Exactly.
world. And I think, though, that when we talk about geopolitics, like my main thing that I'm interested in is institutional economics. I believe that internal developments are always more important than geopolitical developments, that the geopolitical is written by the internal, not the other way around. That geopolitics doesn't have that big an impact on the internal. So before we even continue the conversation about the geopolitical, I think it is far more important to point out, especially in regard to Israel-Palestine, that it is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that is at the core of this. It is the resolving of that conflict that is more important than talking about the involvement of even the Russians or the Iranians. The emphasis should always be on the resolving of that conflict. That's just my perspective.
I mean, the main way to undermine Russian plans would be just, avoid any regional war, bringing this conflict to a cease to stop as soon as possible. That would be the best way to undermine Russian plans to use the region in order to try to bring America's attention away from Ukraine. Which, I mean, if people want an idea of how that would work, the most direct thing that would probably be impacted would be artillery supplies, considering if there was a regional war, the Israelis would need artillery, and we produce a lot of 155 millimeter shells that Ukraine desperately needs right now. I just got back from an artillery embed of American howitzer crews, as in they're operating American howitzers, using American-provide shells. And we've already taken 10,000 shells that was originally going to go to Ukraine, and we've already sent them to Israel. And so if this became a regional war, this is something that could drag out, where we're sending more and more resources originally allocated for Ukraine to Israel, unless we end up allocating more resources overall, like Biden has said, for both conflicts. But if it becomes regional, how long can we support both at length without political backlash, without domestic political backlash?
Well, on top of that,
but I never got to comment on Wagner.
Ahead.
So as for Wagner, I don't know if you guys know this, but the head of Wagner is now Prigozhin's son. Do you know how crazy that is? They murder Prigozhin, and then they give his job to his child, with his child almost certainly knowing that, like, I don't want to end up like Papa. This is like some old, like, Roman Empire, like, type of, like, just evil sadistic politics. But as for them operating in the region, Wagner's I think most people know Wagner from the war in Ukraine, but Wagner operated way before the war, before the 2022 war in Ukraine. They were known to have been operating in Ukraine before, during 2014, but they were a lot more low key. They have been operating throughout Africa, through the Central African Republic, through Sudan, through Libya, through all sorts of countries, running guns and weapons for different groups that align with Russia's interests, or groups that could possibly form an alliance with Russia down the line. Like the Central African Republic is heavily reliant on Wagner security forces, even though the war in Ukraine has strained it, and Russia has had to pull back their soldiers from forward operating positions because they need them for the war in the home front. But I think Wagner is returning back to what it has done before the 2022 invasion, and that is asymmetrical warfare as a mercenary group to do the dirty work of the Russian Empire through a subsidiary, which is Wagner. So Russia doesn't have to get their soldiers, their officially contracted soldiers, doing the dirty work for them. If you're going to have a bunch of people smashing Syrians' heads in with sledgehammers, you don't want that to be a Russian soldier. You want it to be a mercenary, part of a contracting group that's, you don't know what that contracting group is. Is that the Russian government? Is that not the Russian government? So I think that this seems to be within their purview. This does seem like something that Russia would do, and their interests do align with it. So yeah, it does not sound wild, the idea of Wagner helping Hezbollah. I think they'd probably help Hezbollah before they'd help Hamas, though. It'd be easier too.
Yeah. I would like to say
Which all of
that to
that
the
is
extent.
going back to the two things. That's where I was coming from on the Wagner helping with plan the October 7th, or at least supplying equipment or whatnot, right? Because they are operating in Africa, which is pretty nearby, not far to haul equipment or training. But going to the artillery shells, it not only what you said, Dylan, but we pulled stocks from the pre-positioning stockpile in Israel that we have an agreement with the Israelis that they were to be allowed to access in time of conflict. It's pre-positioning for American forces, but the Israelis were allowed to use it. We pulled a ton of shells out of there to send to Ukraine. So not only is there the question of supplying Israel and Ukraine with artillery, we have already depleted the stocks in Israel that we have an agreement that we need to fill those stocks up. So it becomes a big issue.
Did any
Yeah.
of the caller-ins want to say anything? Oh, Rav, why don't you go?
I just have like one thing to say
Yeah,
on
go
this
ahead.
topic. It's that, for Wagner to do any kind of involvement in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict successfully, they would need to divest from their current positions in Russia. And I don't think they will, because Russia needs every person it can on the ground right now. If they get to this point where they start sending people to the regions, to the rest of the empire. Right now, the border with Kazakhstan is like completely unprotected. It's gotten to this point where they're concentrating all of their troops on the offensive, and taking people away from there might be very stupid for them to do, especially right now. I don't think that Wagner will get involved, at least in a significant degree, in this conflict.
Well,
And
Wagner's
in that
not
sense, I
involved
think.
on the. Wagner at this point has been pulled out of Ukraine. They're not functioning in Ukraine. They're like, well, they're still there, but they're not really there, right? But what Dylan said is accurate. They are going back to their old playbook of guerrilla and asymmetric warfare in regions that are not Ukraine. So the Russians are, they have one, if there's one thing they have, that's meat to throw into the grinder. And a few, 5,000-10,000 Wagner soldiers are not going to make much of a difference when they can just conscript another 100,000, right? So
Maybe, but soon those numbers are going to be important. That's
Yeah,
all I
the
want to
Russian
leave with.
version of Amazon is now hiring prisoners to do work.
Yeah.
They
Wow.
shoved out their work of sorting the parcels and all that to prisoners. Bakeries in Russia have run out of people to work in bakeries because so many people are being sent to the front line.
I
Like
think
the
the
number,
casualty count is up to 300 and something thousand. If
Yeah,
I'm not
and
mistaken, Dylan. Am I right on that?
the Ukrainian
And-
government says it's
Yeah.
300,000, but I think that is actually low. I think the Russians might actually be at 350,000 casualties. at this point.
Casualties, yeah, not
Because
KIA,
if you look
but,
at the
yeah.
footage, they're just wasting people on a rate that is just it's the movies of sending human waves into machine gun fire. It's insane. They're just throwing
Well,
people
yeah,
into the
that's the Russian tactic, is to bombard with artillery and then send your waves of soldiers in. That was the old
in the
Soviet tactics.
In the Avdiivka offensive, because
they lost
people
so many
people in the
at
audience may
Avdiivka.
not know this, which is while we were all distracted with Hamas and Israel and Gaza, the Russians tried an offensive in Avdiivka. The most stupid thing I've ever seen. They drove their own tanks through their own minefield, and then got semi-encircled and had to retreat back through their own minefield. and
No.
and they lost a year's worth of armored vehicles and tanks in production terms. The Russians are just doing one stupid thing after another. And as people are distracted and thinking, oh, the Ukraine war, Dylan said this earlier, how stupid it is that people say that this is a forever war. It's not a forever war, and it's not going good for Russia. Yeah, the counteroffensive failed, and you have to keep in mind the Ukrainians admitted to that. They said, yeah, our counteroffensive fails. But in war, not everything always works, and the fact that they're able to admit to it is very telling. And it's actually a
Who I
positive.
blame for the counteroffensive failing is the West.
Us, yeah.
We should have supplied Ukraine with instead of trickling the support in, we should have supplied them with the Abrams, the Attackams, gotten them trained on the 16s. All of
I
that
wish John McCain was president right now.
Jesus.
That's what I
No, fuck
if they
that.
would have had Attackams and F-16s to provide close air support during this counteroffensive, holy shit. Russians would be crying right now.
When it comes to the Western support, I wish John McCain was alive and president right now when it comes to
I think the two people who... Okay, go ahead, Dylan.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I do wish that we sent a lot of our support faster and sooner towards the end of last year, so that by the time the beginning of this year came around, they would have more armor and more artillery and more reserves to throw at the Russian lines. It would be helpful. But first thing I want to throw out there is a lot of Western governments, even at the end of 2022, did not really understand or truly believe in the stability of the Ukrainian government, or they believe that it would probably be stable. But believing something that will probably be stable and trusting them to be stable enough to give them hundreds of tanks, hundreds of artillery guns, hundreds of pieces of heavy equipment that would be extremely embarrassing if the Russians just paraded it around the countryside or in some parade if they were able to capture it. That was one of the concerns on Western officials' minds. I think by the end of 2022, that concern should have been largely disregarded. I think maybe in March or April, it would have made more sense, considering we still didn't know how everything was going to play out. As for why the counteroffensive did not succeed, it is partially due to us not contributing the necessary amount of resources to make it succeed. If you don't have the tools to do the job, then you're not going to be able to get the job done. They didn't have the mine clearing vehicles. They didn't have the Attackams. They didn't have air superiority or even air parity with the Russians near the front line. There was a bunch of things that could have assisted them that maybe could have made the outcome be different. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been any successes from the recent counteroffensive or from recent military operations. The Black Sea Fleet is a wreck of its former self and has been reliably cucked by the Ukrainians. A Russian counter-battery fire has been more effectively targeted. That is another victory. The Russians right now, in 3 weeks, have lost what Ukrainians have lost in 6 months of counteroffensives in Avdiivka from their, I don't want to call it suicidal attacks, possibly more. At this point, it should be more, but they have contributed a lot to try to take it. They might be able to if they keep suiciding at it, but is it worth it? Probably not.
I saw a stat that the Ukrainians are actually firing more artillery shells per day now than the Russians are.
But when it comes to the start of the counteroffensive, it isn't just like Western hubris that caused it to be a failure. Some of it was the failure of Ukrainian command. The Ukrainian commanders did not coordinate artillery strikes with the initial offensive very well. An example would be the opening salvo of the counteroffensive was 3 hours before the first ground attack with armor, where they tried to penetrate the front line as the Americans had advised them. Obviously, that gives them 3 hours to recuperate, recover, and prepare for the attack, which it should have been bombardment. Immediately the armor pushes, because people should be dazed and recovering and trying to figure out what's going on, and then turn up and see the tank, not have to wait 3 hours before the assault begins. So I do want to just say that it wasn't just an issue of Western aid shipments, even though that was a contributing factor. It was also a problem of Ukrainian command still trying to adapt with extremely well dug in Russian defenses, which the more time they held off, the more time the Russians had to build up their defensives.
To get back to Israel.
If the Russians are good at anything, it's conducting a defensive war.
I do want to give
before we
I want to cut in.
Can we
I
give
want to cut in real quick. Yeah. I want to give Benzo and David a chance to speak here. So yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
guys.
sure.
So
Can you
can
hear me?
can I
well?
go first?
Okay, yeah, David, you go first, and then Benzo.
So I know this is just a joke from Dylan, but I find it to be a very common sentiment where like the idea of what Zionism is just like uh taken over by just being replacement for like imperialism. So like when the joke was that Palestinians would move to Russia, it was considered to be a equivalent of what Zionism is. And like I want to ask Dylan what he thinks Zionism is.
Zionism is whatever the people on Twitter hate the most and will give me the most likes.
Yes.
Zionism. I mean,
True, but
I can't give you.
actual
I'm not like Herzl. I can't give you like the Theodor Herzl definition. But Zionism, as far as I understand it, is the idea that the Jews deserve a state. That doesn't necessarily need to be in what is now Israel. I know early Zionists talked about Uganda. They talked about other locations, but it's the idea that the Jews deserve a state. That all Jews believe that. They were anti-Zionist Jews at the time who were against the creation of a state, against the idea of the creation of a state of Israel, who thought it was against the teachings of the Torah. That's the basic idea of it, is the idea that the Jews deserve to have a Jewish state.
It mostly refers to the idea that Jews have the right to reestablish the state of Israel. And it is. I would ask you, do you believe that the Jewish people have a cultural and tie and connection that's unlike just a random group of people that just randomly migrate to a place? So like Uganda and other places would not be the same thing as Jews moving back towards Israel.
I think that is irrelevant. I think that's completely irrelevant at this point. Like I hate the people who have who push this narrative of this entire debate of like, oh, the Jews were there 2,000 years ago, and then other people coming in and saying, no, the Arabs and not this.
No, I don't think that matters.
No. I think it doesn't. To end my point, I think it doesn't matter because we've now been here for 60, 70 years. Half the Israeli population are Arab Jews who were kicked out of Arab countries. People always overlook that and forget that, but I think that is really important. And it's also important. We have now 60 years. We have people who were born there, raised there, grew up there. There's an entirely new society there. There is a society there. You can't just demand the annihilation of a society because of some decades-old claims. We have a reality that we have to confront, and whether or not the 2,000-year-old claim stands true is irrelevant to me. The Israeli state exists, should exist, should continue to exist. Anyone who claims that it should cease to exist and that the Israelis should be deported or murdered is just a genocidal maniac. But at the same hand, I'll have to say that the Palestinians also have a right to finally get pulled out of statelessness.
I agree with that. The Palestinians also have a right for being on that land and for creating a status and a
People always say this weird thing of like the Israeli state has no right to exist, or the Palestinian state has no right to exist. I find that word funny because if you come from that from a perspective of political science, right? No state has a right to exist.
Yeah, exactly.
No state has a right to exist.
Yeah,
All
nobody has the
all
inherent
political
right to a piece of land, right? Like we
Yeah.
we would
No,
never
it's not
hold
just
this
that. It's
standard
all
for
political
immigrants, you know?
constructs. Every political construct, every social contract is a matter of belief. Our political structures exist because we believe in them, right? 40 years ago, there was a construct called Yugoslavia where people believed that they were all shared together as a group in this socialist experiments, and then people stopped believing in it. If you want to erode a political construct, right, you have to erode people's belief in it. You have to supplant that belief with something else. And the fact of the matter is there are 7 million Israelis who believe that they live in a state, who believe in their society, who believe in their social contract, right?
Can I explain why
you can't undermine that.
So I think the problem is there's a big movement of the idea of the importance of colonization and decolonization and
fuck those people.
whatnot. but it's becoming a big discourse, and I think while that is a huge discourse in society, if you completely allow the narrative that it's like a random group of people that decided they wanted a land grab, that allows them to have justifications to dehumanize those people, so long as that is a broad narrative that's held by a large group of people on the left.
I'm not going
That's
to
why-
listen
I
to
would
these
have to say
people
something
anymore.
important.
So that explains
As-
the difference in the intent of the people doing it. But like, just because the settlers, say in the West Bank, even the ones who go to Hebron for like religious reasons and all that, like just because they have a cultural tie to the land doesn't mean that what they're doing is not a form of settler colonialism. No, would you say it's not?
I would
Yeah,
say that
settlements,
that
or-
is, but there's a difference in how you acquire the land and how you I would say that no matter what kind of tie you have, it would never be. It's about the means of acquiring the land, not about the going and being part of that land.
Yeah, but you see, so you
etc.
know that. Yeah, but obviously,
So I
to a
wouldn't-
I don't think I
Palestinian,
understand your
to
question.
a Palestinian, it's like, okay, that's great that you've got this cultural tie to this land, but my tie to this land is that I've lived here. You know, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you
Here's
can-
something
And I
I
think
would
that's
like
the
to.
strongest tie that overrides
yeah.
all other
If
ties.
I can, we'll go to Rav, and then after Rav, I want to let Benzo get in here as well. So
But
Yeah,
you would
yeah.
have to also say
Uh,
that tie is now given to every single Israeli that lives there to to an even higher degree than those who were displaced in the
I would
1948 war.
disagree. Here's the
Wait,
thing.
no, I'm not talking. Wait, I'm not talking
there
about
is a-
people.
there-
No,
there-
sorry. Okay, never mind.
There is an
You know I don't make that
extent-
argument.
yeah.
It's fine.
You know, let's. I kind of wanted to address this idea that there are ties between Israel and colonialism. Zionism was conceived at a time when population transfers were not considered like a super controversial thing. Right now we consider population transfer a form of genocide, but in the 1890s, 1900s, when Zionism was being articulated by Theodor Herzl and all these people, it was not considered. There's an entire Zionist political theory about the transfer, both from Jews to the Levant, and also a Zionist political theory pertaining the transfer of the Arabs in the Levant out, and at the time it was not considered controversial. Right now we do. We also cannot exactly separate the history of the settlement of Israel from the kind of geopolitical concerns that the British Empire had towards reducing the influence of France in Syria, of Russia in the Caucasus, and Afghanistan, because the British Rush could no longer expand towards Afghanistan, and there were some concerns there about connecting Iraq with Transjordan, and these people also, the British had concerns about creating like a strong population belt between that little strip of land. But that does not necessarily invalidate Israel, because if we're trying to discuss, what are the countries that have colonial pasts, every single American country has a colonial past. Australia has a colonial past. And the best thing we can do with societies of that sort is confront those things with policies of truth and reconciliation. At some point, there will need to be a commission of truth and reconciliation to make peace between the Israelis and Palestinians in a deeply moral, deeply cultural sense. Because if not, we're going to have this permanent animosity between those societies, and that's not going to be good for either. Both people are going to continue living on the land unless something very terrible happens. And if both people continue living on the land, then in order to get along and have a naturally prosperous society, there will need to be some sort of peace, some sort of process of coming to terms with the realities of hurt that both people have inflicted on each other. And yes, that means that Israelis will need to confront all the harm that they have done to Palestinians in some sense.
okay, so
I
let's
do-
move. Oh, sorry.
And I'll add in that the Palestinians also have to confront the harm they did to Israelis.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. I'll give Dylan.
Mhm.
Dylan, get your thing in here, and then I want to give Benzo a chance to say something. So
I do want to throw out there that when Zionism was first coming about, and when the main debates around it were just Jews debating it, because it was a inter Jewish debate mostly in the 1880s. There was not a lot of people on 1880s Twitter debating Zionism. It was mostly just Jews debating it with each other. And originally it was considered an extreme position. And some people even, and as I said earlier, consider it against the beliefs of the Torah. But as it's continued to develop, and as the movement grew, and as they would, they would be bolstered by pogroms and bolstered by anti-Semitism incident like the Dreyfus Affair. What was it called? The Dreyfus Affair? That French artilleryman that was blamed. Yeah, sorry, I can't speak French.
It's fine. It's fine.
But at that period, the Zionists were basically shopping around for where they could create their Jewish state. Most people know about Madagascar due to like the Germans and their efforts to try to possibly move Jews over there. But as I said earlier, Uganda was an idea, and people just think of it as like, oh, it was a theoretical. Not really. There were actually a lot of Jews that moved over to Uganda specifically for the intention of creating a Jewish state in Uganda. It just never fleshed out, and then they became part of the local economy till Idi Amin took over and then deported all the Jews. The economy crashed. He started eating people, and then 300,000 people died, right? But I would point to that to say that while we do recognize that the Jewish community, of course, has cultural ties to Jerusalem and has cultural ties going back thousands of years to not only the land that is currently Israel, but also other sections as the Levant as well, that doesn't mean that it was always a bygone Israel will be created right here, because they were shopping around for other options. So it does seem like even the original Zionists didn't necessarily agree that the cultural ties of the land that is currently Israel were so strong that it makes it the option for the Jewish state, because originally leading Zionists were pointing towards states like Uganda.
So I would say that wasn't really a serious.
Okay.
wanted-
I'm so sorry, but I have to.
Let's
give
give a voice
Enzo
to
chance
Benzo.
Get here.
Yeah.
Enzo, get
Can
in
you
here.
hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm from Uruguay, which is a place that already recognizes both Israeli and Palestinian as states. So it's kind of, I think the problem is the borders. It's really important right now to have clear borders, because there's no real way to kind of get a solution right now if you don't have Palestinian. So I mean, Palestine is not a real country, as it's doesn't have borders really. It's a kind of weird, and Gaza is also kind of, is it Israeli, is it Palestinian? It's kind of weird the way it's, and I think the best solution is probably like you either have to have two states separated, or three, and make Gaza something different, or you have to, I don't know, annihilate everyone in Gaza and start over, because it's kind of hard right now. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, it's difficult, yeah, but the job of people who are trying to find a solution is to find a solution, right? We can kind of articulate that the problem is complicated over and over, and it is, but by the end of the day, I would like to believe that everyone in the region wants to live in peace and security and wants access to the ability to pursue their own happiness. The shape of the solution, at least among my Israeli and Palestinian friends, decreasingly matters compared to the existence of a solution like at all. So even though it's probably very difficult, and there are circumstances about where you would draw a border, how you would construct land transfers, which was part of the Oslo Accords and the agreements that they wanted to make at that time. Regardless of that, the necessity of a solution is important. The border is certainly something that will have to be discussed in any attempt at resolution. And, we'll have to see. It's certainly complicated, yes, but there have been many attempts at resolution in the past that settled on the question of the border. The border and the land transfers were not the controversial part. Typically, the things that have broken Palestinian and Israeli peace agreements are things, for example, like the right of return to Palestinians. The Jews of Israel have the right to something called Aliyah, which is the process through which the Jews are allowed to go to Israel, whether they're Israeli citizens or not. They have a sponsored trip by which, the Jewish state of Israel will let them go over there. Many Palestinians argue that, okay, in the case that there's a Palestinian state eventually, there should be an equivalent of aliyah to the descendants of Palestinians that have been removed from the area. And one of the things that broke the Oslo Accords, for example, was the fact that an aliyah for Palestinians was something that, the Israelis would not allow, because they would argue we're full. There's too little space. And to some degree, they're right. There's too little space in the region, but they wouldn't allow even for, the legal conceptualization of that sort of agreement. But the border is not the most complicated thing, though it is a thing that would need to be negotiated. So yeah, I mean, there are reasons to be hopeful in that sense, but we do need to, if we're serious about finding a solution, trying to answer as many of these questions as possible.
Yeah, but I think the problem is everyone around has to agree with the borders. So right now we have a problem with how do you say this? Like we have to involve more countries around Israel and Palestine, because right now it's not really that good of an option if Israel is talking with the United States on some things and Palestine is talking with some other states. But really, like, everyone has to agree with borders. Like, before
In
that, you
Gaza,
can.
in Gaza, what's in the way of peace is Hamas. In the West Bank, what's in the way of peace are the settlers, the Israeli settlers. There
Can I
and yeah,
can I quickly
sorry.
call out Dylan Burns for him being incorrect about the Uganda thing? So Theodore
Okay.
Herzl really only um, called for Uganda to be a temporary safe haven for Jews during the Russian pogroms. And he's made it crystal clear that the goal that they would not affect the ultimate aim of Zionism, a Jewish entity in the land of Eretz Israel or Israel. So it was not a legitimate proposal for Uganda to be the ultimate goal of Zionism ever.
So there was never any proposals by British colonial secretaries or anyone to make Uganda the home
Not by
of the Jewish people.
No, not by the Zionist leaders.
Madagascar
Okay,
was
I'm
proposed, but
I'm
it was
pretty sure.
proposed
I know that
once.
Joseph Chamberlain did. Didn't Joseph Chamberlain propose Uganda?
It's Joseph
There
Chamberlain,
was.
Zionist leaders.
There
It
were
might
also
have.
attempts to make a state in the southern, the Argentinian southern cone. Like whether the Zionists could realize their objective, that was like something that was sort of an open question. The practical concerns of actually creating a Jewish state had a lot of options, because it wasn't sure, at least during the 1890s, that a state in the Levant was even an ambitious, a realizable ambition. That
There
kind of
was a
thing.
proposal to give Kaliningrad or Königsberg to the Jews after the Second World War. The one that is often overlooked. It's a very niche one, but that would
Yeah.
have been a sort of a Stalinist socialist Jewish state.
Yeah.
They were.
which
Do
would have
you
been
want to say
offensive.
something, Star? Do you want to say something, Star? By the way.
Let Loner go, and then I'll say something.
They were
Okay,
also.
can I say something
think-
and then head out? Because
okay.
I've been here for 3
Oh.
hours. I'm just gonna be here for an hour and a half.
Yeah. Sure. Sorry, didn't mean to take up your time. So.
Yeah, no, Loner, go on. Sorry, you go first.
I think one of the reasons they were also humoring Uganda was they tried to buy land in the Ottoman Empire in the late 1800s. They weren't able to. So I feel like it's not. I feel like it's quite easy to say that their preference was definitely there, right?
Israel, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So first off, I just want to say, right, for anybody trying to find a solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict, that there's this guy on Twitch, Hassan. He's given out the solutions to everyone's problems for free. All of the political and social issues of our time, he's figured them all out. He got them. He solved them, and he's going to give it to you right there on his stream. So if you want to figure it out, just tune in over there. He'll figure it out. He'll tell you the solution. But I would say for anybody who thinks that peace between Israel and Palestine is not possible, I just want to make a comparison. If you were trying to like shoot hoops into a basketball and you got really close one time, you getting really close right one time seems like a good indication that it isn't impossible and might very well be possible. Whereas a lot of people might look at that once you miss and you get really close as, oh, I'll never get it. Other people, maybe more glass half full type people would be like, oh man, that's an indication I can actually succeed this. Where I feel like when people look at Oslo or the times where we got really close and then like missed just barely due to like issues like right of return, the conclusion many people come to is, God, we were so close. It was the best proposal ever, and it still failed. So that shows that we'll never be able to get peace. Whereas maybe I'm just more optimistic. I'm more of a Haas glass full type of guy. I see it and I think, wow, look how close we got. We were this close to it. This shows that it isn't unachievable. It shows that it is achievable, and we had a framework and a pathway to do it. This issue that was so complicated and everybody said was impossible and would last for thousands of years, we got that close to solving it. That's how I look at it. So I know that most people look at the conflict for obvious reasons, a very doomeristic way, but I think just a change of perspective might help people feel at least a little bit better about the future of the conflict, or the fact that it is not an impossible goal to achieve.
Before you go, Dylan, will you be coming to Vienna again anytime soon?
Probably next year if I come to Vienna again, because I'm going to Scotland.
Okay, I'm going to
Oh.
Ukraine next year. If
When
you
are you
wanna
going to
reach.
Scotland?
I'm going to Scotland towards the middle of this month. Some fucking weirdo invited me over there. Some fucking freak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some
Is that a fact?
freak.
Hmm.
Yeah, some weirdo. He
Some
wanted to get me.
smarmy-
He wanted to get me. I'm 22, basically a minor. Wanted to bring me to drink alcohol and place. It's really weird.
Is he also a jihadist? Body box?
I don't know. I heard he might actually be a phalangist. I don't know.
I do
You can't
have one
forget that
last
one.
question, and then I want to kick everybody out.
Okay.
But Dylan, if you have to leave, don't worry. I will link all of your stuff everywhere.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
My last question is, I have found something on social media that I think is super funny. And that is with with BJP being in power in India, all of the Hindu nationalists are like super pro-Israel. India used to be relatively pro-Palestine. But recently they've become much more pro-Israel. We've got the Hindu nationalists all over social media, adding IDF, saying, please, IDF, I would like to serve in your army. I'm 5'7", I weigh this much. I just have to wonder, it's charming in a way, but I wonder like what the IDF person, the person running the Twitter account, thinks getting like flooded by like the tiger that has the flag of Israel, or like the dude saying, Israeli woman, I want to marry you. I just wonder.
Hindu nationalists are fascist garbage.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't look into this, and what you know
Yeah.
I know you know it
I know.
because
Yes.
they are awful people. The pogroms did, and I know the pogroms is usually a term referred for violent mobs attacking Jews. The things these people did to the Muslims, also to a degree to the Sikhs and others, these people are scum. They are scum. They are fascist garbage.
Yeah.
And I find Westerners who try to ally themselves with these people, we will regret this. I see, like, it worries me a lot how many Western leaders are cuddling up to Modi. This is not someone you want to cuddle up to. He's creating a Hindu version of Iran right now, of the Islamic Republic of Iran. These are awful fucking people. This is an awful fucking movement. I don't want these people anywhere closely associated to me, and I think the Israelis will regret it if they associate themselves with them.
Yeah.
Well, what I would say
would
in
also...
response to that is still like, I agree with you. BJP is terrible. Modi is known for having
Is it
stoked
rude to say
riots
that you
even
guys
before
could
he was
absolutely pay
elected.
me to leave, though?
But like,
If I do
I
the
guess
Sunday
I do
treatment, you
find
can
that
pay
there's a
me
difference between the
to
average like Indian
do
dude
research
who
again.
is super pro Hinduism, pro BJP, maybe doesn't realize what he's getting into, versus like somebody who understands that ideology fully, But what were you gonna say, Rav?
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know how many of you are in community with people who have been in the IDF or have served in the IDF. In the case of me, living in Mexico, we have had assistance from the IDF when it came to earthquakes, because they're very effective at, the management of natural disasters. They are not taking volunteers. They're an extremely professional army. People there get drilled to bits. it's very common that people keep like their training boots in their living room because they know they can be called at any second. They are not going to take like a 5'7" guy from Twitter who is like offering his services. Like, no. They're a very professional army. They're not going to like take randoms.
I
in it, so
figured they
yeah.
wouldn't. I'm just saying the person who runs the social media for the IDF has to be like looking at all of these messages and just being like, what is going on? Like,
I never met any specifically like IDF, but through my career, I did meet a couple of IAF pilots, and
they're tough.
They're
very
tough. They
You're
I
meeting
would
with
say they were as well or second only to the training we got.
Hindu nationalism is a sort of a counter movement to the Indian Congress, and I have to really just say it's a hate movement. Its core tenet really is just to build a fanatical Hindu state. It's built around a obsessive, aggressive hatred of everything that is Muslim. Like like a lot of people I think overlook this, but they had the same thing when Azerbaijan invaded Armenia. They were all over Armenia going like, yeah, go kill the Muslims. Whenever there's a conflict, these people will turn up because it's just an obsessive hatred of everything that is Muslim. It's a hate movement.
Yeah.
It's a fascistic hate movement.
And the worst part about that is, when you see extremism feeds extremism, right? So India historically, like Muslims who reside in India, generally tend to be pretty chill in comparison to like Muslims in the Middle East, but with especially with the radicalization of a lot of Hindus, a lot of like anti-Muslim rhetoric that you see on social media and different Indian social circles, from professionals, from doctors, from lawyers, right? You'll see a lot of like anti-Muslim rhetoric. Now you'll go to India, and I've heard this like secondhand, but last time I went, nobody wore the hijab. Now you'll go and you will find like cities, small towns where there are a lot of Muslims where everybody's wearing the hijab, and that's not necessarily an indicator of like radicalization, but it is like an indicator of people really diving much more deeper into that religion.
It's weird how many people in the West don't notice what's going on.
Yeah.
It's so weird how many people don't notice how awful the Modi government is.
I don't know if we're being viewed by any Hindu nationalists, but if there are some of you, I think I would like to propose to you that if you double down on this idea that you can't have Islam in India, then you are proving the founders of Pakistan right.
Yes, it does.
Because you are making the case that Muslims cannot exist in a Hindu majority state. And that was what, the founders of Pakistan were concerned with. So, please abandon that idea if you can. Because for India to succeed as a pluralistic society, it needs to get along with its most complicated neighbor, which is the Muslim minority. And if it doesn't, well, how are you going to get along with many of the other minorities that you have within?
There's something really sad happening here that I actually wanted to put into a video. There's a cultural sort of annihilation happening right now. The Muslim conquest of India, the Muslim emirate of India was the Mughal Empire. Mughal is the Persian word for Mongol. The Islam of India used to be the Persian Islam, the Persian Sunni Islam, which ironically does not exist in Iran anymore because in the 15th century the Safavids converted Iran to Shiaism, right? And in the 1970s, Zia-ul-Haq, who was a Islamic Sunni extremist, brought Wahhabism to Pakistan, right? And sort of eradicated the last traces of this Persianate culture, religious culture, because Persianate Sunni Islam is very different to Islam as is practiced in Saudi Arabia. And now the last enclave of that Persianate Islam, that more tolerant, culturally open and pluralistic, was India, and it's being eradicated right now. It's being destroyed. And that's a really sad thing. It's really sad.
Yeah.
I hate Hindu nationalists.
I
think we don't talk enough about how awful they are. I fucking despise them. They're horrible people.
I agree with you. I think you'll find that like historically even Muslims who lived in India would participate in Hindu festivals and Hindu holidays, similar that like any religion does, and any person of any religion might participate in things like Thanksgiving and Christmas in America. And it was like very being Indian was still a huge part of their culture. So um especially for it being like them being relatively relaxed in comparison to some other sects of Islam that you will find, especially in the Middle East. Um, I do think it's kind of sad now that that those people are being persecuted more than ever. Not that they weren't always somewhat persecuted, but more than ever now, for sure. So,
Yeah.
If you guys
I
don't
just
mind, I'm
want
gonna
to.
jump off now. All right.
okay,
Good night.
thank you
It
for
was
Okay.
nice
coming.
meeting
Yeah.
you guys.
See
Though.
you, Loner.
All right, take care.
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
Okay. I did not have. I am one of those Westerners who know. I'm one of those Westerners who knows nothing about India. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll do an Indian research stream one day. Who knows? Hmm. So, what is this Chud logic shout out? Am I gonna? He's gonna make me rich.
Conversation there, Ozian.
Chud Logic, do you think there are thought leaders on the left that are,
Thought leaders.
in your opinion, on the right side of the Israel-Hamas conflict?
I'd say the one person I would recommend to go and watch would be Lonerbox, because he was able to give a very strong condemnation of the terrorist attack, whilst also promoting a pro-Palestine position, but doing it in a way that doesn't confuse it with any sort of anti-Semitism. And I think one of the issues that you've got now is, for example, if someone is saying from the river to the
Let's
sea,
go.
Palestine will be free.
Me
is
and
it
Chud.
a sort of
We'll
progressive
that.
lefty saying it? Is it an Islamist saying it? Is it a neo-Nazi saying it?
Me and the Chudder.
It's become impossible in some cases to determine who it is you're exactly dealing with. And I think Lonerbox really cuts through a lot of that. He's able to tell you about the history and is able to give you valuable insights that I think can better allow you to better understand the conflict.
Zionist box.
I agree with you, Leo. Don't call people that.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate it either. I think it's all language. If you're going to insult people, you can insult.
Yeah. Chud logician. He sounds so professional there, doesn't he? He sounds so. He sounds like he's back to his whatever the job he did before, sales. He's back to his sales job. Did Chud Logic earn a bunch of Lonerbox points? Chud Logic has always had the Lonerbox points. I told you there are 3 arrows against whatever fascism, communism, and what do you call it? Monarchism. Those 3 arrows are Vaush, Dustin, and Chud Logic. Okay, the 3-state solution will be headed. The 3 leaders of the 3 states in the 3-state solution will be Destiny, Vosh, and Chud Logic. With him telling the pro-Hamas people that he wants them to get fucking decapitated in the orange jumpsuit by ISIS. To get decolonized in their little house in Wiltshire. Little fucking Jimmy from Ricelip saying how oh shit. Do you condemn hummus? Only some of it. Some hummus is horseshit. But not as a general rule. I would not, no. Okay. We need to fire back into this article. Because god damn it, it's long. And it was interesting. Where the fuck is it? Jeremy? What's with the Ricelip hate? Listen. You don't understand, okay? And that's fine. You just don't understand. Okay. This is too far down. We're supposed to be at military preparations. I didn't know much about this. I didn't know how much military prep was happening throughout the Oslo Accord. That's kind of wacky. Ooh, not that button. Okay. At some point, you should watch some of the modern David's database videos. Yeah, I'll watch it maybe tomorrow. If they were any good, who knows? But right now, I gotta learn about military preparations. Perhaps the most important but least understood part of the story of the outbreak of the Intifada is the way in which military preparation starting in the mid-90s fueled the drive towards violence. The Israeli-Palestinian interactions created a classic spiral of insecurity in which both sides saw the other as aggressive and themselves and their own moves as only reactive. Furthermore, each side assumed that its adversary was motivated by external factors when domestic ones often played an important role. Okay, cycle of violence. Let's go! Classic liberal theory. In many ways, this is not a Destiny stream. I know it's not, because we're not reading the wiki. In many ways, the Israeli-Palestinian spiral started on the night of 23rd to 24th of September 96, when Netanyahu authorized the opening of one access point to a passage along the Western Wall. Palestinians protested on 24th of September, and the tunnel protests intensified the next day. The casualty numbers climbed, and the confrontation spread throughout the West Bank. In total, almost 100 Israelis and Palestinians died. Okay. Israel. Not good. Big L from Israel. Was this one controversial? Was this big? I know there was some building project that like ended up demolishing a Muslim area, but I don't remember what that was. Huh?
Loner box. You
Tunnel
smarmy
protests
fuck
resulted
bastard.
in 100 Israelis and Palestinians dead. Okay. Based on these confrontations, Israel decided it needed to plan to use massive force to quell Palestinian unrest. Major General Gabi Ophir, then outgoing commander of the Judea and Samaria Division, explained, if the Palestinians conduct battles like that, 96, we will have to respond much more harshly and painfully. I am not talking about notions of vengeance, but it will be an answer that the Palestinians will have to think very hard from the beginning if it makes sense for them to continue down this path, or if it is preferable for them to control their forces. The massive use of force might deter, or if that failed, compel an end to the violence. IDF planners were convinced that a real show of strength immediately following the outbreak of violence would make the rioters understand the heavy price they would have to pay for the continued violence, and that would cool their ardor at once. Israel was aspiring to rehabilitate its lost deterrence powers. Okay. With upscaling of force. When the Second Intifada erupted, the Israeli military followed its plan. According to an Israeli columnist, on the second day of the Intifada, an angry Mohammed Dahlan phoned then Israeli Chief of Staff Mofaz. How come we have 100 dead and you have none? He asked. Mofaz took it as a compliment. In other words, the Israeli plan was working. What, bro? Okay. Israeli preparations were further spurred on by Palestinian threats. Palestinian measures confirmed the fear of the Israeli military leaders that the Palestinians were preparing for war. In 1997, for instance, the Israeli defense minister warned members of the Israeli parliament that there is a desire by the Palestinian Authority people, and definitely by violent elements on the ground, to ignite the area. bring about confrontation and bloodshed and an escalation. He went on to explain that Israel was ready to respond. So maybe here. Major General. I don't need those. Good quote. Israeli preparation. I'll link you the thing. Hang on. Z, thanks for the $5. Do you think there are a lot of parallels between Kosovo and Palestine, and are your notes ever going to be public, or at least in Patreon? Kosovo, I don't know enough about Kosovo. Probably not. Like, yeah, I don't think so. It's a little bit different. Yeah, Israel and Palestine is really just its own fucking beast. They're a bit too different. I don't know why I would draw on Kosovo, for example. But yeah. Will the notes be public? Maybe. I don't guarantee they'll be any good because I'm shit at taking notes. Sorry. Yeah. But I'll try and consolidate them. If there's anyone actually who is like, because there is such a thing as being good at note taking. Like you can read books about note taking. I wonder if like a note taking fucking expert can come in, like a note taking whiz can come and fix me up when I'm done. That might be fun. Anyway, thus, Israeli planners highlighted two objectives: deterring Palestinian violence and compelling the Palestinians to stop fighting if deterrence failed. Outsiders mention a third possibility: compelling Palestinian acceptance of Israel's diplomatic aims. The perception was that Israel believed the use of force would compel Palestinians to accept Israel's terms and conditions at the bargaining table, to impose by force of arms what Israel tried to achieve by force of negotiation at the Camp David summit. The Palestinians could either accept the deal Israel offered or face being crushed by the IDF. At the practical level, the Israeli military planned for the most far-reaching operation short of expulsion: the retaking of Palestinian cities. The plan was known as Operation Field of Thorns. Israel acknowledged that the existence of a plan as early as June 1997. Okay. Plan developed from June. Sometime between May and September 2000, Barak appointed the operational and tactical plans of the IDF to halt the Intifada. One alternate possibility is that Barak favored a more gradual response, but the IDF planned for a harsh response. Instead of taking pinpointed moves, moving gradually, collecting a price systematically, and letting the Palestinians understand that they would pay more every time violence escalates, the army slammed across the sector. Okay. Israel prepared to use tanks and helicopters to crush the Palestinians and retake land in Area A. The plans also called for an economic blockade and arresting PA officials. In the 4 years prior to the Intifada, Israel held military exercises to practice the operation. On April 13th, for instance, an Israeli media outlet reported that the IDF has recently conducted extensive military exercises simulating armed conflict with the Palestinians. Okay? This passage isn't really that convincing so far, because if they see an uptick in violence, I don't know why you wouldn't prepare for more violence, even though, but I guess like the mindset going behind it is the idea that they like, I don't see much proof that they were going to use this to try and push negotiations on Palestinians, right? Or to push a deal on them. Yeah. Like this, to them, this could just be security, right? Okay. The Israeli Chief of Staff, Mofaz, spoke to Israeli soldiers in June 2000 about plans for controlling Palestinian unrest. If tanks are needed, tanks will be brought in, and if attack helicopters are necessary, attack helicopters will be brought in. Israel prepared special army units for assassinations. Okay. In addition to IDF preparations, Israeli settlers in the West Bank were also arming. They acquired a range of military equipment, telescopic sights, night vision equipment, four-wheel drives, tactical combat gear, spare parts, and rescue and medical equipment are only some of the equipment being purchased with the donations collected abroad. The equipment was purchased in full coordination with the IDF. Operation to take... Whoops. Take over parts of Area A. Settlers farming too. Not only did the Israeli government have a plan, but it also publicly warned the Palestinians that renewed violence would be met harshly. On July 26, 2000, at the conclusion of the failed Camp David summit, Barak hinted at alternatives. To our neighbors, the Palestinians, I say today, we do not seek conflict. But if any of you should dare to put us to the test, we will stand together, strong and determined. Convinced in the justness of our cause in the face of any challenge, we shall triumph. Israel's general position was the same. Some Palestinian circles have intimated that, and even declared that they intend to resort to violence should the Camp David summit failed. Was this Barghouti at this time? I don't know. There is not justification for such a reaction, and Israel will do everything within its authority to maintain calm and prevent violence. Okay? According to General Tawfiq Tirawi, the head of the Palestinian General Intelligence in the West Bank, both the commander of the West Bank, Brigadier General Shlomo Oren, and Mofaz threatened to bomb us before everything began. You still don't get Area A, B, and C. Okay, we'll do it just for you, okay? We'll halt the entire process just for you. So the idea was that the West Bank used to be completely controlled by Israel. Then they transferred powers to the Palestinian National Authority and the Palestinian government in 93, 94, 95. And it meant that you had Area C, which remained under Israeli control, so that nothing changes there. But Area B, they would share control. Palestinians would take over civic responsibilities like education and shit like that. But Israel kept security control. Area A would be under Palestinian security and civic control, just like Gaza. But then the problem was that you have all these disconnected areas, and that was why I think these kind of like disparate travel systems came in, where they had to build new roads so that Israelis could move freely between all these areas, but Palestinians couldn't. Something like that. One alternative to the IDF's approach was a plan drawn up by the Peace Administration, an organization outside the IDF formed during Barak's government. The Peace Administration's grid plan aimed to contain fighting in isolated pockets while allowing Palestinian life to continue in other pockets. The plan sought to avoid both smashing everything to pieces and escalation. Okay. Palestinians. As Israel was planning and practicing, so too were many on the Palestinian side. Three factors motivated Palestinian military preparations, especially among leaders and factions associated with Fatah and the nationalist Palestinian movement. These factors included the internal struggle for leadership and power within the Palestinian society, the response to Israeli preparations, and the belief that threatening the use of force would improve the Palestinian bargaining position and make a two-state solution more likely. Palestinian society has often been depicted as split between nationalist forces typified by Arafat, the PA, the PLO, and Fatah, and the Islamic forces typified by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. Such a dichotomy, however, misses the internal splits within the nationalist movement that are central to understanding the outbreak of the Intifada. Arafat and members of the Old Guard who moved with him from Tunis to Gaza and the West Bank in '94 held the reins of power in the PA. These outsider politicians ran the negotiations with Israel and were dubbed the luxury hotel activists by one analyst. They faced, however, a challenge internal to their movement from the younger generation, who helped lead the first intifada that started in December. Okay, split between Arafat, etc., and moved from Tunis in '94, and younger, I guess, it's nationalists. Younger nationalists who led the first intifada. The Young Guard, largely composed of Fatah cadres, chafed under the rule of old leadership. The younger generation, or insiders, dominated the security organizations like the Tanzim and the Preventive Security Force in the West Bank. The most important leader was Marwan Barghouti, the central leader in the growth of the Tanzim and the Young Guard. From '94 to '99, about 2,500 new local leaders were elected to various committees within Fatah. The goal, which remains unfulfilled, was to take control of the leading Fatah organs. Okay? Did not know that. That's where he came from. Nations, Okay. The old-young split itself also obscures important distinctions and interrelationships. Oh, sorry. I mentioned the youth young guard. Whoops. So I didn't know this, like this is exactly how it worked. It's new to me. The old-young split itself also obscures important distinctions and interrelationships. The PA's effort to co-opt the Young Guard with government employment and the Young Guard's efforts to take over Fatah meant the two were intermingled. One analyst concisely captured the tension. For on the one hand, the Tanzim provides the military and political base of PA's rule. On the other, they are its loyal and yet potentially most seditious opposition. Moreover, within the Young Guard, there were political leaders striving for control of Fatah, ultimately Palestinian state institutions and militants directly fighting with Israel, including Fatah offshoots, the Al-Aqsa Brigades. After the start of the Intifada, the same Palestinian fighter might be a member of the Tanzim, a PA security or intelligence service, and the newly minted Al-Aqsa Brigade. Why did factionalism promote militarization and arming? In the absence of democratic governments for Palestinians, being armed was the major currency of political power. One's ability to defend one's own political strength turned, in part, on one's ability to show use of force. Furthermore, in the contest for the support of the Palestinian public, the commitment to the use of force was the default position. If a faction reject this approach, they risk looking like an American-Israeli accomplice and thereby losing support. For some aspiring leaders, their prestige, status, and popularity relies on their images as freedom fighters for freedom against corruption. Okay, grew popular by showing armed resistance and showed political power the same way. This was especially a problem in the face of repeated Islamic charges against the PA. Fatah and the nationalist camp had sold out and were no longer true to the goals of ending the occupation and destroying Israel. Ooh. The main political dividing lines between the old and young guards were over corruption in the PA, exclusion from the decision-making process, and the diplomatic approach to Israel. In short, misgovernment and defeatism. Okay. Split over corruption, exclude from decision-making, and diplomatic approach towards Israel. Okay. Members of the Tanzim sometimes acted as opponents of Arafat's regime, whether at the street level or as members of the PLC. On Israel, the Young Guard felt that diplomacy alone would not end the occupation. Only when coupled with the threat of force would Israel make diplomatic concessions and allow a legitimate two-state solution to emerge. Like a threat. Would have to achieve. One manifestation of the inward emphasis of Palestinian militarization was the numerous intra-Palestinian clashes that occurred in the late 90s and into 2000. The most striking aspect of the clashes is that many took place within the nationalist camp rather than across the nationalist Islamist divide. Ami Ayalon, head of Israel's Shin Bet under Barak, was fearful of violence but predicted that an intifada could be directed against the PA or Israel. Okay? So, lots of clashes within. In 2000, prior to the Intifada, there were dozens of violent outbursts, including clashes between Palestinian police and opposition forces in Ramallah and Beit Jala. On 22nd of March 2000, Pope John Paul II's visit to a refugee camp near Bethlehem ended with a battle between PA police and members of the camp committee, drawn from Fatah and the Populist Front. Palestinian sources tried to block media coverage of such fights. I don't really care about that one, actually. Fuck that. A central issue around which Palestinian disagreements crystallized was Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails. Much of the Palestinian public believed that the release of such prisoners proceeded too slowly during the Oslo years. As a result, this often pitted the leadership of the PA, who negotiated with Israel for the release of prisoners, against other grassroots Fatah elements. The latter charged that the PA was not doing enough. By 1998-2000, prisoner hunger strikes and solidarity protests were not uncommon. In May 2000, serious violence erupted. On 1st of May, hundreds of Palestinian political inmates in Israeli jails began a hunger strike led by members of Fatah. On 10th of May, protests in the occupied territories in support of the hunger strikes began in earnest. On 15th of May, the anniversary of Al-Nakba, the violence escalated dramatically. IDF and Palestinian forces clashed, and Fatah members were again at the forefront of the protests. According to one analyst, Arafat and the PA leadership was in the position where he has little alternative but to go along with the popular mood. Arafat might have also hoped to improve his bargaining position by demonstrating that he, like Barak, could not ignore his domestic constituents. By the end of the protests, 8 Palestinians had been killed. Wow. The second major factor that explains Palestinian militarization was Israeli policies. Ooh. Palestinians assumed that Israel's contingency planning was a signal of Israel's desire to retake Palestinian cities. In mid-97, Jibril Rajoub, the head of the Preventive Security Course in the West Bank, responded to reports that Israel had simulated retaking Area A of the West Bank by saying, "If your extremists try to conquer the territories in which we are now, I am sure you will not be received with rice or roses, but by a more suitable action on our part." Okay. to Israeli retake West Bank were known, I guess. So they were known about. Okay. In late 99, the Palestinian leadership was convinced that should negotiations fail, the Israelis could try to reconquer the autonomous territories. They are preparing for such an event, and Shin Bet is receiving more and more information on arms smuggling, forbidden by the Accords, especially in Gaza. Okay. Increased arms smuggling from Palestinians who believe Israel is planning to attack Area A. That's it. If negotiations fail. What is happening here? Okay. In this context, Arafat's remarks on June 25th to thousands of Fatah supporters in Nablus was seen as a reaction to Mofazz's warning that Israel would use tanks and helicopters to stop unrest if the process fell apart. One can imagine how Israelis heard Arafat's words. Our people will not be scared, not by tanks, not by aircraft, and we remind those who doubt our resolve of the Battle of Karama and the First Intifada. This is June. Again, just double checking. Camp David Summit ends in July. In June. Okay. On June 29th, 2000, Israeli political and military leaders met to discuss Israel's response to the possibility of a unilateral Palestinian declaration of independence. Among other things, they discussed Operation Field of Thorns. When Arafat learned of this meeting, it confirmed Palestinian fears that Israel was thinking of retaking even Area A of the West Bank. In reaction to Sharon's planned visit, Fatah organized scores of Fatah youth to come to the Temple Mount to protect the site. Okay. Excuse me. Anything? Um. Okay. The third major factor for explaining Palestinian military preparations was the growing belief among the young guard that threatening the use of force was the only way to get Israel to end the occupation and to embrace a two-state solution. The young guard brought into an ideology that said threatening the use of force would move the diplomatic effort, in a repudiation of what was seen as the failed logic of Oslo. The use of force was necessary and legitimate. The only thing the Israelis understand is force, said Barghouti. For instance, the tunnel riots led to an Israeli withdrawal from part of Hebron. After the outbreak of the Second Intifada, Barghouti explained, "How would you feel if on every hill in territory that belongs to you, a new settlement would spring up? If your friends with whom you fought shoulder to shoulder continue to rot in jail? I reached a simple conclusion. You, Israel, don't want to end the occupation, and you don't want to stop the settlements, so the only way to convince you is by force. This is the Intifada of peace." Whoa. Damn. refers to Israeli withdrawal from parts of after the tunnel riots. Maybe got a quote in there. Okay. This tendency to believe in the efficacy of force was reinforced for some Palestinians when Israel withdrew from Lebanon in 2000. Yep, this is a really bad one. Yeah, okay. Withdrawal of Lebanon. This is before Camp David. May. We already know that one. It's an easy one. Among the negotiators, Abu Allah warned Yuri Savir that the Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon would be interpreted to mean that the use of force would lead Israel to withdraw to the 67 lines. Mofaz later warned Mohammed Dahlan, a senior Palestinian security official, not to draw such a conclusion. Some of the Palestinian warnings prior to Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount may be seen in a similar light. Rajoub and Barghouti, for instance, predicted that if riots erupted, they would spread to the West Bank and Gaza Strip and turn violent. Such comments may have been intended to escalate the potential stakes and thereby deter Sharon or compel the Israeli government to stop the visit. In short, they highlight the possibility of violence so as to avoid violence and promote diplomacy. Yet, Israelis may have read such comments as inflammatory rather than an effort to avoid confrontation. The result of the internal struggle for power, responses to Israeli preparations, and belief in the efficacy of force was Palestinian militarization. Palestinian organizations were arming and organizing for military action. Various organizations sought arms and stockpiled food. Most importantly, Fatah built and strengthened the Tanzim, a street-level militia composed of fighters from the younger generation. The Tanzim later played a central role on the Palestinian side in the early days of the Intifada. Okay. How much longer do we have? I don't think we're just halfway, though, because there's going to be references. Oh, we're near the end. We're quite close to the end. That's a huge reference list. Implications. The military steps each side took reinforced the belief on the other side that the adversary wanted violence. The signal one intends to send may be very different from one that is received. More generally, this case illuminates the operation of a classic spiral of insecurity and two factors that might exacerbate the spiral, namely misperceptions about the relative importance of domestic and external factors for understanding one's adversary and the linkage of diplomacy to the threat of force. Okay. I guess I'll do this bit. Both sides. They wanted violence. The preparations undertaken by both sides spurred an escalatory spiral that contributed to the outbreak of the Second Intifada. For both parties, the other's military preparations had the two effects predicted by Robert Jervis. They were doubly insecure. By arming and organizing, the other party had demonstrated both an increased ability to do harm and that it was actively contemplating hostile actions. It's like a fucking armed race, isn't it? It's an arms race. Both the IDF and the Young Guards thought in terms of deterrence and compellence. A show of strength would dissuade the adversary. In truth, it had the opposite impact by further ratcheting up tensions and causing more military preparations. Attempts to increase one's security by standing firm and accumulating more arms will be self-defeating. Unintended spirals of insecurity may be even more likely given existing hatred, fear, and mistrust. These poor relationships between one-time adversaries may intersect with an accidental spark. In general, but similar to the Second Intifada, accidents and incidents by soldiers not completely under control of their faction leaders or by civilians who have been polarized by war can also escalate and drag the country back towards war. The two other factors helped fuel the spiral. Actors may misunderstand the balance between domestic and external motivations for policy. Rather than an intense factional struggle, Israel saw Palestinian militarization as a PA policy aimed at Israel. What the Tanzim did was seen as part of the PA and Arafat's Fatah, rather than as a challenge to Arafat and the PA. Klein said there was total blindness in Israel to the reality of this Palestinian factionalism. This is why the idea of Arafat funding the Intifada and planning it doesn't make that much sense. Because it seems to be the case that the young guard of the PA, of Fatah, were actually opposed to the old guard like Arafat for being too conciliatory towards Israel. This is why it doesn't really make that much, I don't know. Israel mistakenly saw the Palestinians as a unitary actor. Israel's reading of Palestinian action, in turn, fed the escalatory spiral of military preparations. The final implication is a reminder of the risks of a policy that links diplomacy with the threat of the use of force. Some Palestinians implicitly followed Karl von Clausewitz's famous dictum: war is the continuation of politics by other means. Threats to use force, however, may undermine diplomacy, as was the case here. Israel probably saw the Palestinian threat of violence as an alternative to diplomacy. They did not see the two as interrelated. In other words, Israel probably assumed the Palestinian militants preferred to resort to force rather than an Israeli withdrawal to the June 4th, 1967 lines. Damn. Camp David failure. The failure to reach a final agreement at Camp David summit in July 2000 also contributed to the perception on both sides that the parties were headed down by a military path. For Israelis, Arafat spurned a generous Israeli offer because the Palestinians wanted a military, not a diplomatic solution. For Palestinians, the many limitations of Israel's offer at Camp David reinforced the belief that Israel was using the final status talks to make the occupation permanent. Neither portrayal was accurate, yet taken together, they created the widespread but false perception that the diplomatic route had been exhausted. So, after Camp David, many Israelis argue that the failure showed Palestinians were not serious about a negotiated settlement, as can be seen in Barak's critique of Arafat. As Barak later wrote, at Camp David, Mr. Arafat well understood that the moment of truth had come and that painful decisions needed to be made by both sides. He failed this challenge. Barak saw that at the deepest level, Arafat does not accept the moral or judicial right of the State of Israel to exist as a Jewish state. That Arafat's obsession is not to establish Palestinian sovereignty in part of the land, but to correct the injustice of 48. In other words, to destroy the State of Israel. Would you agree that the offer was generous? From what I understand of it, no, but I need to double check. Saying 48 would be clearer? Yeah, no, yeah. Those such perspectives began to crystallize after Camp David, the outbreak of the Intifada was taken as strong confirmation that the Palestinians did not want and had never wanted the negotiations to succeed. Palestinians too learned from Camp David, but they contended that the shortcomings of Israel's offer proved Israel wanted to continue the occupation. Israel's diplomacy was merely a facade. Israel wanted to keep control of some Arab areas of East Jerusalem, keep a sizable percentage of the land of the West Bank, and agree upon a host of intrusive security measures, all of which would have allowed Israel to maintain control of Palestinian life. In short, talks would not end the occupation or bring about independence. Thus, to some Palestinians, a different route, a military one, was the only way to get Israel to leave. The offer was generous considering they are the 50-year losing side. I think if you approach things with that attitude, as in you've been losing for 50 years and that's why you should accept a deal that technically doesn't even make you a sovereign state, you don't understand how human beings work. Like no population is going to accept those terms of defeat especially when they're armed, right? Like if you're saying because what you just said is generous considering they've been losing for 50 years, it means that you want to surrender, right? I don't know, that's a bit wacky. It's like paternalistic again, yeah. More generally, the failure of Camp David suggests great risks associated with high-level diplomacy. To the extent that failed negotiations signal to each side that the diplomatic route is dead, they may make the military option seem more attractive. Suggests the great risks with the. Sorry, I was just reading that again. I missed it. Nothing that interesting there. Just that, yeah, it's the same talking points, isn't it? Intrusive security measures, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. The Israeli and Palestinian responses to the first sign of protest. Once the protest started on 28th to 29th of September, the initial responses by the multiple parties greatly worsened the situation. Okay. First protests, 28th to 29th. So it's 2 months after Camp David fails. Okay. The harsh Israeli response, based on the IDF's belief that overwhelming force would contain the protests, escalated rather than calmed the situation. I should maybe talk about that alternative policing approach that IDF had but didn't take. Caused escalation. This is what this guy's saying anyway. Tanzim and Palestinian militants saw the initial confrontations as the opportunity they'd been waiting for to confront and pressure Israel. Arafat and top Palestinian leaders failed to rein in the militants. But these dynamics were also interrelated. As a number of dead Palestinians quickly climbed, the ability of any Palestinian leader to press for moderation became more limited, okay? As both the IDF and the Tanzim followed their game plans, the confrontations became a self-fulfilling prophecy. They treated the initial clashes and protests as if this confrontation was what they had been preparing for, and in part, as a result, it became what they had been planning for, a massive Israeli-Palestinian clash. As the Mitchell report noted, the most significant elements were the decision of the Israeli police on 29th of September to use lethal means against the Palestinian demonstrators and the subsequent failure, as noted above, of either party to exercise restraint. Okay. This Mitchell report is very interesting. Maybe I should read it, the whole thing. Let's see if the link works. Yeah, come on. Mitchell report. Please be the actual fucking thing. Betselem is not Mitchell, or I don't know. I don't think that's the thing. Because if you're saying the most significant elements, but that's not in quotes. Maybe I'll find that one. Let me Mitchell report. The Mitchell report. This is a whole wiki on it. Oh, it's short. It has the Sharon quote about abortions. Oh. Recommendations 30th of April. Okay. I'll look for that. Didn't see the abortion reference. We'll get to it. Don't worry. I'll come back to that one. Israel responded to the initial protest with a heavy hand, incorrectly believing that such an approach would calm the situation. The IDF, as had been planned, made extensive use of snipers even in the absence of Palestinian gunfire. Sniper squads were reinforced following the 1996 riots, and in 2000 they played a central role in the fighting. Riots and played central role in the fighting. According to the IDF, Israeli forces fired 1 million rounds in the first 3 weeks of the Intifada, a bullet for every child, according to one Israeli officer. That is a comically evil quote, which I will never believe on its own. What the fuck is this reference? This is suspicious. This is Pressman as well. This? New left review? That's probably not. Visions and Collision. David Lesh, that's one different person who's talking about it. Okay. Whatever. I'm not gonna trust that one. I wouldn't put it past them, but god damn it, we're not it's not essential to what we're saying. In the first 5 days of fighting, Israeli forces killed 50 Palestinians and wounded more than 1,000. Oh yeah, wait. Sniper squads. Even absence of Palestinian gunfire. That's pretty big. Okay, Palestinian doctors said the nature of the injuries suggested an Israeli shoot to kill policy. Most injuries were to the upper body, head, chest, abdomen, and only 20% of those injured in the first 3 days were discharged on that day. Israel's disproportionate use of force was quickly noted by human rights organizations, and Dennis Ross expressed US concerns to Barak. Love those US concerns. They're definitely real. There's no way around it. Versus stone throwing kids. Mind you, the Second Intifada was not just stone throwing kids, okay? It was there were projectiles, they had guns of their own. Apparently snipers were used in without that, so yeah, fuck. Not defending the IDF, but we don't need the comically evil fucking images. You can be realistic and still condemn. Anyway. The IDF's emphasis on force backfired and led to further escalation. Contrary to the expectations of the IDF planners, the hard blows that had been dealt the Palestinians did not subdue them. Instead, the Israeli response to an escalation of violence as the Palestinians became increasingly angry at the strikes directed at them. Observers of specific Israeli-Palestinian confrontations in the first weeks of fighting described the causal link. The policy employed is crucial. The greater force used by Israeli soldiers and the more people killed and wounded, the longer and more violent the demonstration. The rising Palestinian death toll spurred Palestinian fighters to want to even the score by evening out the blood balance, the casualty numbers on each side. The intensity of the Israeli response was the result of Israeli generals who disregarded the will of politicians to take a softer approach. This divide may have had broader implications for civil-military relations in a democracy engaged in a long-running conflict. Israeli military leaders blocked political efforts to de-escalate the conflict. Okay. The IDF, for instance, refused to carry out orders from the political side after the summit at Arab-Israeli Summit, Sharm el-Sheikh, in October 2000, okay? Ooh, god damn it, fuck. Fuck. All right. Can't read, all right. Is this true? Can the IDF actually like refuse? This is what I thought. I thought the IDF had a lot more independence than like your standard fucking army. I don't know, or at least like an American army. Would you agree that the apartheid and genocide criticisms of Israel are overstated and not technically true? The apartheid one is not overstated, not really. The genocide one is, yeah. You don't need that. You to use that, yeah. I mean, fucking everyone's using it now. What the fuck? Cat's out of the bag. Israel's Deputy Minister of Defense, Ephraim Sneh, warned Barak, who held the defense portfolio along with being Prime Minister. From the Chief of Staff down to the last sergeant at the roadblock, no one is implementing your policy. Okay. Spell defense like a fucking American. Thank you, article. Warren Barak. When Barak officials pushed for a more restrained response along the lines of Peace Administration's grid plan, oh yeah, the Peace Administration's grid plan. The IDF dragged its feet and blocked it both at the start of the Intifada and when the Peace Administration made a second push in October 2000. Israeli generals frequently pressed Barak to take a harder line. For one Israeli journalist, Israeli policymaking during the Intifada proved the army dominates the state and not vice versa. Okay. On the Palestinian side, street-level militants such as members of the Tanzim saw the outbreak of protests as an opportunity to confront Israel and pressure the Jewish state to end the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. Marwan Barghouti was disappointed with the initial results but persisted in seeking greater Tanzim involvement. Israeli leaders were convinced that members of the Tanzim were playing a key role in fueling the Palestinian protests. Arafat did not launch the Intifada, but once the protests erupted, he believed the Palestinians could improve their position by allowing the violence to flare rather than trying to immediately bring the conflict to an end. He was ready to ride the storm for several weeks. The Mitchell Committee found that there is no evidence on which to conclude that the PA made a consistent effort to contain the demonstrators and control the violence once it began. Though one Palestinian analyst described Arafat's policy as studied non-interference, his role was not totally passive. The decision to travel outside the territories for several of the early days of fighting, allegations that he met with and encouraged Tanzim leaders on 29th of September 2000, and the release of some of the Hamas prisoners fall more on the active than the passive side of the ledger. As an Israeli major general claimed, Arafat's unwillingness to intervene is tantamount to giving license to Tanzim operatives to continue to run amok. Past research on organizational behavior also informs assessments of IDF and Tanzim policies. Organizations tend to act based on pre-established routines. Organizations lack, however, much flexibility. Programs cannot be substantially changed in particular situation, even if they are ill-suited to the emerging situation. Even if IDF leaders, for instance, had recognized the escalatory spiral in which they were engaged, they might not have been able to rapidly modify the organizational mechanisms that had led them to that point. Furthermore, the very commitment to the heavy use of force to crush Palestinian protests may have blinded them to the possibility that it was not working and to the idea that Israel had other options. Let me read some donos that I might have missed earlier. Yeah, I did. Fuck. Trans Rights Crab, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Europe is a failed experiment. We need to move past it. Drew, Walden TV with the $2.99, Queen E5. I don't know if I took that advice, but I won the game, didn't I? Fuck you. Okay, cool. All right. Conclusion. The Second Intifada was not caused by Arafat or Sharon, though both played a role in its outbreak. Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount was a trigger that set events in motion. Arafat's refusal to attempt to restrain Palestinian militants helped allow events spin out of control. To focus only on Arafat and Sharon, however, misses the more important elements, the deepening of the Israeli occupation during the Oslo years, in contrast with Palestinian expectations for greater political freedom and economic gains led to popular discontent. By the late 90s, both the IDF and Palestinian factions were engaged in military planning and preparation that helped set the stage for a clash. Once the protests began, Israel's heavy-handed response and the Palestinian leadership's unwillingness to rein in the militants resulted in a rapid escalation and high Palestinian casualties. Many Israeli and Palestinian officials thought that by looking strong and responding harshly to the other side, they could deter violence and compel submission. Instead, efforts to deter and compel led to more violence and a renewed commitment by both sides not to back down. The thousands of dead since that time are a testament to the failure of such an approach. The Intifada was not a fundamental rejection of the diplomatic route for important factions on both sides. Some actors saw this confrontation as a way to strengthen their hand at the bargaining table. Moreover, while the confrontation was not wholly unintended, the pathway it took was not what most parties expected. With the resumption of high-level diplomatic talks, leaders will need to pay careful attention to signaling and perceptions. They may be taking certain military steps even as diplomats negotiate. To avoid another spiral of insecurity, leaders will need to either minimize such military measures or fully, clearly, and convincingly explain their motivations to the other side. Third-party engagement may prove crucial to this effort. Okay, a reasonably interesting article. Let's just see if any of it is true. What's the wiki say? The Mitchell report, the Sharm el Sheikh, hang on. It's a very both sidesy Egypt. Okay, got you. All right. Possible causes of the Intifada, gives recommendations to end violence. Okay. According to the Mitchell report, the government of Israel asserted the immediate catalyst was the breakdown of Camp David, widespread appreciation, Palestinian responsibility for the impasse. Palestinian violence was planned by the PA leadership, aimed at provoking and incurring casualties. Okay. The PLO, according to the same report, denied that the Intifada was planned and asserted that Camp David represented nothing less than an attempt by Israel to extend the force it exercises on the ground to negotiations. The report also stated, from the perspective of the PLO, Israel responded to the disturbances with excessive and illegal use of deadly force against demonstrators, behavior which, in the PLO's view, reflected Israel's contempt for the lives and safety of Palestinians. For Palestinians, the widely seen images of Mohammed al-Dura in Gaza on September 30th, shot as he huddled behind his father, reinforced that perception. Mitchell concluded, "We have no basis on which to conclude that there was a deliberate plan by the PA to initiate a campaign of violence at the first opportunity, or to conclude that there was a deliberate plan by the government of Israel to respond with lethal force. However, there's no evidence on which to conclude that the PA made a consistent effort to contain the demonstrations and control the violence once it begun, or that the government of Israel made a consistent effort to use non-lethal means to control demonstrations of unarmed Palestinians. Amid rising anger, fear, and mistrust, each side assumed the worst about the other and acted accordingly. Sharon's visit did not cause the Intifada, but it was poorly timed and the provocative effect should have been foreseen. Indeed, it was foreseen by those who urged that it should be prohibited. More significant were the events that followed. The decision of the Israeli police on September 29th to use lethal means against the Palestinian demonstrations and the subsequent failure, as noted above, of either party to exercise restraint." Okay. Recommendations. The committee called for 3 phases: an immediate cessation of all violence, rebuilding confidence by a full-scale effort by the PA to prevent terrorism, the freezing of Israeli settlement activity, and other confidence-building measures. the resumption of negotiations. Although the Israeli government and PA accepted the report's conclusions with some reservations, they failed to implement the findings. Okay. Wow. Israeli leader Ariel Sharon rejected Israel's main requirement of a settlement freeze by arguing that families already living in settlements will increase in size. Sharon rhetorically asked, let's assume that a family is going to have a baby. What should they do? Abortion? It's fucking brilliant. Absolutely insane. What a mad cunt. What an absolute psycho. Yes. Wow. Well done, Loaderbox. Um, okay, and yeah, neither of them. Neither side accepted. Okay. But this one's funny. Sharon. What should they do? Abortion? What do we do? Abortion. Yeah, nice one. Okay. I guess we'll figure out what's what with the what a, I'll consolidate my thoughts on that tomorrow. Fill my brain. I've been streaming for 6 hours. It's not even that long. I just started late, didn't I? I did start very late. Ooh. What is this? Ela's family. Can anyone provide information about when Ela's family migrated to Israel? Are her ancestors among the settlers who displaced Palestinians from their homes or part of the innocent but complicit refugees from World War II? Innocent but complicit. Her current defensive and Zionist rhetoric, coupled with the information about her father having been harsh and very conservative, makes me curious. And of course, the videos showcasing both her and Ethan's Islamophobia from years ago. Edit. The current complete lack of sincere humanity is baffling to me, and I'm trying to understand her background better. Not intended to dox anyone. I figured she might have talked about this, and someone knows more than me. Golly. The fucking Jew hunters, bro. Innocent but complicit. Bro, these people are fucking insane. It's so unreal. It's unheard of, chat. It's just wild. How am I supposed to... How am I supposed to digest it? Innocent but complicit. But no one treats any other country this way. Even countries that are founded on pretty fucking rough pretenses. I don't get it. Her dad's from Libya. Oh. That guy I spoke about in my video was from Libya. There was that someone in my Discord said that my Gaza video, they said I'd done a eulogy for like a Zionist fucking for like a Zionist soldier or something. Oh my god. Said I done it. What did he say? Hang on. Let me search the word. A Zionist combatant. The guy who, the civilian who took a gun to fight against Hamas when they were attacking his kibbutz. What are your general takeaways on the Camp David text you just read? I didn't know anything about the buildup of military capabilities on Israel's side, or the Palestinian side. I didn't know about the Young Guard causing that split in Feta as well. I did know about the downfalls of Camp David Accords and the fact that the settlements never stopped throughout Oslo, that they were like building roads and cutting through Palestinian communities to connect Area C. I knew that Jerusalem was a bit fucked, but I didn't know that they were actually like deporting people from Jerusalem in some cases. I didn't know that. Have you seen Zizek comparing Jews to Pokemon? You know, I don't think I have seen Zizek comparing the Jews to Pokemon. I have not. I could not tell you. Was there more violence you know about? I mean, there were suicide bombings. The Second Intifada was horrible. Yeah. I wonder if there are any good document. No, I don't want to watch documentaries. No. What's he doing?
75,000.
What's he watching?
And their accuracy too, and they
neighbors aren't doing enough to prevent that they're going to continue to do heavy incursions or
This
attacks
Mouthy he's talking
into
to.
neighboring land, right? Which, I mean, whether you like it or not, I think there are arguably there are decent reasons for why Israel feels that way, right?
Okay, I mean, I
That's
would
mouthy.
contest some of that characterization.
What would
but,
you
like,
contest from that?
I would contest that this idea of like the neighboring Arab states, all they wanted was to like destroy Israel as a country. For sure, I think on some level they do want that, but I think that's understating the extent to which there was Arab attempts at like diplomatic engagement that weren't recognized by Israel and the U.S. for a really long time.
Well, hold on,
It's also ignoring the fact that in the process of establishing the state of Israel and during 1948 when the war took place, they displaced close to 1 million Palestinians, which means there may not have been a state in the area, but they went into cities and they bombed them and they laid down sniper fire on them and they terrorized them and they evacuated entire cities of people.
Okay.
And these radicalized, traumatized people went where? Well, a lot of them went to Egypt, to Jordan, to Syria. And so you have a radicalized, impoverished community that's going to cause trouble because it will. If like, well, look, we talk about.
I don't think this explains why the Arab nations themselves were. That doesn't explain why Nasser was fucking threatening Israel, right? That's okay. The sooner people remember that Arab leaders did not give a fuck about Palestinians and never have, the quicker you come through that. I know that people like Hafez al-Assad. When was he in charge? Hang on, let me just double check. I'm not being a dumb fuck. Who is the president of Syria? In the 60s. He was Hafez al-Assad was preceded by Hassan Ahmad al-Khatib. Who was before him? Was there not a... Okay, I don't know. Anyway. Did you see Hassan saying Mandela wouldn't condemn violence against civilians yesterday? That's not true. That's not true. No, yeah, in the 60s, like, yeah, there was lots of coups, yeah. But Syria, and I think because of domestic difficulties, that was the reason that Syrian leaders in the 60s were threatening Israel, because they were talking about liberating Palestinians from the fucking Zionist entity and shit, because that was a way of, and posing as like international freedom fighters, was a way of riling up the population and distracting from domestic issues. Yeah, that was true. But I can't remember the fucking names of the leaders back then. I still need to. I feel like I don't read as quickly when I'm streaming. I definitely don't, because I'm speaking out loud. Fuck. How fast can you read? I can read 2,000 words per second. You have no idea how fast I can stream. It's unreal. Oh, is Chud talking to a leftist?
Hassan Piker.
Oh, Hassan Piker. I thought you said a sandpiker. I was
Sorry, that's my British accent.
Does Hassan Piker
It's my British accent,
represent
it's fine.
the left?
Biggest political streamer, socialist streamer on the biggest streaming platform.
I would say that he would
He
probably
does-
identify as a leftist,
But he doesn't
he's
represent
not
the left.
The left, no.
Okay.
Interesting.
So I don't know how we're going to.
Hassan's fallen off anyway, so that terrible example.
Well, he's not really fallen off at all. I don't understand how you can say that Hassan doesn't represent the left. It feels like a very easy opportunity.
Look at.
for someone with the left.
Let's go, Chud.
So we'll do a percentage change at the end.
The
and we'll
third
let you know
arrow
what that is, but we're
is
gonna kick it
firing.
into our opening
How
statement.
did this go? Let's see where we are. It's good to heat bits.
In some group says a thing doesn't mean that, that's
okay,
prevalent
look,
in
here's the
group.
thing. You might have some fucking whack job from Christianity that says some crazy shit. Yeah, sure, there's some fucking whack job. I'm not talking about crazy whack jobs. I'm talking about prominent thought leaders. People that are big fucking creators in
prominent
the
thought
space.
leaders like, Joel Osteen and many others.
Who's reading
Anyway,
this?
just
Who's
to
listening
quickly
to those
speak to your point about
people?
tankies. This dismissal of tankies that I see from lefties is insane. Okay,
There's a reason that most
tankies
leftists don't
derive
consider
their
tankies
theory
one
from
of their own.
Marxism-Leninism. Okay, which Joseph Stalin created, blending together Leninist thought and Marxist thought. To put it very simply, right?
I'm not a
how
Marxist
how on
Leninist,
earth?
so-
Okay, but how on earth are you going to deny that that is the left? That is the left, part of the left at least.
Because
But you say they're not
they
leftists.
tend to support authoritarian policies, not leftist policies.
So they're authoritarian left. I hate this so much. It's like, basically, to people like him, I can already tell. Leftism is when I like it, and it's not leftism when I don't like it. You can say it's leftism. Of course it fucking is. What are you talking about? I know.
Okay,
And support authoritarian
Authoritarian left.
policies can be
totalitarian
leftist
countries
policies.
like China and Russia, and tend to support organizations like
So you're
Hamas.
listen.
and
You
other terrorist
are never going to be in a
organizations
position
and
where you
support
can
Russia
call out the
over Ukraine.
excesses
Yeah, I just
because
think it's
you will
authoritarianism.
just chop off anyone that's doing bad
No, I
stuff.
They're also anti-capitalist, and they talk about worker co-ops and shit like that. Yeah, whatever. Fuck. Sorry, that's gonna trigger me so much right now because my lefty feuds in my brain. Go to bed. I need to get some yogurt and then I will go to bed. Oh. What are we gonna do? Just more research tomorrow? Did he watch the capitalism socialism debate with Dustin and that guy? Oh no. Not a capitalism socialism debate. No. Zizek clip? Which one? Do you think I should read this will probably be a more pro-American foreign policy source on Camp David. Who wrote this? This will be a very, very pro-Israel take, I'd imagine, but it might be worth reading. Well, for that reason, really. Okay. Fucking what? Let's just take that for tomorrow. Carnegie Endowment for International War. That's what it should be called. Because ultimately, I want to get down to the facts. I want to get the straight facts. Donovan's still grinding in the comments. Is he really? There's no way. It's unreal, chat. It's insane. Where? I don't know. I feel like I need to do some mad shit to get the to keep the audience interested, you know? Where is he? Where's old Donnie? Donnie boy. Is he? I can't see him. The Native Americans lost a war they started 400 years ago and are still sour, dude. Average Western liberal who's understanding. He just compares everything to Nazis and Native Americans. That's all he knows, but I can't. Fucking Donovan. I guess I would have to. Video was pretty good, by the way. Yeah, thanks. Lefties hated it, but well, it wasn't. It's not really that many. Yeah. Play chess. Fucking Donovan. There's a lot of arguing in the comment section, though, eh? Anyway, I liked it, and I'm lefty. No, you have to be like insanely partisan to not like it, yeah. Because you just want to hear, yeah. It's the kind of people who are so brain damaged that fucking you mention a little bit of like Jewish sympathetic history and they think you're lending credence to the other side. Imagine your worldview being so fucking fragile that like the Hebron massacre or describing or naming it the Israeli-Arab war, even though it only comes out in the video, it's not like essential. It's not, yeah, describing it as the Israeli-Arab war instead of the Nakba at that in a video about Gaza that's trying to focus on the part of Gaza and people being like, oh my God, that's lending credence to the settler colonialism. Like, fuck it. You must be so weak in your convictions that kind of knowledge you think is going to like turn people towards the Jews and shit. Oh God. But damn, I don't know. My audience is losing interest. What can I say? The video essay, it must have been the, I don't know, whatever. I don't care. Don't need them. They don't know what the Hebron massacre is. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, you don't know the Hebron. If you only go to the pro-Palestinian pamphlets and the Vox videos, you don't learn about Hebron. No, you don't. Chandler Franklin with $5. Don't stop being a force for good. Wow, shit, damn. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Or they'll just say it was a reaction to settler colonialism. It's like, okay, wow. Jordan with the $2. Go to bed. Perhaps I should. Maybe YouTube suppressed your video. I don't think I got suppressed by YouTube. No. It's okay. I got your I got you guys. You guys will take me through. If I lose you guys, we might be fucked, but we'll try. Okay. The Jews are not my enemy, my foe is the apartheid. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily, you can say that till you're blue in the face, but if it leads you to support anti-Semites or to do fucking, to run cover for anti-Semites or to invest hope in, or to excuse the behavior of anti-Semites or, yeah, or to just ignore basic Jewish history, then you're there, you're getting there one way or the other, right? Yeah, Semites, because I'm fucking British, you cunts. And that means I like you. That's a nice way of, that's a compliment if it comes from a Brit bonger. Okay, hang on. Redirect. I'm not going to raid President Sunday. We shall not. You know what we'll do? Oh. Shivendra Saklani with the tier 3 sub. Holy shit. That's a really generous deal. Wow. Thank you so much. Some criticism regarding the music and the ad placement was valid. The music was a bit loud, maybe. The ad placement was Ground News's decision. They were the ones who want you to do the seamless ad. Holy shit. I was about to go to bed. Fucking hell, Z. With the $50. God damn it. How do you really fight anti-Semitism as a guy who lives in the Middle East? Personally, what's worked for me unironically is teaching my parents about the Holocaust. Thanks, keep being real. God damn it, yeah. Oh, you're from the Gulf, aren't you? Yeah, I suppose if you're in the Gulf, you need to... If you're not from the Emirates, learning the Holocaust is kind of important, yeah. It's like when I was... I watched these interviews at one point, and it was like Palestinians basically trying to argue that any Jew who arrived after 48 should leave in a single state. And then this Mizrahi person is next to him saying, well, my family were murdered in Iraq in 1940. That's why they came to Israel. And he looks at him like stunned. He's like, Muslims did that. He didn't know. He didn't know. He didn't, and then he just kind of like, he still stuck to his lines and all that, but he didn't actually know what had happened to Jews next door to Israel at the same time. Was that you on guitar? Yeah. And I think that's kind of important because if there's ever going to be, if you actually do believe in your binational one state solution with equal rights and secular, if you really believe that, you do need the two groups to get along. And reconciliation.
How do you really fight anti-Semitism as a guy who lives in the Middle East? Personally, what worked for me unironically is teaching my parents about the Holocaust. Thanks, keep being real.
Like, yeah, the Farhood, yeah, 41. Yeah, it's like, if you want these groups to get along, which they'll have to in a secular state, like, reconciliation and understanding one another's history is quite important. It's not very good if, it's not very helpful if can you imagine if the average Israeli sees the Nakba as something that like, oh yeah, but you know, the Arabs declared a war and they fucked around and found out, fuck, like imagine that. And then the other side, all the Palestinians are like, yeah, well, you know, the Jewish Exodus, it was just a reaction to settler colonialism. That's actually why. It's because of the crimes of a bunch of European Jews and the Haganah that meant Mizrahi Jews were all right to get attacked in fucking Iraq. Like, bro, yeah. That wouldn't be a very peaceful society with those kinds of tensions. What would the education system be like? Holy shit. Anyway, I appreciate your kind donos, everyone. Should there be a Mizrahi right of return? What, to Iraq? No, you're a refugee and you get citizenship somewhere, you're good, you're done, okay? None of this fucking... You become a citizen, you get all your rights. Why the fuck do you need to go back to the place that you got kicked out of? I'm sorry. They don't need that. All right. Okay, fuck, I need to go. Bye. There should be acknowledgement and reparations. Lost property, yeah, but that can't be negotiated between Israel and Palestine, right? Because Palestinians didn't do that, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Because they lost like $180 billion worth of shit. Yeah, they lost a lot. Okay, fuck. Bye. Bye. Bye.